Welcome to our cozy corner, where spring nights are the perfect time for relaxation and blooming dreams. As we journey together through magical and peaceful places, let go of your worries and embrace this serene moment. Remember, relaxation is the key to sweet dreams, setting the stage for a wonderful start to your upcoming day. So, snuggle in and let the stories carry you away. Story 1. The night air tasted of pine and distant rain, the kind of cold that makes your cheeks glow. Wrapped in a thick woolen scarf knitted by his grandmother, a scarf that still carried the faint, comforting scent of her lavender and honey biscuits, a young boy named Leo stood at the edge of a silver-birch wood. In his pocket, his fingers traced the familiar, worn soft ear of a small, plush bear named Barnaby. Above him, sparks like tiny, liberated fireflies rose from a hidden clearing and swirled up to dance among the stars. They weren't mere embers, they pulsed with a gentle, golden light, beckoning. Following their trail, Leo stepped into the wood. The pine needles under his boots were a soft, springy carpet, releasing a crisp, clean scent with every footfall. The sparks led him to a place where the trees thinned, and the air began to shimmer, like heat haze on a summer road, but cool and tingling against his skin. Taking a deep breath, holding Barnaby tight, he stepped through. The world dissolved into a soft, pearlescent mist, and then reformed. He stood on a pathway of cloud, firm yet yielding like fresh-baked bread. It was lined with tufts of moss that glowed with a soft, green luminescence. This was the Cirrus Causeway, a road through the sky. Winged cats, their fur the color of twilight and their wings like polished smoke, padded silently alongside him. They didn't speak with words, but with soft, rumbling purrs that vibrated through the cloud path and up through the soles of his feet, a language of reassurance and welcome. One, with eyes like molten amber, brushed against his leg. Her fur was impossibly soft, like stroking warm silk, and the contact sent a wave of calm through him. The causeway led to a city woven from clouds and captured moonlight. Spires of cumulus swirled into delicate towers, and bridges of strata stretched between them, their surfaces cool and slightly damp to the touch. Leo wandered in awe, the lavender scent of his scarf, a tiny, familiar anchor in this vast, beautiful strangeness. He came to a plaza where a fountain flowed not with water, but with liquid moonlight, chuckling softly as it fell, its spray tasting of cool cream and starlight. His wonder was interrupted by a sound of faint, discordant chirp, like a broken music box. He followed the sound to a small, sad-looking nest made of woven moonbeams. Inside, a fledgling starling, its feathers normally a cascade of shifting constellations, was now a dull, listless gray. A family of luminescent foxes, their coats shimmering with soft blues and greens, nuzzled the little bird, their light flickering with concern. They communicated with gentle touches of their noses, and with pulses of light that flowed from their fur, painting pictures in the air images of a fading star, of a melody forgotten. One of the amber-eyed cats nudged Leo forward, her purr implying he could help. He knelt, and the little starling looked up at him with eyes full of silent plea. Leo didn't know any celestial songs or magical cures. He felt a pang of his own smallness. Then his fingers brushed against Barnaby in his pocket. He thought of home, of his grandmother's stories, of the simple, steadfast comfort of familiar things. He didn't have a grand spell, but he had a story. Softly he began to tell the starling a tale of the first firefly he'd ever seen in his backyard, a tiny, brave light in the vast summer dark. As he spoke, pouring all the warmth and wonder of that memory into his voice, the starling's feathers began to shimmer. A single bright note, clear as a bell, chimed from its beak. The foxes trilled with soft, chiming barks, their light glowing brighter in approval. The starling was healing, but it was weak. The eldest fox, its light a deep, wise violet, gestured with its muzzle towards a distant, glittering archway, a bridge made of a single, immense crystal, humming with a low, resonant tone. Beyond it, they explained through light and touch, lay the underground aurora, a cavern where the glow moles wove the very fabric of the northern lights. Their light song was what gave the starling its strength. And so Leo's quest began. The crystal bridge sang beneath his feet, a vibration that traveled up his bones, a melody of stability and ancient power. On the other side, the path descended into the earth through a tunnel lined with roots that pulsed with a soft, golden saplight, smelling richly of loam and damp stone. They emerged into a cavern so vast its ceiling was lost in darkness. But the darkness was alive. This was the Aurora Cavern. The walls were encrusted with minerals that glittered like a million captured stars. And across the great expanse, the glow moles were at work. They were large, gentle creatures with velvety fur that shifted through the entire spectrum of the aurora. They didn't dig, they swam through the air, their long, clever claws plucking strands of colored light from the mineral-rich walls, and weaving them into shimmering, silent ribbons that flowed up and out of a great opening in the cavern's roof. Their communication was a symphony of scent and light. As they worked, they released gentle puffs of aroma, the crisp scent of Arctic air, the sweet smell of ice, the electric tang of a geomagnetic storm. Their shifting colors formed intricate patterns, telling stories of solar winds and polar nights. Leo approached the eldest mole, whose fur cycled slowly through deep indigos and emerald greens. He showed the mole the little starling, now nestled safely in the scarf beside Barnaby. He didn't need to speak. The mole observed the fledgling's dimmed light, then looked at Leo, its large, dark eyes reflecting the boy's own earnest concern. It chittered softly, a sound like pebbles tumbling in a gentle stream, and a scent of rain-washed stone and ozone filled the air, a scent of understanding. The great mole led him to the heart of the cavern, where a pool of pure, silent darkness lay, a well of potential. Around it, a choir of hummingbirds, their wings moving too fast to see, hovered. They weren't singing with sound, but with light, their throats flashing in complex, rhythmic patterns, conducting the very energy of the cavern. The glow mole dipped a claw into the dark pool and, guided by the hummingbird's light score, drew out a single, brilliant thread of silver-white light. It was starlight, pure and concentrated. With infinite gentleness, the mole wove this thread around the little starling. The effect was immediate. The bird glowed from within, its feathers erupting in a cascade of sapphire, gold, and rose. It lifted into the air, its form now a small, vibrant constellation. It chirped not a single note, but a complex, joyful melody that echoed through the cavern, a song of thanks and restored purpose. His task complete, a gentle whale song echoed through the realms, a deep, resonant call that vibrated in his chest. It was a sound of guidance, a celestial lullaby urging him homeward. A winged cat, the one with amber eyes, offered him her back. He climbed on, holding tight to her silken fur, Barnaby secure in his pocket. They flew not on the cloud paths, but on a river of air woven from the whale's song, a current that smelled of the deep, clean ocean and carried the taste of far-away dreams. They passed tree houses nestled among cumulus castles, and waterfalls that cascaded moonlight onto star-carved stones below. The world was a tapestry of gentle wonders, all connected by threads of light, music, and kindness. Soon the shimmering portal reappeared. The cat landed softly, and Leo slid from her back. He turned to thank his silent companions, the cat, the foxes, the starling now dancing in the sky, but they simply looked at him with deep, knowing eyes, their purrs and lights a final, warm farewell. He stepped back through the veil, arriving once more at the edge of the silver-birch wood. The sparks had settled. The air was still and quiet. He touched his scarf and found, to his delight, that it now carried not just the scent of lavender and honey, but also the faint, magical aromas of rain-on stone and night-blooming flowers. He pulled Barnaby from his pocket. The plush bear seemed the same, but when Leo held him close, he could feel a tiny, comforting warmth, as if a fragment of the starlight he'd helped restore was now sleeping within the soft stuffing. He wasn't just a boy who had visited a magical realm. He was a boy who had helped mend a piece of its wonder. And as he walked home under the familiar, steady stars, he knew, with a certainty that settled deep in his bones, that he was forever connected to that world of gentle lights and kind creatures, and that he was never, ever truly alone. The memory of it all wrapped around him, as soft and warm as his grandmother's scarf. Story 2. The old house at the end of Ivy Lane had always held a certain quiet mystery for a boy named Leo. It wasn't a grand, frightening mystery, but the gentle kind, the sort whispered by the wind through the willow trees and hummed by the bees in the overgrown lavender bushes. Leo lived there with his grandmother in his favorite place in the whole world, especially on days when the sky turned the color of bruised peaches and a soft rain began to fall, was the attic. It was a kingdom of forgotten things, smelling sweetly of cedar and old books. On this particular afternoon, with rain drumming a lazy rhythm on the slanted roof, Leo was exploring a corner he'd never properly investigated, behind a large trunk adorned with peeling travel stickers. There, half hidden under a dust sheet that felt as soft as cobwebs, was a small, beautifully carved wooden box. It was no bigger than his two hands cupped together, and its dark wood was inlaid with mother-of-pearl that formed the shapes of constellations he didn't recognize. He lifted the lid with a gentle creak. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a simple brass compass. But it was unlike any compass he had ever seen. Instead of pointing north, its single, pearlescent needle swung lazily in a slow circle, as if stirred by an invisible current. As Leo held it in his palm, the needle suddenly stilled, pointing not toward the attic door, but directly at the wall where an old, embroidered tapestry of a forest hung. A soft thumping sound made him turn. Sitting neatly by the attic trapdoor, whiskers twitching, was a rabbit. He was a large, comfortable-looking rabbit, with fur the color of warm ashes and one ear that tipped forward as if perpetually listening. "It's pointing at the tapestry, you know," said the rabbit, in a voice that was as calm and steady as the deep roots of an oak tree. Leo, too surprised to be startled, simply nodded. "Why?" "That," said the rabbit, "is the heartwood compass. It doesn't point to places on a map. It points to places in the heart, places that need a little mending or a little remembering. My name is Thistle. It seems you've found your first calling." And so, Leo's journey began. It was not a journey of miles, for they merely stepped through the tapestry, which rippled like the surface of a pond as they passed, but one of quiet courage. On the other side, the dusty attic was gone, replaced by the deep, hushed quiet of a twilight forest. The air was cool and smelled of damp earth and pine. The rain from his world was here too, but it was a gentle patter on the canopy high above, and the forest floor was a soft carpet of moss that swallowed the sound of their footsteps. Thistle's paws made only the faintest shush-shush as he hopped alongside Leo. The compass led them along a path only it could see, its pearlescent needle glowing with a soft, internal light. After a while the trees began to thin, and they came upon a magnificent oak, so vast its trunk seemed as wide as a house. Built into its sprawling roots and lower branches was a library, its windows glowing with the warm, golden light of lanterns. A sign above the arched root door, carved in elegant script, read, "The Root and Star Archives." A badger in a slightly too large cardigan was bustling about inside, muttering to himself as he tried to balance a teetering stack of books. "Now where did I put the volume on dewdrop patterns? I had it just a moment ago, or was it last Tuesday?" "Pardon me," said Leo softly, so as not to startle him. The badger turned, his spectacles perched on the end of his nose. "Oh, visitors, how splendid. I am Hemlock, head librarian, don't mind the mess. The knowledge of the forest is a restless thing, it never quite stays where you put it." He peered at the compass in Leo's hand. "Ah, the heartwood compass, you're on a mending mission. Excellent, How can the archives assist? Leo explained that the compass had led them here, but no further. Hemlock's face grew thoughtful. He scurried over to a large ledger on a podium made of gnarled wood. Let's see mending missions. Ah, yes, there's a note here from Cora. She's been waiting. Cora, asked Leo. A dear friend, Thistle explained, his voice low and gentle. But she's very shy. She lives up in the glimmering caves, and she's lost something precious, her spark. They followed Hemlock through winding corridors of bookshelves that smelled wonderfully of old paper and beeswax, until they reached a secluded nook with a comfortable armchair and a reading lamp. Tucked almost entirely behind the chair was a dragon. She was small, no bigger than a large dog, with scales the color of a misty morning and large, luminous green eyes that looked at them with a mixture of hope and apprehension. A wisp of silvery smoke, not from fire but from what seemed like sadness, curled from her nostrils. This is Cora, Hemlock said gently. Cora, these friends have the compass. Cora ducked her head shyly. Hello, she whispered, her voice like the rustle of silk. She used to light the evening stars, Thistle said to Leo, his voice full of quiet respect. Not with fire, but with a gentle, happy light that she'd breathe up into the sky. But she's become so shy, so worried her light isn't good enough, that her spark has gone out. The sky has been a little dimmer ever since. Leo's heart ached for the gentle dragon. He knew what it was like to feel small and unsure. He knelt down so he was at her eye level. What does your spark feel like, Cora? He asked. It feels like the joy of the first snowflake, she whispered, or the warmth of a sunbeam on a sleeping stone, but I've forgotten how to find it. Just then, a chattering voice echoed from the rafters. Forgotten nonsense, misplaced perhaps, temporarily unavailable, but forgotten never. A sleek red squirrel dropped down, landing neatly on the arm of the chair. She wore a tiny satchel across her chest, and her tail twitched with vibrant energy. Pippin's the name, guidance and general cheer is my game. You've come to the right place, little mender. The spark isn't lost, it's just hiding. It's afraid of the dark, you see, even though it is light. A funny little paradox, that. Pippin rummaged in her satchel and pulled out a small, smooth river stone that glowed with a soft, steady light. A memory stone from the Brook of Whispers. Hold this, Cora, close your eyes. Cora, looking hesitant, placed a delicate claw on the stone. As she did, a soft, warm glow emanated from the stone, and a faint, happy sigh escaped her. I remember the taste of moonlight on the lake, she murmured. That's it, chirped Pippin. Now we need to find more. The spark is made of happy memories. We just have to gather enough to make it feel brave again. The compass, which had been still, suddenly quivered and pointed toward the library's exit. Their journey continued, now a party of 4, a boy, a rabbit, a chatty squirrel, and a shy dragon. They walked through the gentle rain, which was now little more than a misty haze, their path lit by the glowing needle and Pippin's cheerful chatter. They came to a covered bridge made of woven willow branches, and as they stepped onto it, the sound of the rain changed to a soft, musical plinking as it fell through the leaves. Under the bridge, in a dry, cozy nook filled with the scent of wet stone and clay, sat an old turtle, moving a set of polished stones in complex patterns on the ground before him. Evening, Althea, Thistle said, his voice full of respect. The turtle Althea looked up, her eyes deep and knowing like dark pools. Thistle, and you've brought the mender and the light bringer. The forest has been waiting. Her voice was slow and measured, each word chosen with care. The challenge is not to create a new spark, child. The challenge is to quiet the noise that makes the old one hard to hear. She gestured to her stone patterns. This is the map of patience. It shows that the quickest path is often the one you take the slowest. You must listen, little mender, not just with your ears, but with your heart. What is the forest telling you? What is Cora's heart, beneath her fear, trying to say? Leo sat beside Althea, watching the rain make ripples in the stream below. He closed his eyes and did as she said. He listened. He heard the drip, drip, drip of water from the willow leaves. He heard the distant, gentle ringing of wind, chimes from a cottage he couldn't see. He heard Thistle's calm, steady breathing beside him, and Pippin's tail softly swishing. And then he heard it, a very soft, very small sound from Cora. It was a tiny, hiccuping sob. He opened his eyes and looked at her. Not at the dragon who lit the stars, but at Cora, who was scared. "You're afraid that if you try and fail, everyone will be disappointed," Leo said, his voice barely a whisper. Cora nodded, a single large tear rolling down her scaly cheek and sizzling softly on the moss. But Leo continued, the wisdom settling into him as gently as the mist. The only true failure would be to never try at all. "And we," he said, looking at Thistle, Pippin, and even old Althea, who gave a slow, deliberate blink of agreement, "we will be here whether your light is as bright as the sun or as soft as a firefly. We are your friends. That doesn't depend on your spark." As he spoke these words, a wonderful thing happened. A soft, golden light began to glow in Cora's chest. It was faint at first, like a candle seen through thick fog, but it grew steadily warmer, brighter. It wasn't a fierce, blazing light, but a gentle, joyful radiance that pulsed in time with her heartbeat. "You see," Pippin chattered excitedly. "It was there all along. It just needed a little friendship to feel safe." Cora took a deep, shuddering breath, and then she smiled, a true, happy smile that lit up her whole face. She lifted her head, and for the first time she breathed out. Instead of wistful smoke, a stream of countless tiny, glowing lights, like captive stars, floated from her mouth. They rose through the willow bridge, up through the rainy mist, and into the twilight sky above. They settled among the clouds, twinkling gently, making the familiar constellations shine just a little bit brighter than they had before. The challenge had been solved not by magic or might, but by kindness, by listening, and by the simple, profound courage it takes to be a friend. The compass in Leo's hand spun once, joyfully, and then settled, pointing back the way they had come. Their mending was complete. Hemlock had a pot of chamomile and lavender tea waiting for them when they returned to the library. They sat in the cozy nook, the lanterns casting a warm, buttery light, the sound of the gentle rain a soothing backdrop. Cora glowed with a soft, contented light, no longer hiding behind the chair. Pippin nibbled on a hazelnut biscuit, her chatter now a comfortable hum. Thistle sat quietly, his presence a steady comfort. And Althea the turtle had even joined them, moving with her slow, certain grace. When it was time to go, Leo felt a warmth in his heart that had nothing to do with the tea. He stepped back through the tapestry, finding himself once more in the dusty, cedar-scented attic. The rain still fell softly on the roof. The brass compass in his hand was still once more, its magic dormant until the next heart needed mending. He placed it carefully back in its beautiful box, knowing it would be there when another quiet adventure called. As he climbed down the attic ladder and went to his room, he looked out his window. The rain had stopped and the night sky was clearing. And there, twinkling just above the old willow tree in his grandmother's garden, was a new constellation, a cluster of stars that looked remarkably like a small, smiling dragon, its light gentle, kind, and forever brave. And as he drifted off to sleep, the memory of moss-soft footsteps, a badger's muttering, a squirrel's chatter, and a dragon's joyful light followed him into his dreams, a gentle reminder that the most extraordinary secrets are often found in the simplest acts of kindness, and that we never have to journey alone. The fire in the hearth crackled its own soft good night, and all was well. Story 3. In a quiet corner of the Whispering Woods, where moonlight dripped like honey through the canopy, lived a young fox named Kalen. His fur was the color of autumn oak leaves, his eyes the shade of moss after rain, and he carried with him a quietness that seemed to gather in the spaces between his footsteps. Kalen felt different from the other young creatures of the wood, not in a way that frightened him, but in a manner that left him feeling slightly out of tune, like a single instrument playing a different melody from the forest symphony. The change began subtly, as all true transformations do. One evening, as Kalen sat watching the sunset paint the sky in hues of lavender and gold, he noticed his ears tingling with a strange warmth. When a sparrow landed nearby and chirped, he didn't just hear the sound, he understood the meaning. The west wind carries stories from distant mountains, the sparrow seemed to say. Kalen blinked, thinking it his imagination, but then a beetle scurried past, and he heard its tiny voice murmuring about the sweetness of roots beneath the soil. That night, as he curled in his den, a cozy hollow between the roots of an ancient willow, Kalen noticed something else. The white tip of his tail, which usually twitched when he was nervous, now glowed with a soft, silver light when he felt particularly peaceful. He watched it pulse gently in the darkness, a tiny moonbeam he could carry with him. The following morning brought confusion. The forest had become a chorus of voices, the complaints of squirrels about misplaced acorns, the philosophical debates of owls who had stayed up too late, the cheerful songs of crickets celebrating the dew. It was overwhelming, this sudden understanding. Kalen found himself retreating deeper into the woods, seeking quiet where there seemed to be none. It was there, beside a stream that sang its own watery language, that he met Orla. She was an owl of considerable age, her feathers the color of wood smoke and moonlight, with eyes that held the patience of centuries. She didn't startle when Kalen approached, merely turned her head in that slow, deliberate way owls have and said, "The forest speaks, and you have learned to listen." Orla became his quiet guide, appearing when Kalen most needed wisdom, but never imposing her presence. She taught him that the magic of the whispering woods responded not to commands, but to the heart's true seasons. "Notice," she would say, "how the fireflies brighten when understanding dawns, how the flowers turn their faces toward courage." Kalen's first small victory came unexpectedly. He encountered a young rabbit trembling beneath a hawthorn bush, too frightened to move because a hawk circled overhead. Before his transformation, Kalen might have passed by, but now he heard the rabbit's terrified thoughts. I can't, the shadow. Drawing on a courage he didn't know he possessed, Kalen spoke, not in fox language, but in the universal tongue of comfort. "The shadow passes when we stand together," he said softly. The rabbit looked up, astonished. As Kalen's confidence grew, the white tip of his tail glowed brighter, casting a gentle light that seemed to calm them both. Together, they waited until the hawk moved on. After this encounter, Kalen noticed that wherever he walked, small flowers bloomed along his path, not the showy blossoms of high summer, but the modest, determined flowers that grow in difficult places. Courage lilies with petals like miniature shields, and understanding orchids that changed color with each passing thought. Orla observed these changes from her perch in the old pine. "You are like the seed that does not know it contains the forest," she told him one evening, "or the caterpillar that cannot imagine wings." Kalen began to practice his growing abilities. He learned to moderate the voices he heard, focusing on one creature at a time rather than being overwhelmed by the chorus. His ears, once simply for hearing, now served as instruments of empathy. He discovered that when he listened with true attention, his fur took on a subtle shimmer, as if dusted with starlight. His next challenge came when he encountered two badgers arguing over territory. Their thoughts were sharp and defensive, filled with the fear of scarcity. Kalen remembered Orla's words about gardens blooming with courage, and he stepped between them. "The earth provides enough if we share its gifts," he said, his voice steadier than he felt. At first the badgers scowled, but as Kalen spoke of cooperation, the fireflies in the nearby meadow began to pulse in rhythm with his words, their light growing brighter with each moment of understanding. The badgers eventually nodded, their hostility softening like butter in sunlight. With each act of kindness, each moment of brave truth-speaking, Kalen's transformation deepened. His tail no longer just glowed, it swished with newfound confidence, leaving trails of silver light in the air. His fur developed patterns like the rings inside ancient trees, marking his growth. The animals began seeking him out not just for help, but for companionship. A family of mice built their nest near his den, comforted by the gentle light he emitted at night. Birds would pause in their migration to share stories with him. One afternoon, Kalen came across a chrysalis hanging from a milkweed plant. It was translucent, and inside he could see the shadow of what would become a monarch butterfly. He sat for hours, watching, listening. He heard the quiet struggle within, the necessary discomfort of becoming. Orla joined him as dusk fell. "All of nature understands the patience of change," she said softly. "The seed waits in darkness for the sun's call. The shell protects the growing life within. The cocoon is not a prison but a sanctuary where transformation works its magic." Kalen thought of his own journey, how his den had become his cocoon, how his initial confusion had been the necessary darkness before understanding, how his growing abilities were like wings still unfolding. The seasons turned, and autumn painted the woods in fiery colors. Kalen now moved through the forest with grace and purpose, his understanding of the animal languages complete, his glowing fur a beacon in the gathering dark. The magical elements of the woods responded to his emotional state. When he felt joyful, the leaves seemed to dance around him. When he was contemplative, the stream would slow its pace to match his thoughts. The finale of his metamorphosis came during the first frost. The animals gathered in a clearing where the last wildflowers stubbornly bloomed. Kalen stood among them, no longer the uncertain fox he had been, but not entirely different either, just more fully himself. His ears twitched as he listened to the collective heartbeat of the forest. His tail glowed with a steady silver light, and his fur shimmered with the patterns of his journey. Orla landed on a branch above him. "The cocoon has served its purpose," she said, her voice like wind through pines. "But remember, every ending is a beginning in disguise." Kalen looked around at his friends, the rabbits, badgers, mice, birds, and insects who had shared his journey. He realized his transformation wasn't about becoming something other than a fox, but about becoming more completely who he was meant to be. The magic hadn't changed him, it had revealed him. That night, as Kalen returned to his den, he noticed something remarkable. The willow tree that sheltered his home had begun to grow silver leaves that matched the glow of his tail. The air around it hummed with gentle magic, and fireflies had taken up permanent residence in its branches, creating a constellation of earthly stars. He curled up in his familiar hollow, now feeling both comforted and excited. His transformation was complete, yet he knew it was merely the beginning of a new chapter. Tomorrow he would wake not to struggle with his abilities, but to explore their full potential. The forest would have new stories to tell, new creatures needing understanding, new mysteries waiting to be gently unfolded. Outside his den, the first snowflakes of winter began to fall, each one a tiny promise of the changes yet to come. And as Kalen drifted into dreams, his tail pulsed softly, casting silver patterns on the walls of his den. A visual lullaby of all that had been and all that was yet to be, in the slow, steady rhythm of a resting heart, in the peaceful certainty that growth continues even in stillness, that every ending is merely a new beginning waiting to be born. Story 4. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered in soft clouds and comets traced gentle arcs across the velvet darkness, there existed a small, shimmering sanctuary known as the Starlight Haven. This cozy space station, shaped like a cluster of interconnected soap bubbles, floated peacefully in the orbit of a gentle orange star. Within its crystalline walls, three unlikely friends had found one another, each from a different world, each carrying the wonders of their home in their very beings. There was Kalen, a fox-like traveler from the amber deserts of Viridia. His fur was the color of cinnamon and twilight, and his 6 silken tails moved with a grace that painted faint trails of light in the air. He communicated not with words, but with the gentle flick of those luminous tails and the soft, harmonic hums that rumbled in his chest, a language of warmth and curiosity. Then there was Juniper, a rabbit-like being from the floating meadows of Cirrus Minor. Her ears were vast and velvety, capable of catching not just sounds, but the subtle shifts in solar winds. She rode cushions of cloud stuff, bouncing from place to place with joyful, buoyant hops. Her way of speaking was a delicate series of ear-twitches and soft, chiming giggles that sounded like tiny bells dancing on the breeze. Lastly, there was Orla, a being of serene beauty from the deep oceans of Luminara. She resembled a jellyfish, though her form was gentle and inviting, with tendrils that glowed in soft pulses of blue and violet. She floated rather than walked, and her thoughts were expressed in colors that shimmered across her translucent body, a silent, empathic language of hues and light. They had all arrived at the Starlight Haven by chance, drawn by its reputation as a place of peace and cosmic wonder. The haven itself was a marvel of soft, dreamlike technology. Its walls were not cold metal, but something akin to mother of pearl, which shifted in iridescent shades depending on the angle of starlight. In the main chamber, a room they called the Stardust Parlor, floating cushions drifted lazily, and blankets woven from moonbeam threads lay in inviting piles. A wide, curved window looked out upon the swirling nebulae and distant suns, and in one corner, a small garden of bioluminescent plants glowed with a gentle, soothing light. It was in this garden that the three friends first truly connected. Kalen had been tending to a cluster of star blooms, his tails swaying in a slow, contented rhythm. Juniper had bounced in, her cloud cushion dissipating as she landed softly among the glowing ferns. Orla had drifted near, her light pulsing in a curious pale yellow. At first, their differences made simple interactions a challenge. When Kalen hummed a greeting, Juniper's ears twitched in confusion, and Orla's glow flickered with uncertainty. When Juniper chimed a happy reply, Kalen tilted his head, his tails pausing mid-sway. And when Orla glowed a soft blue, a color that to her meant I am peaceful, the others had no way of understanding. But they were patient with one another. They began by sharing small things. Kalen showed them how the star blooms would turn to face distant supernovas, his hums taking on a wistful tone. Juniper demonstrated how her ears could detect the faint songs of solar flares, her chiming laughter bubbling up when a particularly playful one zipped by. Orla let her tendrils brush against the leaves of the luminous plants, causing them to brighten in response, her colors shifting into patterns of delight. Slowly, a silent language began to form between them. A flick of Kalen's third tail meant he was curious. A double twitch of Juniper's left ear meant she felt safe. A slow pulse of gold from Orla meant she was happy. Still, misunderstandings arose, and these became some of their most cherished memories. One evening, as they gathered in the Stardust Parlor to watch a meteor shower, Juniper bounced a little too enthusiastically and accidentally sent a floating cushion careening into Orla. To Juniper, it was a harmless mishap. To Orla, whose people saw sudden movements as threats, it was startling. Her light flashed bright red alarm, and she withdrew into a tighter, more guarded form. Kalen, sensing the tension, moved between them. He didn't hum or flick his tails. Instead, he simply sat, his presence a calm anchor. Juniper, realizing her error, stilled her cloud and let her ears droop in a clear signal of apology. Orla, after a moment, let her glow soften back to blue, then pulsed a gentle green, forgiveness. They learned that day that even without a shared language, intention could be felt. And from then on, they moved with more care, more awareness of one another's needs. Another time, Kalen brought out a small, holographic device that projected star maps into the air. He hummed a complex melody, tracing constellations with one paw. Juniper, fascinated, tried to add her own touches by twitching her ears to make tiny clouds appear near certain stars. Orla, not understanding the purpose of the maps, began to glow in patterns that mirrored the constellations, a beautiful but distracting addition. At first, Kalen's hums took on a frustrated tone. But then he paused, watching Orla's light dance across the stars he loved so much. He realized she wasn't disrupting, she was joining in her own way. So he changed his tune, humming in harmony with her light patterns, and Juniper, catching on, made her clouds drift in time with both. What began as confusion ended in a shared game, a silent symphony of stars, light, and wind. They decided together to create a space within the haven that was entirely their own, a refuge within a refuge. They chose a small, circular room with a domed window that looked out upon the Horsehead Nebula. Here, they built what they called the Cozy Nebula Nook. Kalen used his knowledge of ancient stellar navigation to align the room's gentle gravity so that they could all rest comfortably. Juniper on her cloud cushions, Orla floating serenely, and Kalen curled on a nest of woven moongrass. They draped the walls with blankets that changed color with the room's mood, and they scattered luminescent pebbles from Orla's world across the floor, so that the entire space glowed with a soft, underwater light. In this nook, they spent many quiet hours. They would watch the nebula outside shift from deep purple to soft pink as distant stars woke and slept. They saw comets streak by, their icy tails glittering like diamond dust. They witnessed the slow, graceful dance of binary stars, their light pulsing in a timeless rhythm. During these moments, words were never needed. Kalen would hum a low, soothing melody. Juniper's ears would droop in contentment. Orla's light would pulse in time with the distant stars. They learned to share dreams, too. Orla would extend her empathic tendrils, and images would pass between them. Kalen's memories of running through amber fields under twin moons, Juniper's recollections of leaping between sky islands, Orla's visions of glowing forests beneath ice-covered oceans. Through these shared dreams, they understood one another on a level deeper than language. But their greatest test came during a passing meteor storm. It was not dangerous, the haven's defenses were gentle and sure, but the sight of so many rocks hurtling through the void was unsettling. Juniper, whose people feared falling stones, huddled in a corner, her ears clamped shut. Kalen paced, his tails twitching in a nervous staccato. Orla's light flickered rapidly between anxious colors. For a moment, it seemed their fears would divide them. But then Kalen went to Juniper, wrapping his warm, fluffy tails around her trembling form. Juniper, comforted, reached out with one paw to touch Orla's nearest tendril. Orla, in response, let her light steady into a calm, steady blue, and slowly, the rhythm of her pulses synced with Kalen's calming hums. They stayed like that until the storm passed, a tangle of foxtails, rabbit-ears, and jellyfish light, a living testament to the power of presence. When the last meteor had faded from view, they uncurled from one another and drifted to the window. Outside, the universe was calm once more. The nebula swirled in silent majesty, and a nearby planet's rings glittered like a cosmic harp. It was in that stillness that they realized something profound. They no longer saw their differences as barriers. Kalen's tails, Juniper's ears, Orla's light, these were not just ways of moving or communicating. They were extensions of their souls, and in learning to understand them, they had learned to understand one another. That night they made a silent pact. They would continue to build their friendship, not in spite of their differences, but because of them. They would fill the cozy nebula nook with more treasures from their travels, a vase of eternal starlight from Kalen's world, a wind chime made of cloud crystals from Juniper's, a painting of deep-sea constellations from Orla's. And as they drifted into sleep, curled together in their safe little haven, the universe outside seemed to sigh in contentment. Stars twinkled a little brighter, nebulae swirled a little softer, and the gentle hum of the cosmos wrapped around them like a blanket. For in the vast, silent expanse of space, where distances are measured in light years and worlds are separated by emptiness, they had discovered a truth that spanned all galaxies. That kindness needs no translation, that friendship can grow in the quietest of moments, and that home is not a place but a feeling you build together, one gentle understanding at a time. And so, in their little sanctuary among the stars, the fox, the rabbit, and the jellyfish rested, safe, loved, and forever connected by the universal language of care. Story 5. The cottage at the edge of the Whispering Woods was a quiet place, especially at night. It was home to a boy named Leo, whose heart felt as quiet as the house itself. He was a gentle soul, with eyes the color of the forest floor after a rain, and a habit of listening more than he spoke. Most nights he would sit by his window, watching the fireflies dance like scattered embers in the velvet dark, and wonder if there was a place where the quiet didn't feel quite so empty. One evening, as a soft, silver moon rose over the treetops, Leo noticed something unusual. A single, luminous feather was caught on the windowsill. It was no ordinary feather. It was the soft gray of wood smoke, but its edges glowed with a gentle, pulsing light, like the last embers of a campfire holding on to their warmth. When he picked it up, it was impossibly soft, and it hummed with a faint, musical vibration against his palm. That night he dreamt of a great owl, its feathers the color of ash and embers, with eyes like molten gold. It did not speak, but it beckoned with a tilt of its head before flying soundlessly into the deep woods. The next morning the feather was still on his nightstand, still glowing. And so, with a heart full of a curious sort of courage, Leo decided to follow its call. He packed a small satchel with a crust of bread, a wedge of cheese, and a flask of cool, clear water. Tucking the glowing feather safely into his breast pocket, where it cast a soft, warm light, he stepped into the Whispering Woods. The forest was a different world by day, but as Leo walked deeper, the light changed. The sunbeams that pierced the canopy became shafts of gold dust, and the air grew cool and sweet with the scent of damp earth and pine. He followed no path, but instead trusted the gentle pull of the feather, which grew warmer and brighter the further he walked. It was his guide, a tiny, pulsing heart of light in the growing shadows. After a time, he came to a clearing he had never seen before. In its center stood an ancient oak, its trunk so wide that 10 children holding hands could not have encircled it. And there, perched on a low-hanging branch, was the owl from his dream. It was even more magnificent up close. Its smoke and ember feathers seemed to shift and breathe, and its golden eyes held a deep, ancient kindness. "You have come, little listener," the owl said, its voice not a sound heard with ears, but a vibration felt in the soul, like the lowest string of a cello being gently plucked. You can talk," Leo whispered, his own voice seeming very small. "All things talk," the owl replied. "You have simply forgotten how to hear. I am Corax, and you carry a piece of my story." Leo carefully took the feather from his pocket. "This is yours." Corax dipped his great head. "It is a promise feather. They are only shed when a story is left unfinished, a connection left unmade. I have been waiting for one who listens to find it." Corax explained that he was the guardian of the glimmer, a hidden, moonlit realm that existed in the spaces between the shadows of the ordinary woods. It was a place of soft wonders, where streams sang lullabies and the flowers bloomed with starlight. But a gentle melancholy had settled over the glimmer. The central heart of the realm, the hearthstone, a great moss-covered stone that pulsed with a soft, golden light, was dimming. No one knew why. Its light was what nurtured all the gentle magic of the place, and without it, the realm was slowly fading into silence. I believe you can help, Leo, Korax said, his golden eyes steady. Not with strength or power, but with what you already possess, a quiet heart that knows how to listen. And so, their journey truly began. Korax took flight, a silent, graceful shadow against the canopy, and Leo followed on the ground, the glowing feather lighting his way. They traveled into parts of the woods where the trees grew so close their roots wove a tapestry underfoot, and where the air was thick with the scent of night-blooming jasmine. Their first challenge was a wide, sleeping river. It did not rush or roar, but flowed with a deep, slow current, and it hummed a song of profound sorrow. A family of otters, usually playful and bright-eyed, were huddled on the bank, their spirits as low as the river's murmur. The river's song is sad, one otter said, her whiskers drooping. It has forgotten its joyful melodies. Leo knelt by the water's edge. He closed his eyes, as he so often did at his window, and he just listened. He heard the sorrow, yes, a deep, resonant ache. But beneath it, he heard something else. The gentle lap of water against stone, the whisper of a breeze over its surface, the secret, bubbling laughter of a spring that fed it far upstream. He began to hum softly at first, then a little louder, weaving the lighter, happier sounds he heard into a simple, wordless tune. He scooped up a little water in his hands and let it trickle back down, mimicking the sound of the hidden spring. The otters, curious, crept closer. One then another began to splash, tentatively at first, then with more vigor, their playful splashes adding a percussive rhythm to Leo's hum. Slowly, the river's deep hum shifted. The sorrowful note remained, but it was joined by the new, joyful melody. The water seemed to sparkle a little more in the dappled light. The otters chittered with delight, their gloom washed away. Korax, watching from a branch above, gave a soft, approving hoot. Leo had not changed the river, he had simply listened and helped it remember its own joy. They continued on, and the forest grew stranger and more beautiful. They walked through meadows where the grass was silver-tipped and whispered secrets as it brushed against their legs. They passed a thicket of crystal berries that chimed like tiny bells in the wind. Leo's quiet heart, which had so often felt like a burden in the loud, busy world, was here his greatest gift. He could hear the worries of a spider whose web kept catching the wrong kind of light, and he helped her reposition it. He could sense the loneliness of an old, gnarled willow, and he sat with it for a while, his simple, silent company a comfort. Finally, as the last of the daylight faded and the true moon, vast and pearl-white, ascended into a sky dusted with diamonds, they arrived. The entrance to the glimmer was not a door, but a waterfall of weeping willow branches, their leaves shimmering with a soft, internal light. As Leo pushed them aside, he caught his breath. The glimmer was more beautiful and more sorrowful than he could have imagined. It was a vast, sheltered valley bathed in eternal moonlight. Flowers like spilled milk and sapphires glowed from the banks of a meandering stream. Fireflies the size of Leo's thumb, with lights of amber and violet, drifted lazily through the air. But the light had a faded, weary quality. And in the center of it all was the hearthstone. It was a massive, rounded stone, veined with what looked like frozen moonlight and covered in a plush blanket of emerald moss. But the golden pulse within it was faint and slow, like a weary heartbeat. All around the stone the creatures of the glimmer were gathered, shy, deer-like animals with coats of dappled shadow, foxes with eyes like polished river stones, and small, furry beings that seemed to be made of moss and twigs. They all looked towards the stone with expressions of deep concern. "We have tried everything," murmured a fox with a silvery coat. "We've sung to it the oldest songs, we've offered it the sweetest dew, but its light continues to fade." Leo approached the hearthstone slowly, Korax a silent presence at his shoulder. He could feel its fatigue, a deep, resonant tiredness that echoed in his own bones. He didn't try to sing a grand song or perform a magic spell. He simply sat down before it cross-legged and placed his hands gently on the cool, mossy surface. He closed his eyes and listened. He listened past the silence, past the fading pulse. And he heard it. The hearthstone wasn't broken. It was lonely. For centuries it had given its light, its warmth, its magic to nurture the glimmer. It had listened to the joys and sorrows of every creature, had been the silent, steady heart of the realm. But in all that time, no one had ever asked the hearthstone what it needed. No one had listened to its story. Leo understood this loneliness. It was a feeling he knew well. So he began to speak. Not with words of power, but with words of friendship. He told the stone about his quiet cottage, about his window and the fireflies. He told it about the journey, about the sad river and the joyful otters, about the chiming berries and the whispering grass. He poured out the memories of his own quiet heart, sharing his own small loneliness, and in doing so he offered companionship. He sat there for a long, long time, his voice a soft, steady murmur in the moonlit clearing. He told the hearthstone about the sound of rain on a tin roof, the smell of warm bread, the feeling of a soft blanket on a cool night. He shared all the small, cozy things that made a quiet life a happy one. As he spoke, a wonderful thing began to happen. The faint, golden pulse within the stone began to grow stronger. It beat in time with the rhythm of Leo's voice. The light swelled, warm and buttery, spilling out from the stone's core, washing over the moss until it glowed like living emerald, and reaching out to touch every flower, every leaf, every creature in the clearing. The faded light of the glimmer brightened, the colors becoming deep and vivid, the air humming with a restored, vibrant magic. The hearthstone was not just being healed, it was being seen. It was being heard. The creatures of the glimmer looked on in awe, their eyes wide. They had been trying to fix the stone, but Leo had simply offered it his friendship. Corax rustled his feathers, the ember glow at their edges shining brightly. You see, his voice resonated in their minds. The greatest magic is not in doing, but in being, in listening. Leo finally fell silent, a tired but happy smile on his face. The hearthstone was now radiant, its light steady and strong, filling the entire hidden realm with a cozy, peaceful warmth. One of the small, mossy creatures shyly approached Leo and placed in his lap a small, perfectly smooth pebble that glowed with a soft, constant, golden light, a tiny piece of the hearthstone's own heart. "So you will always remember," the creature squeaked, "and so you will always have a little light for your own quiet times." The journey back felt shorter, the woods friendlier. When Leo finally pushed open the door to his quiet cottage, the first hints of dawn were painting the sky. He was tired, but it was a good tiredness, the kind that comes from a journey well completed. He placed the glowing pebble on his windowsill, where it cast a small, steady, golden circle of light. He no longer saw the quiet as empty. He saw it as a space full of potential, a place where you could hear the whispers of the world if you only knew how to listen. He had a friend in the woods, a guardian of a secret, moonlit realm, and he carried a little of its warmth in his heart and on his windowsill. As he curled up under his blankets, the soft, golden light from the pebble blending with the rising sun, Leo felt a deep and peaceful resolution settle over him. The world was vast and filled with gentle wonders, and even the quietest heart had its own important magic. And with that comforting thought, he drifted into a deep and dreamless sleep, as safe and content as an animal curled up in its den, while outside the world began to wake. Story 6. The fire crackles softly, painting dancing shadows on the walls, and outside the window, a tapestry of stars is scattered across the velvet sky. So settle in, my dear listener, pull your blanket a little closer, and let us journey together to a place where magic is as soft as a whisper and as gentle as the glow of embers in the dark. Our story begins in a small, quiet house at the very edge of a great, slumbering forest. In this house lived a boy named Leo, whose heart was as quiet as the falling snow. He was a listener and a watcher, more comfortable with the rustle of pages in a book than the boisterous shouts of the village children. His greatest treasure was his grandmother's old, worn-out satchel made of soft, brown leather that smelled faintly of cinnamon and old wood smoke. One evening, as the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon and the world was painted in shades of violet and deep blue, Leo was rummaging in the attic. He was searching for a missing button for his winter coat when his fingers brushed against something unexpected, tucked away in a dusty cedar chest. It was a single, long feather. It was not from any bird he knew. It was the color of a stormy twilight, a deep, shifting gray, but along its edge, a soft, warm light pulsed, as if a tiny, captured ember was sleeping within its very core. He held it in his palm. It was impossibly light, and it was warm. Not the heat of a fire, but the gentle, living warmth of a sun-warmed stone or a sleeping cat curled on a lap. As he watched, the ember light within it brightened, casting a soft, golden halo around his hand. A feeling, not a sound, seemed to drift from it, a feeling of gentle invitation. That night, Leo could not sleep. The feather lay on his bedside table, a small, pulsing beacon in the dark. He picked it up, and as he did, an idea, clear and certain, bloomed in his mind. It was not a voice, but a knowing. Follow. Wrapping himself in his warmest cloak and slipping the feather into his grandmother's satchel, where it glowed through the leather like a hidden lantern, Leo crept from the silent house and stepped into the moonlit forest. The world was utterly still. A silver moon, round and generous, hung in the sky, its light filtering through the canopy of ancient oaks and whispering pines. The only sounds were the soft crunch of his boots on the frost-kissed path and the rustle of sleepy leaves. The feather in his satchel pulsed steadily, a quiet, rhythmic heartbeat guiding him forward. He walked for what felt like both a moment and an eternity, until the path he knew ended at a great, moss-covered stone wall he had never seen before. Vines thick with sleeping buds draped over it, and in its center was an archway, so overgrown it was nearly invisible. The feather in his satchel glowed so brightly now that golden light spilled from its seams. Leo pushed aside the curtain of vines and stepped through. He caught his breath. He was in a hidden glen, a secret world nestled in the forest's deepest embrace. The air here was warmer, smelling of damp earth, night-blooming jasmine and sweet, ripening blackberries. A small, quiet lake lay at its heart, its surface a perfect mirror for the star-strewn sky. And all around him, things glowed. Clusters of mushrooms at the base of the trees pulsed with a soft, blue light. Tiny, winged insects drifted like living sparks above the water. The very moss under his feet seemed to be threaded with strands of silver luminescence. And it was here that he met his guide. From the shadows near the water's edge, a pair of eyes gleamed, reflecting the moonlight. A fox stepped forward. She was not red, but a silvery gray, the color of wood smoke and morning mist. Her fur looked as soft as thistledown, and her eyes held a deep, ancient kindness. She did not startle or run. Instead, she padded softly towards him, her footsteps making no sound, and sat, wrapping her magnificent brush of a tail around her paws. "You found the invitation," she said, her voice not a sound that traveled through the air, but a thought that settled directly into Leo's mind, calm and clear as water. It was a voice of rustling leaves and cracking embers. Leo, too surprised to be afraid, simply nodded. He opened his satchel and the feather's light bloomed, illuminating the fox's wise face. "I am Ash," the fox thought came. "And this is the Glimmerwood. It is a place for things that are quiet and gentle and true. The feather called to you because your heart is the same." "Why me?" Leo whispered aloud, his own voice seeming small in the vast, silent beauty of the glen. Ash tilted her head. "The Glimmerwood is fading, its light is dimming. It needs to be remembered. It needs a keeper of small wonders, someone who notices the light in a dewdrop, who hears the song the stars sing to the sleeping earth. The feather believed you were such a person. And so began Leo's true journey. Night after night, when the world was asleep, he would return to the Glimmerwood, his satchel holding the warm, glowing feather, and Ash would be waiting for him. Theirs was an unexpected friendship, a quiet bond that grew not with grand adventures, but with shared stillness. They did not speak often, but when they did, it was in thoughts that felt like understanding. Ash showed him the secret rhythms of the hidden world. She taught him how to listen to the soft, humming song of the glowing mushrooms, a melody that told the story of the forest's deep and dreaming roots. She showed him how the light of the star mirror lake could, if you gazed into it long enough, show you not your own reflection, but the memory of a kindness you had once given or received. Leo learned that the Glimmerwood's light was fed by such things, by small acts of courage, by gentle words, by the quiet, steadfast warmth of friendship. And he saw that it was, indeed, growing dimmer. The mushrooms pulsed more slowly. The star mirror lake's reflections grew faint and hazy. The world outside was forgetting how to be gentle, how to be still, and the Glimmerwood was fading with it. "What can I do?" Leo asked Ash one night as they sat by the lake. The silver light of her fur seemed less bright than he remembered. "You are already doing it," she thought to him. "You are remembering, you are noticing, you are caring. That is the first and most important kind of magic. But there is a gentle mystery here, one we must solve if the wood is to be saved." She led him to the oldest tree in the glen, a magnificent willow whose branches wept glowing, golden leaves that drifted slowly to the ground like falling sparks. At its base, nestled among its roots, was a small, still pool, darker than the rest of the lake. "This is the heart spring," Ash explained. "It is where the wood's first light was born. Its waters should swirl with all the colors of the dawn and the aurora. But look." Leo peered in. The water was dark and still, like a pool of obsidian. Only a faint silvery glimmer, like a forgotten memory, stirred in its depths. The spring has fallen asleep, Ash's thought was heavy with sorrow. It can only be reawakened by a light that is both given and received, a light that has traveled. We must find that light. And so their quiet journey became a quest. They traveled to the Whispering Caves, where crystals hummed with the echoes of ancient lullabies. They climbed the Starlight Mesa, where the wind carried fragments of forgotten dreams. They searched for this special, traveling light, but found only echoes and memories. One evening, feeling disheartened, Leo sat in his room at home. The feather on his table glowed with a feeble, flickering light. He thought of Ash, of her growing weariness, of the beautiful, fading Glimmerwood. A great sadness settled over him, not for himself, but for the loss of all that gentle magic. A single warm tear escaped his eye and traced a path down his cheek. It fell, landing with a soft plink onto the glowing feather, and something miraculous happened. The tear did not extinguish the ember light. It was absorbed by it. The feather drank his sadness, and in return it blazed with a light more brilliant and pure than ever before, a light that was not just gold, but held the silvery sheen of his tear, a light that was both warm and comforting. It was a light of shared sorrow and unwavering friendship. He knew then. He knew what the traveling light was. It wasn't a thing to be found, but a thing to be created. It was the light of a kind heart, felt so deeply that it became a tangible thing, and then given freely to another. He ran to the forest, the feather a blazing torch in his hand, lighting his way. He burst into the Glimmerwood. Ash was lying by the dark heart spring, her form barely visible in the dimness. The whole wood seemed to be holding its breath, on the edge of vanishing forever. "Ash," he called out, his voice full of a love and determination he had never felt before. He knelt by the heart spring, the feather held aloft. He didn't cast its light at the spring. Instead, he focused all his feelings, his gratitude for their friendship, his awe for the wood's beauty, his quiet courage in facing the fading light, his profound kindness for this world and its gentle guardian. He poured all of it into the feather's glow, and then, gently, he lowered the feather until its tip touched the dark water. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a single point of light, gold and silver intertwined, blossomed where the feather met the water. It spread slowly at first, then in a great, joyful rush, like ink blooming in clear water. Colors erupted from the depths, rose-pink, dawn-orange, sky-blue, and aurora green. The water began to swirl, alive and dancing, casting a brilliant, shifting tapestry of light across the entire glen. The light touched the weeping willow, and its leaves blazed with renewed gold. It touched the mushrooms, and they pulsed in a vibrant, blue rhythm. It touched the star-mirror lake, and the reflections of 1,000 kind acts and happy memories shimmered on its surface, clearer and brighter than ever before. And it touched Ash. The silver fox stood, her fur now gleaming as if woven from moonlight and fresh snow. Her eyes shone with their old, deep wisdom, but now they also held a spark of profound joy. She patted to Leo and nuzzled his hand, her warmth seeping into his fingers. You understood her thought flowed into him, warm and clear as honey. The light that was needed was not just any light. It was your light, Leo. The light of your quiet heart given freely. You have not just reawakened the Glimmerwood, you have become a part of it forever. Leo looked around. The hidden world was not just restored, it was more vibrant, more real, more deeply magical than before. And he felt different too. The quiet boy was still there, but he was now also the keeper of small wonders, brave and kind, and connected to a great, gentle secret. He visited the Glimmerwood many times after that, his friendship with Ash a steady, warm constant in his life. But he also carried its magic with him into the waking world. He noticed the small wonders, the way the morning frost clung to a spiderweb, the sound of a friend's laughter, the comforting warmth of a cup of tea. He shared his quiet kindness more freely, and he understood that every small, good thing he did was like adding a tiny, glowing ember to the great, gentle fire of the world. And so, as the fire here beside us settles into a bed of warm, glowing coals, and your eyelids grow heavy, remember Leo's story. Remember that the greatest journeys are often the quiet ones we take within our own hearts. Remember that the most powerful magic is the simple, steady glow of kindness, given and received. And remember that there are hidden worlds of wonder all around us, waiting only for a quiet heart to notice them. So close your eyes now, my dear listener. Let the memory of the Glimmerwood's soft light and the warmth of an unexpected friendship cradle you. The night is deep and soft, and you are safe and loved. Let your dreams be gentle, and may you always carry a little of its magic within you, a small, warm ember glowing steadily in the dark, guiding you always toward kindness and rest. Sleep well. Story 7. The fire crackles softly, my dear listeners, a little pocket of warmth in the vast, star-dusted night. Come, draw a little closer, and let me tell you a tale not of roaring dragons or thundering battles, but of a quieter kind of magic. It is a story about a girl, a fox, and a feather that glowed like a captured ember. Our story begins in a small, quiet house at the edge of a great, whispering wood. In this house lived a girl named Anya, who had a heart as soft as thistledown, and a habit of feeling a little bit lost in the wide, noisy world. While other children's laughter rang out like clear bells, Anya's was a gentle, rustling sound, like leaves brushing against a window pane. She often felt she was on the outside of things, looking in at a party she hadn't been invited to. One evening, as a silver twilight settled over the land, Anya was curled in the window seat of the attic, a place that smelled of cedar and forgotten things. She was tracing patterns in the dust on the glass when she saw it, a flicker of russet movement at the tree line. It was a fox, but unlike any she had ever seen. Its fur was the color of autumn oak leaves, and one of its ears had a distinctive, charming notch, as if it had been nicked by a thorn. But most astonishing of all, held gently in its mouth, was a single long feather that pulsed with a soft, warm, golden light, like the last breath of a sunset or the heart of a friendly fire. The fox didn't run. It stood perfectly still, its dark, intelligent eyes fixed on Anya's in the window. Then with a slow, deliberate blink, it turned and trotted into the deep shadows of the wood, the glowing feather a tiny, bobbing lantern in the gathering dark. A strange and gentle curiosity, warm as a sip of chamomile tea, unfurled within Anya. It wasn't a command, but an invitation. Slipping on her worn leather boots and her thick, woolly cloak, she crept out of the silent house and followed. The forest at night was a different world, a tapestry woven from shadow and silver moonlight. The air was cool and carried the rich, damp scent of earth and decaying leaves. Fallen pine needles muffled her footsteps, creating a hush so deep she could hear the rustle of a moth's wings and the distant, liquid gurgle of a hidden stream. Above, the branches of ancient trees laced together, creating a ceiling through which fragments of the starry sky winked like scattered diamonds. And always just ahead was the fox, a silent guide. The feather in its mouth cast a small, warm pool of light, illuminating twisted roots so she wouldn't trip, and painting the undersides of ferns in shades of gold. It was a quiet, patient journey. The fox would pause sometimes, turning its head to ensure she followed, its eyes holding a deep, ancient knowing. Anya, who was so used to feeling invisible, felt truly seen for the first time. They walked for what felt like both a moment and an eternity, until they came to a place where the trees grew so close together they formed a living wall, tangled with ivy and night-blooming jasmine, whose white flowers looked like fallen stars and filled the air with a heavy, sweet perfume. The fox stopped before this wall and, with a soft nudge of its nose, pushed aside a curtain of ivy that Anya would have never noticed. Behind it was a narrow entrance, just wide enough for a girl and a fox to slip through. On the other side, Anya caught her breath. It was a hidden glen, a secret heart nestled within the forest. A small, perfectly round lake lay in its center, its surface so still it held a perfect reflection of the full moon, a second, silver world resting in the water. All around the lake's edge grew flowers that glowed with their own soft, bioluminescent light, pale blue, gentle violet, and soft green. They weren't bright or garish, but cast a dreamlike radiance that made the entire clearing feel like a place outside of time. And in the center of the lake, on the reflection of the moon itself, sat a small, graceful boat shaped like a curled leaf, seemingly woven from living willow branches. The fox walked to the water's edge and carefully laid the glowing feather at Anya's feet. Then it looked from the feather to the boat and back to her. The message was clear, though not a single word had been spoken. Hesitantly, Anya picked up the feather. It was warm to the touch, and the moment her fingers closed around its shaft, the light within it brightened, pulsing in a slow, steady rhythm that felt like a heartbeat. It felt familiar. It felt like a piece of herself she hadn't known was missing. She stepped into the leaf boat, which rocked gently but held her weight as surely as a mother's arms. The fox leaped in after her, settling at the bow, its tail curled neatly over its paws. No oar touched the water. Instead, the boat began to move of its own accord, gliding silently across the mirrored surface, its passage leaving only the faintest, shimmering ripples that distorted the starry reflection for a moment before settling back into perfect clarity. As they drifted, the mystery of this place began to softly unfold. From the glowing flowers on the bank, tiny, wispy forms emerged. They were not quite fairies, not quite spirits, but something in between, little beings of light and pollen, with wings like dragonflies and faces shaped from petals. They hummed a quiet, harmonious tune that vibrated in the air, a sound that felt like the forest itself breathing. They floated around the boat, their light mingling with the glow of Anya's feather, and she felt no fear, only a profound and peaceful wonder. One of the little light beings, bolder than the rest, alighted on the edge of the boat near her hand. It was trembling slightly. Anya saw that one of its delicate, glowing wings was torn and tattered, and it couldn't fly properly, only hop and flutter sadly. The other light beings hummed around it, their song taking on a note of concern. Anya's heart ached for the little creature. Without a second thought, acting on an instinct as natural as breathing, she reached into the pocket of her cloak and pulled out a small sewing kit she always carried, a habit from quieter afternoons. Using the tiniest needle and a thread as fine as a spider's silk, she began, with painstaking care, to mend the torn wing. Her hands, which she so often thought were clumsy and useless, were now steady and sure. The fox watched, its head tilted, and the feather in her lap glowed a little brighter, warming her knees. When she was done, the little being flexed its mended wing. A joyful, silvery chime rang out from it, and it zipped into the air, dancing and looping with pure delight. The hum of the other beings swelled into a chorus of gratitude. They didn't speak in words, but Anya felt their thanks wash over her like a warm wave. It was a small act, a tiny stitch in the great tapestry of the night, but in that moment she understood that her quiet kindness, the very thing that made her feel different, was a magic all its own. The boat completed its slow journey across the lake, coming to rest on the far shore. Anya stepped out, the fox at her side. Before them stood an ancient, gnarled willow tree, its branches sweeping down to touch the ground like a curtain. As they approached, the branches rustled and parted of their own accord, revealing a hollow within the massive trunk. Inside the hollow, resting on a bed of velvety moss, was a small, intricately carved wooden box. The fox nudged her gently towards it. Anya knelt, the glowing feather still clasped in her hand, and opened the box. It was empty save for a single perfect downy feather, identical to the one she held, though this one was dark and dormant. And in that silent, holy moment, she understood the gentle mystery. The box was not meant to hold a treasure. It was a place of giving. The fox, her unexpected friend, had been a guide, not to a prize for her to take, but to a place where her own inner light was needed. The feather she held was not a gift for her, but a gift from her, a light to be shared. Slowly, reverently, she placed the glowing feather she had carried into the empty box. The moment it touched the mossy interior, its light flowed out, seeping into the wood and the earth, and the dormant feather beside it began to glow with the same soft, golden radiance. The light spread through the roots of the great willow, tracing veins of gold through the bark and out into the glen, making the flowers glow a little brighter and the lake shimmer with a new, inner luminescence. She had not found a magic object. She had been the magic. Her quiet courage in following, her gentle hands in mending, her kind heart that felt another's pain, these were the embers that had brought the light. The journey had transformed her as surely as fire transforms wood, burning away her doubt and leaving behind the strong, steady glow of self-worth. The fox rubbed its head against her hand, its fur impossibly soft, and let out a soft, chuffing sound that was the fox equivalent of a contented sigh. Then it picked up the newly glowing feather from the box, and together they left the hidden glen, the willow branches whispering closed behind them. The journey back through the moonlit forest felt different. Anya was no longer following, she was walking alongside her friend. She noticed things she had missed before, the intricate pattern of frost on a spiderweb, the shy eyes of an owl watching from a high branch, the way the moonlight painted silver pathways on the forest floor. She felt a part of it all, connected and whole. When they reached the edge of the wood, the fox stopped. It placed the glowing feather once more at her feet, but this time Anya knew she was not to keep it. She knelt and stroked the soft fur between its notched ears. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice the softest rustle in the night. The fox blinked its slow, deliberate blink once more, then turned and vanished into the shadows, the feather's light disappearing with it, leaving only the silver moonlight and the distant, comforting crackle of the hearth fire from her home. Anya slipped back into the quiet house and up to the attic window. She looked out at the forest, which now seemed not a place of shadows, but a friend holding its own beautiful secrets. She didn't feel lost anymore. She felt like she had found a missing piece of herself, a quiet, steady light that would always glow within her, a warmth to carry through any lonely day. And so, my dear listeners, as the fire burns down to embers and the stars continue their slow, silent dance outside your window, remember Anya's story. Remember that the smallest acts of courage and kindness are a powerful magic. Remember that the most unexpected friendships can warm the coldest corners of the heart. And know that within you too there is a light that glows, steady and true, ready to be shared with the world when it is needed most. Now close your eyes. Let the peace of the hidden glen settle over you. Feel the soft moss beneath you, hear the gentle lap of the water, see the friendly, glowing flowers. You are safe. You are loved. You are enough. Let your breathing become as slow and deep as the sleeping forest, and drift into dreams, curled as safely and contentedly as a fox in its den. The night watches over you. Sleep. Story 8. Deep within the heart of the world, cradled between the shoulders of sleeping hills, lay the ancient forest. It was a place where time moved not in hours, but in seasons, and where the moonlight was a second, gentler sun. On the edge of this forest, where the wild brambles met the neat rows of a sleeping village, was a small cottage. And in that cottage, a window was always left open just a crack, for a boy named Leo, who listened to the forest's whispers long after the rest of the world had gone to sleep. One late autumn evening, as a crisp wind carried the scent of wood smoke and decaying leaves, Leo felt a peculiar tug at his heart. It was a soft, silent melody, a thread of sound woven from the rustle of oak leaves and the distant hush of a waterfall. He slipped from his bed, his feet finding the familiar path almost by themselves, drawn into the embrace of the trees. The forest welcomed him not with silence, but with a symphony of soft sounds. The pitter-patter of the last autumn rain dripped from the broad, waxy leaves of rhododendrons. A gentle wind sighed through the pine needles, a sound like a mother humming a lullaby. Underfoot the earth was a carpet of moss and fallen leaves, soft and yielding, releasing a sweet, earthy perfume with every step. Leo walked until he came to a clearing bathed in silver. Here the moonbeams fell unfiltered, painting the world in shades of pearl and shadow. In the center stood a great oak, so old its bark was like the wrinkled skin of a kind, ancient face. Moss draped over its branches like a velvet cloak, and in a hollow between two massive roots, a family of hedgehogs snuffled in their sleep, their soft, spiny backs rising and falling in a peaceful rhythm. It was here that Leo saw her. Perched on a low-hanging branch was an owl, her feathers the color of storm clouds and polished stone. Her eyes were not the piercing yellow of a hunter, but a deep, gentle amber, holding the soft light of 1,000 setting suns. This was Althea, the elder of the evening. "You heard the calling, little listener," Althea said, her voice not a hoot, but a soft, resonant whisper, like pages turning in an old book. "The forest is preparing for its long rest, but a small piece of its heart is troubled. A thread in the great tapestry is loose." Leo, who understood the secret language of the forest better than any grown-up, simply nodded. He felt it too, a faint discord, like a single instrument playing out of tune in the great nocturnal orchestra. "Where?" he asked, his own voice a whisper. Althea lifted a wing, pointing a primary feather deeper into the woods. "Follow the stream, listen to its song. When the water's babble turns from a chuckle to a sigh, you will know you are close." And so Leo's journey began. He followed the ribbon of silver that wound through the trees. At first the stream's song was cheerful and bright, bubbling over smooth, water-worn stones. Fireflies, the last of the season, drifted above the water, their lanterns casting fleeting, golden reflections on the dark surface. They were joined by luminous moths with wings like stained glass, their flight a silent, shimmering dance. As he walked, the forest shared its wisdom with him. A red fox with a coat like autumn embers and eyes full of clever kindness padded silently beside him for a stretch. "The stones remember," the fox murmured, its voice a soft rasp. "They hold the memory of every footstep, every rainfall. When you are lost, press your ear to a cool, mossy stone. It will tell you which way the roots of the world are growing." Further on, a small bat, no bigger than Leo's thumb, flitted down and hung upside down from a low branch. "The air speaks," it chirped in a high, delicate tone. "It carries stories from the mountain tops and secrets from the sea. The wind through the pines is one story. The rustle of the poplars is another. Listen to them all." Leo did as they said. He listened to the stones and the wind, and he felt the forest not as a collection of separate things, but as one great, breathing being. Soon the stream's song changed. The cheerful babble softened, slowed, and became a melancholic sigh. The water pooled in a wide, dark basin before tumbling over a small waterfall. And there on the bank, Leo saw the source of the trouble. A young nightjar, a bird of the moonlit hours, was perched on a rock, its head drooping. Its plumage, which should have been a masterpiece of camouflage, looked dull and listless. Around it, the very air seemed heavy. The bioluminescent mushrooms that usually pulsed with a soft, blue-green light at the base of the trees were dim, their glow flickering weakly. "What's wrong?" Leo asked, sitting on the damp earth beside the bird. The nightjar lifted its head. Its large, dark eyes were filled with a deep sadness. "I have forgotten my song," it whispered. "The one I sing to the stars. Without it, the dark feels too deep and the silence too loud, and I fear my sadness is making the forest forget its light too." Leo understood. The nightjar's song was a vital thread in the forest's nightly quilt of sounds. Without it, the balance was off. The magic of the place, which thrived on joy and purpose, was fading. How do you find a lost song? Leo wondered aloud. Just then, a great, noble stag stepped into the clearing. His antlers were like a bare winter tree, and his coat was the color of twilight. His eyes held the deep, timeless peace of the forest itself. He was the guardian of the cycles. He did not speak, but lowered his head and nudged a single, perfect acorn with his nose, rolling it toward Leo. Then he looked up at the canopy, where the last stubborn oak leaves clung to their branches, shivering in the breeze. The message was clear: everything has its season, and every ending holds a beginning. An idea, soft as dandelion fluff, settled in Leo's mind. He turned to the nightjar. "You're trying to sing your summer song," he said gently. "But the season has changed. The forest isn't asking for the same song it sang when the fireflies were born. It's asking for your autumn song, the one about letting go and trusting the quiet." The nightjar blinked. "An autumn song, but I don't know it." "The forest will teach you," Leo said. "Listen." So together they listened. They listened to the soft shush-shush of the wind, carrying the last of the leaves on a journey to the earth. They listened to the gentle plink-plonk of the water dripping from the waterfall into the pool below. They listened to the deep, resonant silence that lived between the sounds, a silence that was not empty, but full of potential, like a seed sleeping in the soil. Leo began to hum, a low, soft sound that mimicked the wind. The nightjar tilted its head, its whole body becoming an instrument of listening. Then, tentatively, it opened its beak. What came out was not the complex, churring melody of summer. It was a simpler, softer song. A series of low, resonant pulses that floated on the air like thistledown. It was a lullaby for the forest, a promise that it was safe to sleep, that the world was held and loved even in its quietest moments. As the nightjar sang its new autumn song, a wonderful thing began to happen. The bioluminescent mushrooms at the base of the trees brightened, their blue-green glow pulsing in time with the bird's melody. The fireflies, which had been drifting aimlessly, gathered above the stream, their lights burning steadily like a constellation come to earth. The very moss on the stones seemed to shimmer with a light of its own. The discord was gone. The tapestry was whole again. The nightjar's chest swelled with a joy it had thought lost, and its song grew stronger, weaving itself back into the symphony of the night. The sighing pines, the chattering stream, the chirping crickets, and the distant, rhythmic crash of waves on a shore far, far away. Althea the owl glided down silently and landed beside them. "You see," she whispered, her amber eyes glowing with pride, "a song is not just a noise. It is a feeling given voice. You did not find the old song, little one. You grew a new one from the soil of the present moment. That is the secret the forest knows best, how to renew itself season after season." The journey back felt shorter, the path brighter. The fox nodded to him from a thicket. The bat chirped a happy farewell. When Leo reached the edge of the forest, he turned back for one last look. The ancient forest stood dark and majestic, but now it was peppered with countless points of soft, living light, mushrooms, moths, and the friendly eyes of its nocturnal children, all pulsing in a gentle, rhythmic peace. He slipped back through his window, the scent of pine and damp earth clinging to his pajamas. As he curled up under his quilt, he could still hear it, faint but clear on the edge of the wind, the soft, pulsing lullaby of the nightjar, singing the forest and a listening boy to sleep. And he knew with a certainty that warmed him from the inside out, that even in the deepest silence, the world was always, always singing. Story 9. The fire crackles softly, painting dancing shadows on the walls, and outside the window, the world is wrapped in a blanket of deep, velvety blue, where stars are beginning to prick the darkness like tiny, distant lanterns. So settle in, my dear listener, pull your own blanket a little closer, and let me tell you a story about a quiet boy, a lost light, and the journey that warmed them both. In a little house at the edge of a great, whispering forest lived a boy named Leo. Leo was a quiet soul, whose footsteps were as soft as falling petals, and whose voice was seldom louder than the rustle of mice in the wainscoting. He loved the world, but he often felt he was watching it from a slight distance, like looking through a beautiful, frosted window. His greatest comfort was his grandmother, and his greatest treasure was a small, ceramic teacup she had given him. It was no ordinary teacup. It was the color of a stormy twilight, a deep blue-gray, and painted upon its side was a single, perfect foxglove flower. But the true magic of it was revealed only in the dark. When the sun dipped below the hills and the room grew dim, the foxglove would begin to glow. It started as the faintest ember, a mere suggestion of light, and as the darkness deepened, so did its radiance, until it shone with the warm, gentle luminescence of a captive firefly. Leo would place it on his bedside table each night, and its soft, foxglove light would push back the shadows, filling his room with a cozy, amber warmth that felt like a silent, visual hug. One evening, as a crisp autumn wind sang a tuneless song through the pine trees, Leo's grandmother fell ill. It wasn't a loud or frightening illness, but a quiet, weary one that made her hands tremble and her voice fade to a whisper. The doctor came and went, speaking in low tones, and the house grew still and solemn. Leo, feeling a cold knot of worry tighten in his chest, did the only thing he could think to do. He carefully filled the magical teacup with chamomile tea and honey, hoping its warm light could somehow seep into his grandmother and make her well. But as he carried it to her room, his small, anxious hands fumbled. The teacup slipped. It didn't shatter, but it tumbled down the 3 steps leading to the kitchen, landing with a soft clink on the rag rug. Leo scooped it up, his heart pounding. The cup was whole, but the foxglove was dark. The ember glow had been utterly extinguished. A profound sadness, deeper and colder than any he had ever felt, settled over Leo. It felt as if the very heart of his home had gone out. That night his room was full of unfamiliar shadows, and the knot of worry in his chest grew thorns. As he lay staring at the dark spot on his bedside table, a thought, fragile as a spider's thread, wove its way into his mind. The light wasn't just gone, it was lost. And perhaps, just perhaps, it could be found again. The next morning he packed a small satchel with a piece of bread, a wedge of cheese, and the dark, silent teacup. He kissed his sleeping grandmother's warm forehead, and with a deep breath that tasted of courage and autumn leaves, he stepped into the forest. The world outside was a symphony of sensory delight. The air was cool and smelled of damp earth and decaying leaves. His feet crunched on a carpet of gold and crimson, and above, the sun filtered through the thinning canopy in shafts of dusty gold. But Leo felt very small and very alone. He walked for what felt like hours, the forest growing deeper and the light growing stranger, until he found himself in a part of the woods he had never seen before. Here the trees were ancient, their bark gnarled and wise, and a deep quiet had fallen, broken only by the occasional sigh of the wind. It was there, sitting on a moss-covered log with the hopelessness beginning to bloom in his chest, that he heard a soft rustle. Not a scary rustle, but a deliberate, curious one. From behind a thicket of ferns, a pair of bright, intelligent eyes emerged. Then a sharp, delicate face, topped with a pair of tufted ears. It was a great gray owl, so still it seemed carved from the twilight itself. "Lost things have a certain scent," the owl said, its voice not a hoot, but a low, resonant whisper, like wind through pine needles. "It is a scent of sorrow and memory. I am called Hoot-Hush. You carry it with you, small one." Leo, too surprised to be afraid, held out the teacup. "The light is gone from my cup," he whispered, his own voice sounding very small. "My grandmother is unwell, and the light was our comfort. I need to find it." Hoot-Hush blinked its enormous, liquid dark eyes slowly. "Light that is born of love is not truly lost," it mused. "It has only wandered. This is a quest not for strong arms, but for a soft heart. I will guide you, for the paths of lost light are known to the children of the moon." And so their friendship began. Hoot-Hush did not lead with grand, sweeping flights, but with gentle, patient glides from one branch to the next, always staying within sight. Its presence was a profound comfort. Leo would walk and the owl would follow, a silent, feathered sentinel in the dappled light. Their journey led them deeper into the heart of the forest, where the world began to change. The ordinary oaks and pines began to be interspersed with trees whose leaves were silver, shimmering with their own soft light. The very air grew warmer, carrying the scent of honeysuckle and warm stone. They had crossed, without even realizing it, into a hidden world nestled within the familiar one, the Glimmerwood. It was a place of breathtaking, gentle beauty. Streams chuckled over stones that glowed with a soft, blue luminescence. Fungus on the tree trunks pulsed with a slow, green light, like sleepy, earthly hearts. Fireflies, not just yellow, but sapphire and emerald, drifted through the air like living jewels. It was a world woven from starlight and dreams. "Here," Hoot-Hush whispered, alighting on a branch just above Leo's head, "is where things that are missed wait to be remembered." As they walked, Leo began to notice soft, strange happenings. A cluster of glowing mushrooms would dim as he passed, then brighten again once he was gone. A path of luminous pebbles would appear, leading them forward, only to fade away behind them. It was a gentle mystery, unfolding not with clues, but with feelings. He felt that the forest itself was watching, testing the quality of his spirit. They came upon a small, clear pond, its surface a perfect mirror for the silver-leafed trees that surrounded it. In the center of the pond, something glowed beneath the water, a steady, warm, amber light. Leo's heart leapt. Is that it? Patience, Hoot-Hush counseled. The light is guarded. As if on cue, the reeds at the edge of the pond parted, and a creature emerged. It was a small fox, but its fur was the color of the night sky, sprinkled with what looked like tiny, glittering stars. Its eyes held the same warm, amber glow as the lost foxglove light. The star fox did not snarl or threaten. It simply sat, wrapping its glittering tail around its paws, and looked at Leo with an ancient, sad wisdom. It holds a piece of the warmth, Hoot-Hush explained softly. Its own light has grown cold and lonely. It hoards the warmth it finds, but it cannot truly feel it. Leo understood then. This wasn't about fighting or stealing. It was about understanding. He knelt by the water's edge, not reaching, not demanding, just being present. He remembered his grandmother's laugh, the smell of her baking bread, the feeling of her hand on his forehead. He thought of his own loneliness before he had met Hoot-Hush. He looked at the star fox and saw not a guardian to be defeated, but a creature as lonely as he had been. He didn't have anything to give but his own small courage. Slowly, he took the piece of bread from his satchel. It was a little stale now, but it was all he had. He broke it in half and placed one piece on a flat stone near the water. "I'm lonely too sometimes," Leo said, his voice barely a whisper in the hushed glade. "But sharing a journey makes the path less dark." The star fox looked from Leo to the bread to the patient Hoot-Hush. It crept forward, its starry fur rippling, and delicately ate the bread. Then it did something remarkable. It nudged the other half of the bread back toward Leo with its nose. It was a small act. A tiny, almost insignificant gesture of kindness. But in that moment, the amber glow in the fox's eyes seemed to soften, to become less of a possession and more of a shared feeling. The fox turned and looked into the pond. The light beneath the water stirred, then rose, floating to the surface not as a mere ball of light, but in the distinct, beautiful shape of a foxglove flower. It drifted to the edge of the pond and came to rest at Leo's feet. He picked it up. It was weightless, a thing of pure, warm light. As he held it, the painted foxglove on his teacup began to shimmer. He brought the light close and it flowed from his hand, seeping back into the ceramic, filling the painted flower until it glowed once more, even brighter and warmer than before. The star fox made a soft, chuffing sound, and for the first time the amber light in its eyes seemed to spread, warming its entire starlit body from within. It was no longer hoarding warmth, it had found its own. It gave Leo one last, grateful look before turning and disappearing into the glimmerwood, its light now a part of it, not separate from it. The journey back was different. Leo carried the glowing teacup carefully, its light pushing back the twilight of the forest. Hoot-Hush flew beside him, a silent, proud companion. Leo did not feel like a quiet boy watching the world through a window anymore. He felt a part of it. He had been afraid, but he had been brave in his small way. He had been lonely, but he had offered friendship. He had been sad, but he had sought a solution. The forest had not transformed him with a grand spell, but with quiet moments of courage and connection. When he arrived home, the house was still quiet, but the deep, chilling solemnity was gone. He went straight to his grandmother's room. Her eyes were closed, but as he entered, holding the glowing teacup before him like a tiny, personal sunrise, her eyelids fluttered open. She saw the light, and then she saw him. A slow, weary, but genuine smile touched her lips. "Leo," she breathed. "You found it." "I found more than that, Grandma," he said, placing the cup on her bedside table. The warm, foxglove glow filled the room, painting everything in hues of honey and amber. He told her everything about Hoot-Hush, the glimmerwood, the star fox, and the sharing of bread. As he spoke, a little color returned to her cheeks. It wasn't a miraculous cure, but it was a beginning. The light hadn't healed her body, but it had mended the worried, lonely space that had grown between them, warming her spirit as surely as it warmed the room. That night Leo slept in the chair beside her bed, the teacup glowing softly between them. Hoot-Hush from its perch in the old oak tree outside the window gave a soft, contented whisper of a hoot before closing its eyes. And so the light was back where it belonged, not just in a cup, but in a heart that had learned to be brave, and in a friendship that spanned the world between the waking and the dream. The boy who had been quiet had found his voice not in shouting, but in listening, not in taking, but in sharing. And as you listen to the soft crackle of this fire and feel the weight of your own blankets, remember that the smallest lights, a kind word, a shared silence, a piece of stale bread offered to a lonely soul, can often illuminate the darkest paths, guiding us safely home, to curl up, warm and content, ready for a night of peaceful, dream-filled sleep. Story 10. In a little house at the edge of a whispering wood, where the roof sloped just so, and the window boxes bloomed with sleeping lavender, there lived a child named Leo. Leo's world was a small, comfortable one, filled with the gentle sounds of a ticking grandfather clock, and the soft scent of baking bread that always seemed to linger in the air. But Leo's favorite place, the place that held his breath in a special kind of anticipation, was the attic. It was not a grand attic, but a cozy one, reached by a folding staircase that groaned a friendly greeting when pulled down. The air there was still and sweet, smelling of old paper, dried lavender bundles, and seasoned wood. On one particular afternoon, as a soft, gray rain pattered a lazy rhythm on the roof, Leo decided to pay the attic a visit. The sound was a soothing drum, pitter-patter, pitter-patter, and it made the house feel like a warm, dry ship on a gentle sea. He climbed up, the wooden steps creaking softly under his slippers. The light was a dim, dusty gold, filtering through a single round window where raindrops traced slow, wandering paths. Leo loved to trace the shapes of the trunks and boxes with his eyes, imagining the stories they held. Today his gaze fell upon a small, leather-bound chest tucked beneath the eaves, one he'd never truly noticed before. It was the color of rich earth, with tarnished brass clasps that looked like sleepy eyes. With a gentle click that echoed softly in the quiet space, Leo opened it. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a compass. But it was unlike any compass he had ever seen. Its case was made of warm, polished brass, etched with swirling patterns that looked like vines and leaves. The needle itself was not red and jagged, but a smooth sliver of moonstone, and it didn't point north. It quivered, spinning slowly before settling decisively, not toward the window or the door, but directly toward the far wall of the attic, where an old tapestry hung. Curious, Leo picked up the compass. It was warm in his hand, as if it had been sitting in a sunbeam. As he held it, the needle glowed with a soft, milky light. He walked toward the tapestry, which depicted a forest of silver thread and golden beasts. As he drew nearer, the compass needle began to tremble, and a faint, melodic chime, like that of a distant silver bell, sounded from within it. Then something extraordinary happened. The tapestry seemed to shimmer. The silver threads began to glow, and the woven forest deepened, becoming less a picture and more a doorway. The air smelled suddenly of damp moss and pine. With a heart full of wonder and a courage he didn't know he possessed, Leo took a step forward, and the attic melted away around him. He found himself standing at the edge of a twilight wood. The rain had stopped here, but the air was fresh and clean, and the leaves of the great trees glittered with captured droplets. The ground was a soft carpet of moss and fallen leaves that sighed under his feet. It was then that he noticed he was not alone. Sitting on a nearby tree stump, calmly washing behind one long, silken ear, was a rabbit. This was no ordinary rabbit. He was the color of smoke in twilight, with eyes like polished jet that held a deep, ancient wisdom. He finished his ablations, gave a delicate shake, and turned his gaze to Leo. "You've found the heartwood compass, I see," the rabbit said, his voice a soft, rustling sound, like pages turning in an old book. "I am Thistle. It has been waiting for you." Leo, too astonished to speak, simply held out the compass. The moonstone needle was now pointing steadily down a path that wound between the great, gnarled trees. "It doesn't point to places," Thistle explained, hopping down from the stump with a soft thump. "It points to what is needed. Right now it is pointing toward a silence that needs to be filled, a rather important one, shall we?" And so their journey began. It was not measured in miles, but in heartbeats and whispered conversations. They walked along the path, their footsteps muffled by the moss. Swish, crunch, sigh went the leaves. Thistle was a quiet companion, but his presence was a comfort. He taught Leo to listen to the woods, to understand the warning tap of a woodpecker and the cheerful gossip of a nearby stream. After a time, the path led them to a great, ancient oak tree. Its roots formed a natural archway, and from within, a warm, golden light spilled out. A sign neatly carved read, "The Root and Quill Library Keeper, Barnaby." They ducked inside. The library was a single, enormous, glowing burrow, its walls lined with shelves carved directly into the earth, all filled with books bound in bark and mushroom leather. At a desk made from a polished stump, a large, spectacled badger was muttering to himself, patting his ample waistcoat pockets. Oh dear, the spool of sunbeams. I had it just a moment ago, or was it yesterday?" he fretted, his voice a low, rumbly growl. "Barnaby," Thistle said gently. "This is Leo. The compass brought him." Barnaby looked up, his spectacles glinting. "Ah, a seeker, welcome, welcome. Forgive the clutter. I seem to have misplaced the spool. It's what we use to rethread the dawn each morning, you see. Without it, the sun won't be able to weave its light properly tomorrow. Everything will be tangled." This, Leo realized, was the silence that needed to be filled, the silence of a sunless dawn. The compass in his hand pulsed warmly. "Where did you last have it?" Leo asked, his own voice feeling small in the vast, cozy burrow. Barnaby's face scrunched in thought. "I was reading, yes, reading the anthology of autumn breezes over by the glow mushroom lamp. Perhaps I set it down there." They searched the cozy nook, but found only a few stray acorns and a sleeping dormouse. The compass needle, however, remained fixed, pointing deeper into the library. They followed its gentle pull past shelves labeled "The Humming of Bees, Vol. I-4" and "Collected Whispers of Willow Trees," until they came to a secluded corner where the air was noticeably warmer. Curled on a pile of velvet cushions was a dragon. But she was small, no larger than a sheepdog, and her scales were the color of a rose-quartz sunset. She was weeping, and each tear that fell sizzled softly and turned into a tiny, perfect pearl that rolled away into the shadows. In her claws she clutched a shimmering spool of what looked like captured light. She gasped when she saw them, trying to make herself even smaller. "I'm sorry," she whispered, her voice like the chime of fine crystal. "It was just so beautiful and warm. My corner has been so cold lately." Leo felt a great swell of kindness in his chest. He didn't reach for the spool. Instead, he sat down on the earth floor, a respectful distance away. Thistle hopped up beside him. "My name is Leo," he said softly. "It's all right to be lonely." The dragon, whose name was Ember, looked up, her large, amber eyes wide with surprise. No one had ever just sat and talked to her. They were usually too frightened. She told them how she loved the stories in the library, but was too shy to ask Barnaby to read to her, and how her own inner fire had grown so dim without company. "A story doesn't need to be read to be shared," Thistle said wisely, his nose twitching. "It can be listened to. Ember, you hold the warmth of 1,000 sunsets within you. You don't need this spool. You just need to remember your own light." As he spoke, a wonderful thing happened. A gentle, rosy glow began to emanate from Ember's scales, pushing back the shadows in her corner. The air grew warm and comfortable. She smiled, a small brave thing, and uncurled, handing the spool of sunbeams to Leo. "Thank you for listening," she said, and her voice was no longer a whisper, but clear and strong. With the spool safely returned to a very grateful and slightly tearful Barnaby, Leo and Thistle emerged from the library. The compass in Leo's hand now glowed even brighter, its chime pure and clear. But their journey was not over. The needle now pointed toward the highest branches of the library's oak tree. "Ah," said Thistle. "The final adjustment. This will require a different sort of guide." He gave a soft thump of his hind foot on the ground. A moment later there was a rustling in the leaves above, and a squirrel with a magnificently fluffy tail zipped headfirst down the trunk. "Thistle, a pleasure, and you must be the compass-bearer. I'm Pip Shoredale, at your service, though my tail is obviously not short. It's a common family name, don't ask me why." Pip chattered, his words tumbling out like a cascade of pebbles. "Heard you fixed the spool situation. Top marks. Now up we go, I assume, to the perch. Orion's waiting." Pip led them up a spiral staircase that was cunningly carved around the great oak's trunk. They climbed high, high above the forest floor, until they reached a wide, lantern-lit platform nestled in the strong, sheltering arms of the branches. An old owl with feathers the color of granite and stars sat there, his enormous eyes fixed on a complex orrery of woven twigs and glowing dewdrops that hovered in the air before him. The compass-bearer, the owl Orion, said in a voice that was low and resonant, like a cello note played in a deep well. "The threads of dawn are respooled, thanks to you, but the first light must be tuned. The world has held its breath, and the song of the sunrise is fragile. It needs a steady hand to guide it. Your hand." Orion gestured to a single, silver string of light that was attached to the horizon. It was taut and silent. "Pluck it," the owl instructed. "Not with force, but with feeling. Show the sun what kind of day it should be." Leo's heart hammered in his chest. This was the true test of his courage. He looked at Thistle, who gave a slow, reassuring blink. He looked at Pip, who gave him an enthusiastic thumbs up. He thought of Ember's newfound warmth and Barnaby's relieved smile. He thought of the cozy attic and the gentle rain. He reached out, not with fear, but with a heart full of the kindness, patience, and friendship he had found on his journey. He touched the silver string. He did not pluck it. He stroked it. A single pure note rang out, so beautiful it made the stars themselves seem to shiver. It rolled across the sky, soft and deep, and as it faded, the horizon began to blush with the first hint of peach and rose. The sun, woven from the light of the spool and tuned by Leo's gentle touch, began to rise, spilling its warm, silent song over the waiting world. It was done. The journey back was a quiet, contented one. Pip chattered a cheerful goodbye, Orion gave a solemn nod of respect, and at the edge of the tapestry wood, Thistle sat back on his haunches. "The compass will sleep now," the rabbit said. "Its work is complete, but it will always remember the heart that held it. You were very brave, Leo, not because you weren't afraid, but because you listened and you were kind." Leo knelt and gently stroked Thistle's soft, gray fur. "Thank you for walking with me." With a final, soft rustle of leaves, Leo stepped back through the shimmering tapestry and into the familiar, dusty warmth of the attic. The compass in his hand was cool and still, its moonstone needle dormant once more. The rain had stopped outside, and the first rays of the real morning sun were painting gold stripes across the floorboards. He placed the compass back in its chest, closed the lid with a soft click, and knew that everything was right with the world. He climbed down the creaking stairs, the scent of baking bread welcoming him home. That night, as he lay in his soft bed, he could have sworn he heard, on the very edge of his hearing, the gentle chime of a silver bell, the rustle of leaves, and the soft, contented purr of a small rose-quartz dragon. all blending into the most peaceful lullaby, reminding him that even the most ordinary of places can hold the most extraordinary secrets, and that the greatest adventures are measured not in miles, but in the courage of a kind heart. And with that thought wrapped around him like a warm blanket, he drifted into a deep and dreamless sleep. Story 11. The village of Stillwater sat nestled in a gentle valley, cupped between the arms of the whispering woods like a precious stone in a velvet box. It was a place where the line between the ordinary and the magical was as thin and shimmering as a spider's web beaded with morning dew. Here the postman shared his route with a family of clever red foxes who delivered messages of their own, and the baker's best loaves were sometimes kneaded with the help of a badger with remarkably clean paws. The days were measured not by the frantic ticking of a clock, but by the gentle cadence of shared life. It was in this village that a young woman named Alara lived in a small cottage with a sloping, mossy roof, earning her keep as the village baker. She was a quiet soul, with eyes the color of rich earth, and a heart that beat in time with the world's subtle rhythms. She noticed things others missed, the way the sparrow's morning song changed slightly before a storm, or how the old oak by the stream seemed to sigh contentedly when the sun touched its leaves just so. Her closest friend was a tawny owl named Hoot, who dozed in the rafters of her bakery by day and brought her whispers from the night. The mystery began on a Tuesday with a feeling more than a fact. It was a feeling of wrongness, a quiet discord in the symphony of the village. Mrs. Higgins the weaver was the first to voice it, her voice trembling as she selected a raisin bun. "The sky feels thin, Alara," she murmured, her gaze drifting to the window. "As if there's less of it than there ought to be." Alara didn't dismiss it. She listened, and later that evening, as she sat on her porch with Hoot perched on the back of her chair, she saw it for herself. The sky, usually a deep velvet cloak, embroidered with 1,000,000 diamond-bright stars, looked patchy. There were gaps in the familiar constellations. The Great Bear seemed to be missing a shoulder, and the weeping maiden had lost the star that was her shimmering tear. It wasn't a cloud that obscured them, it was a simple, stark absence. The stars were vanishing. The next day, the village hummed with a low, anxious energy. The clock tower in the square seemed to chime with a hollow tone. Old Man Hemlock, who tended the village archive of maps and stories, claimed he'd seen a star fall into the whispering woods the night before, not with a streak of fire, but with a soft, silent blink. A family of field mice who had taken up residence in Alara's woodpile chittered nervously about a great, soft darkness that had passed over their burrow, a darkness that felt cold and empty. Alara knew this was a mystery that needed a gentle touch. That night she packed a small satchel with a honey and hazelnut loaf, a flask of chamomile tea, and a woolen blanket. Hoot fluttered down from the rafters, his great, round eyes blinking slowly. "Will you help me, old friend?" she asked softly. Hoot gave a low, affirming toot. He would be her eyes in the high places. They set out into the whispering woods. The woods were not dark or frightening, but full of a living, breathing quiet. The only sounds were the gentle rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of another owl answering Hoot's call, and the soft crunch of Alara's boots on the pine needle path. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, painting shifting silver patterns on the forest floor. She walked not with fear, but with a wide-open curiosity, her senses drinking in the night. Her first clue came from a nursery rhyme her own grandmother had sung to her, one that was etched into the memory of every Stillwater child. When the maiden's tear is lost from sight, and the bear's great shoulder lacks its light, seek the path the foxfire knows, where the backward stream of time still flows. Alara stopped, the words echoing in her mind. The foxfire. It wasn't just a poetic phrase. In the deepest part of the whispering woods, there was a rare, cold-burning moss that grew on the stones of a particular creek, glowing with a faint, blue-green light. She had seen it only once as a child. And the backward stream. She had always thought it a fanciful notion. Following Hoot's silent guidance from above, she turned from the main path onto a deer trail barely visible in the gloom. She walked for what felt like an hour, the sounds of the village fading completely, replaced by the deeper, older sounds of the forest. Then she saw it. A soft, ethereal glow ahead. She reached a small creek, and there on the moss-covered stones at its bank was the foxfire, pulsing gently like a sleeping heartbeat. She knelt, watching the water. It bubbled and chuckled over the rocks, but as she stared, a strange sensation washed over her. A maple leaf floating on the surface seemed to pause, tremble, and then slowly, impossibly, drift back upstream. Time in this small, glowing pocket of the woods was flowing backwards. This was the first red herring, a delightful misdirection. Her heart leapt. Perhaps the missing stars were lost in time. She spent a long while by the creek, observing. She saw a flower bud slowly tighten back into itself, and a moth fly in reverse. But no stars appeared. The mystery was deeper than time. As dawn began to paint the eastern sky with watercolor hues of rose and gold, she decided to head back. On her return, taking a slightly different route, her foot caught on a raised root. Catching herself, she looked down and saw not a root, but a series of perfect, delicate paw prints pressed into a patch of soft earth. They were the prints of a fox, but they were strange. They were filled with a faint, silvery dust that sparkled even in the weak morning light. She followed the trail. It led her not to a fox's den, but to the base of the oldest, grandest tree in the woods, the grandfather oak. Its trunk was wider than 3 men, and its branches seemed to hold up the very sky. At its base, nestled between 2 great roots, was a small, hidden burrow she had never seen before. It wasn't a fox's den. The entrance was woven from living roots and draped with curtains of ivy. Curiosity thrumming within her, she knelt and peered inside. The burrow opened up into a small, cozy chamber, and it was filled with stars. Not the real, celestial stars, of course, but their reflections. Dozens of smooth, dark river stones, each one holding a perfect, shimmering pinpoint of starlight upon its surface. They were cool to the touch, humming with a soft, cosmic energy. In the center of the chamber sat a small, tired-looking fox with fur the color of autumn leaves and intelligent, amber eyes. It was carefully placing another glowing stone beside a pile of others. The fox looked up not with fear, but with a deep, profound sadness. It didn't run. It simply bowed its head. Alara's heart swelled with understanding, not accusation. She didn't speak, but sat quietly at the entrance, projecting a sense of calm and friendship. After a long moment, the fox looked at her again, and then at a small, shallow dish made of woven reeds beside it. The dish was filled with water, and on its surface, Alara saw a reflection of the night sky, the sky as it should be, complete and brilliant. Then the fox did something remarkable. It gently nudged one of the starstones with its nose, and the corresponding star in the reflection winked out. A soft, sad chuffing sound came from its throat. A memory, shared by the field mice, clicked into place. They had spoken of a great, soft darkness. They hadn't meant a shadow, they had meant sorrow. "You're taking them because you're sad," Alara whispered, her voice full of wonder and empathy. "You're collecting the light because your own light has gone out." The fox blinked slowly, a single tear tracing a path through the fur on its cheek. It was a tear that held the faint shimmer of starlight. Over the next hour, through a quiet exchange of gestures, soft sounds, and the deep, intuitive listening that Alara possessed, the story unfolded. This fox was the last of its kind, a stargazer fox, a gentle creature whose ancient duty was to mend the tears in the night sky using threads of moonlight. But its mate had grown old and passed into the earth the previous winter, and a deep, lonely grief had settled in its heart. It had found it could not mend the sky while its own spirit was so torn. Instead, it had begun collecting the stars, finding a small, cold comfort in their captured light, a desperate attempt to fill the emptiness inside its burrow and its heart. The mystery was solved. The clues had all been there, the nursery rhyme pointing to the foxfire, a place of reversed time, which was simply a landmark near the fox's home. The paw prints filled with starlight. The animal's memories of a darkness. It was not a theft of malice, but a gathering of grief. Alara knew that returning the stars by force would solve nothing. The grief would remain, and the fox would only find another way to express its sorrow. The solution was not to take, but to give. She returned to the village and shared her discovery, not as a tale of a thief, but as a story of a lonely heart. She spoke to the children who understood sorrow and comfort better than anyone. She spoke to the weaver, Mrs. Higgins, and to old man Hemlock, and to the farmer whose sheep were tended by a border collie of unparalleled intelligence. That evening, as twilight deepened, a quiet procession made its way from Stillwater into the whispering woods. The villagers carried no torches, only lanterns with frosted glass that cast a soft, gentle glow. The children carried baskets of the sweetest blackberries and the baker's finest honey cakes. The weaver brought a small, beautifully woven blanket the color of the midnight sky. The animals came too, the field mice, the badger, the family of foxes, and Hoot flying silently overhead. They gathered in the clearing around the grandfather oak. They did not crowd the fox's burrow, but sat in a wide, respectful circle. One of the children, a little girl with hair like corn silk, began to sing the nursery rhyme about the foxfire, her voice clear and sweet as a bell. Others joined in. They shared the food, placing offerings near the burrow's entrance. They shared stories, not grand epics, but small, warm stories of friendship, of loss, and of comfort found in community. The stargazer fox emerged from its burrow, its eyes wide with astonishment. It saw that it was not alone. It saw that its grief was understood. It slowly, one by one, began to bring out the star stones. As it did, Alara, with the help of the badger's strong claws and the weaver's deft fingers, carefully took each one. They didn't simply toss them into the air. They climbed into the lower branches of the grandfather oak, and with gentle reverence they placed the stones upon the broad, flat leaves, positioning them to reflect their light upwards. As the last starstone was placed, a collective sigh seemed to move through the forest. The villagers and animals looked up. The patches in the sky were gone. The constellations were whole again, the great bear's shoulder restored, the maiden's tear glistening brightly once more. The sky was no longer thin, but deep and boundless, its tapestry perfectly rewoven. But the true magic was on the ground. The stargazer fox was no longer alone. It sat beside the family of red foxes, sharing a honey cake. The field mice were curled up on a corner of the new blanket. The loneliness in its amber eyes had been replaced by a quiet, dawning peace. From that night on, the clearing around the grandfather oak became a place of gathering for the whole community of Stillwater, human and animal alike. On the first night of every new moon, they would meet there to share stories under the restored stars, their voices mingling with the hoot of owls, the chitter of mice, and the gentle rustle of the leaves. The stargazer fox became the keeper of their shared stories, its grief mended not by stolen starlight, but by the enduring warmth of friendship. And as the villagers walked back to their homes that first night, the sounds of the gentle rain beginning to patter on the leafy canopy, the distant chime of the clock tower sounding sweet and full once more, they knew that the greatest mysteries were not solved by force or fear, but by a listening heart, a kind word, and the simple, powerful magic of not leaving anyone in the dark. And in their beds that night they slept more deeply than ever, soothed by the familiar, brilliant patterns of starlight dancing on their ceilings, and by the comforting knowledge that in their little corner of the world, no one, not even a grieving fox, had to face the night alone. Story 12. In a forgotten corner of the world, where the hills rolled like sleeping giants beneath their blankets of heather, there lay an ancient forest known as the Whispering Woods. It was a place where time moved not in hours but in seasons, and where the moonlight was a second sun, silver and soft. The trees here were so old they remembered the songs of the first rivers, and their roots delved deep into dreams. On the edge of this forest, in a small cottage with a mossy roof, lived a quiet child named Finn. Finn had a heart that listened more than it spoke. He could hear, if he stayed very still, the secret language of the woods, the murmur of the stream over smooth stones, the gentle creak of the ancient pines as they swayed, and the soft sigh the wind made as it combed through the ferns. One late autumn evening, as a chill kissed the air, and the last of the sunlight bled away behind the purple hills, Finn sat by his window. He watched the first stars prick the velvet sky and saw, far within the darkening trees, a soft, pulsing green light. It was a light he'd never seen before, and it called to him not with a sound but with a feeling, a gentle tug on his curiosity. Wrapping a thick woolen scarf around his neck, Finn slipped out into the creeping dusk. The path into the Whispering Woods was carpeted with fallen leaves of crimson and gold, and they crunched softly under his feet, a soothing, rhythmic sound. Fireflies, the last of the season, blinked their amber lights in the deepening shadows, like tiny, wandering stars. He hadn't walked far when a soft voice, like the rustle of dry parchment, spoke from above. "The night is a friend, little listener, but even friends should not be walked with alone." Finn looked up into the gnarled branches of an oak tree. There, perched on a limb draped in silvery moss, was a great horned owl. His eyes were not fierce, but kind and deep, holding the wisdom of countless moonlit cycles. His feathers were the color of tree bark in twilight. "I saw a light," Finn whispered, his breath a small cloud in the cool air. The owl blinked slowly. "Ah, the glimmer moss, it blooms only when the moon is in its third quarter and the air tastes of coming frost. It is a sign. The forest is preparing for its long sleep, and there are stories to be shared before the blanket of snow arrives. Come, walk with me. I am Alistair." And so Finn walked beside the shadow of the owl's silent flight. They moved deeper into the woods, where the canopy grew so thick that the moonlight fell in dappled shafts, painting the forest floor in patches of quicksilver. They passed a family of hedgehogs, their noses twitching as they gathered dry grass to line their winter dens. They nodded respectfully to Alistair and cast curious, friendly glances at Finn. Further on, a fox with a coat of burnished copper and eyes of melted amber stepped gracefully from behind a thicket. She carried a single, perfect, russet leaf in her mouth. "For the elder," she said, her voice a soft yip. "A memory of the sun to keep him warm in his dreams." She fell into step beside them, her paws making no sound on the soft earth. The path began to slope downwards, following the music of a hidden stream. The sound of the water was a constant, gentle babble, a natural lullaby that smoothed away any lingering worries. As they walked, Finn noticed that the stones in the stream bed were not gray, but shone with a faint, milky luminescence, as if they had swallowed slivers of the moon. At last, they arrived in a starlit clearing. It was the most magical place Finn had ever seen. The entire clearing was illuminated by a soft, living light. Great clusters of mushrooms glowed with a gentle blue radiance. Mosses clinging to fallen logs pulsed with a deep, emerald green. Moths with wings like stained glass dusted with gold flitted from bloom to bloom, their wings adding to the ethereal glow. This was the heart of the glimmer moss. In the center of the clearing stood the most ancient being Finn had ever encountered. It was a stag, but he was more like a creature of the forest itself than merely an animal. His antlers were not mere bone. They were vast, intricate structures from which hung veils of silvery moss and tiny, phosphorescent lichens that shimmered with a light of their own. His eyes held the deep, patient calm of a mountain lake, and his coat was the color of a moonless midnight, speckled with what looked like tiny, captured stars. This was the elder. He did not speak with words, but a feeling of welcome washed over Finn, as warm and comforting as a hearth fire. The fox laid her leaf gently at the elder's feet. Alistair the owl alighted on a low-hanging branch nearby. A bat, delicate as carved leather, swooped in a graceful arc before finding a perch upside down on a nearby branch, her tiny ears twitching at the sounds of the night. "The circle is nearly complete," Alistair said to the gathering. "The time of quiet is approaching." The elder lowered his great head, and from the lichen on his antlers, a soft chime echoed like 100 tiny bells. As the sound faded, the forest around them began to speak its nightly story. The stream babbled a little louder, telling tales of the high mountains it had descended from. The wind sighed through the pines, whispering of far-off deserts and vast oceans. The leaves rustled, sharing memories of the sun-drenched days of summer. Finn sat on a cushion of soft, cool moss, understanding not the words but the feelings, of journeys taken, of rest earned, of cycles continuing. A small, timid hedgehog shuffled forward. "Elder," he squeaked, his voice barely a whisper. "I am afraid of the long dark, the silence of the snow. What if I sleep and forget the sound of the stream? What if I dream and forget the faces of my friends?" The elder's gaze was infinitely kind. He turned his head slightly, and a single glowing moth drifted from his antlers and landed on the hedgehog's quilled back. It pulsed with a soft, golden light. "The silence is not empty," the wind seemed to breathe through the pines. "It is full of dreams, and in your den you will dream of the stream's song, you will dream of your friends, you will carry this light with you, a piece of this night to remember. When you wake, the stream will still be singing, and we will all be here, waiting." The hedgehog seemed to grow a little taller, his fear soothed by the gentle wisdom. The golden moth remained on his back, a tiny, comforting lantern. Then a nightjar who had been silent on a high branch spoke with a voice that was a soft, rhythmic chirr. "I have flown over the great lake," she said. "I heard the waves crashing on the shore, a mighty and restless sound. It made our little stream seem so small." The elder shifted his weight, and the bioluminescent mosses around the clearing brightened. The sound of the stream seemed to grow clearer, a constant, patient melody beneath the nightjar's story. "The lake is vast," the stones in the stream seemed to sing, their milky light flickering. "But it is the countless tiny streams like me that give it its voice. Do not mistake small for insignificant. Every drop has its journey. Every sound has its place in the chorus of the world." Finn listened, curled up with his chin on his knees. He felt the truth of it in his bones. His own quiet heart, his ability to listen, was like one of those tiny streams. It was part of something vast and beautiful. One by one, the creatures of the night shared their small concerns and witnessed their gentle resolutions, guided by the silent, profound presence of the elder and the soft-spoken wisdom of Alistair and the others. The tension in the air was never one of fear, but only of change, of the natural apprehension that comes with the turning of the great wheel of the year. And each time the forest itself, through the sound of rain beginning to patter softly on the canopy far above, or the chirping of crickets hidden in the grass, or the very feeling of the cool, damp earth, provided the comfort and the answers. Finally, as the moon began its slow descent, painting the sky with hints of lavender, the elder looked at Finn. No words passed between them, but a question formed in Finn's mind. Why was I brought here? Alistair, as if hearing his thought, spoke from his branch. "You were brought here, little listener, to remember that rest is not an ending but a preparation, that even in the deepest silence there is a song, and that friendship and wisdom are the lights that guide us through all seasons, both in the forest and in the heart." The elder took a slow, deep breath, and the entire clearing seemed to breathe with him. The glowing lights of the moss and mushrooms dimmed slightly, not extinguishing, but retreating, storing their light for the longer nights to come. The message was clear. It was time to return. The fox nudged Finn's hand with her warm nose in a gesture of farewell, before melting back into the shadows. The bat took flight with a soft flutter. Alistair hooted a low, sweet note. "Come," the owl said. "The dawn is still far off, but your own den awaits." Finn stood, his legs stiff, but his heart light and full. He bowed respectfully to the elder, who dipped his magnificent antlers in return, the tiny lights upon them winking like a constellation of farewell. The walk back was quiet, filled only with the soothing sounds of the receding night, the drip of rain from the leaves, the distant hoot of another owl, the rustle of a creature returning to its burrow. When Finn reached the edge of the woods, the first pale light of dawn was brushing the horizon. He turned back for one last look. The whispering woods stood dark and silent once more, but Finn knew its secret now. He knew that within that quiet darkness was a world of gentle life, of soft glows and softer sounds, of ancient wisdom and kind-hearted friendship, all waiting for the moon to rise again. He slipped back into his cottage and into his warm bed. As he drifted into sleep, the sounds of the forest echoed in his dreams, the babbling brook, the whispering pines, the chime of the elder's antlers. He was not afraid of the coming winter, for he knew it was only the forest taking a deep, restful breath. And he knew that when he woke, he would carry the quiet magic of the starlit clearing with him, a soft, glowing ember of peace in his heart forever. Story 13. The fire crackles softly, casting dancing shadows upon the walls. Outside the window, the world is wrapped in a blanket of deep blue velvet, and the stars are scattered like diamond dust across the sky. So settle in, my dear listener, pull your blanket a little closer, and let me tell you a tale not of great battles or roaring dragons, but of a quiet mystery, a gentle friendship, and a light that glowed like captured embers in the dark. Our story begins with a boy named Leo, who felt, more often than not, a little bit like a lone dandelion seed adrift on the breeze. He was a quiet child with a heart that noticed things others often missed, the way dew clung to a spider's web each morning, or the particular sigh the old oak tree made when the wind swept through its branches. His family's house stood at the very edge of a town that had long since forgotten its own magic, and beyond their garden gate stretched the whispering woods, a forest so ancient its roots were said to twine around the bones of the earth itself. One evening, as a silver moon rose and painted the world in monochrome, Leo was in the attic. He was searching for a lost button from his favorite waistcoat, a task that involved much rummaging through dusty trunks and boxes that smelled of cedar and forgotten summers. His fingers, brushing against the rough wood at the very back of the eaves, found not a button, but a small, smooth object tucked away in a crevice. It was a teacup. But what a teacup it was. It was made of the finest, most delicate porcelain, so thin it felt like holding a solidified soap bubble. And nestled in its bottom, right at the center, was a single, perfect feather. It was not a bird's feather, not quite. It was smaller, softer, and it shimmered with a strange internal light, the color of warm honey and dying embers. As Leo cupped it in his hands, the feather began to glow, pulsing softly with a gentle, rhythmic light, thump-thump, like a tiny, sleeping heart. He carried it down to his room, his curiosity a bright, fluttering thing in his chest. He placed the cup on his windowsill, where the moonlight could kiss it. For a long time he simply watched it, the ember glow a quiet companion in the dark. And as he watched, he noticed something peculiar. The light within the cup would sometimes brighten, and a soft, chime-like sound, no louder than a pin dropping, would echo in the silence. It was as if the cup was listening, or perhaps calling. The next night, the call became an invitation. The cup's light flared, not brightly but warmly, and a single, shimmering thread of amber light, like a strand of liquid sunshine, drifted out of his window and into the woods. It was a path. a silent, gentle summons. With the teacup held carefully in both hands, Leo slipped out into the moonlit garden. The air was cool and carried the scent of damp earth and night-blooming jasmine. Crickets sang their rhythmic songs, and the leaves of the whispering woods rustled as if sharing secrets. Following the glowing thread, he stepped beneath the canopy. The forest at night was a different world. Moonbeams filtered through the leaves, creating pools of silver on a floor of velvety moss. The path of light led him deeper, past a babbling brook that chuckled over smooth stones, and through a grove of ancient willows whose long, trailing branches swept the ground like graceful skirts. He wasn't afraid. The light from the cup seemed to wrap him in a bubble of quiet safety, and the forest felt not menacing but deeply peaceful. After a walk that felt both endless and over in a heartbeat, the thread of light led him to a small, quiet clearing. In the center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark was pale and smooth like birch, but it swirled with patterns that looked like constellations. Its leaves were not green, but a deep, luminous blue, and they chimed softly against one another in the breeze, creating a melody that was the very sound of tranquility. And there, nestled in the roots of the great tree, was a creature. She was small, about the size of a hare, with fur the color of moss and moonlight. Her ears were long and tufted, twitching at the slightest sound, and her eyes were enormous, liquid pools of gold that held the wisdom of 1,000 quiet nights. But most astonishing of all were her wings, great, soft, moth-like wings that shimmered with the same ember glow as the feather in Leo's cup. She was a glimmerwing, a creature of story and starlight, and she was looking right at him. "You found my heart cup," she said, her voice the soft rustle of silk and the gentle chime of the leaves above. "I have been waiting." Her name was Silva, and she was the guardian of the Glimmerwood, this hidden heart of the whispering woods. The feather in the cup was not just a feather, it was a shard of her own lifelight, a focus for her magic which wove the peace and dreams of the forest. But lately her light had been dimming. A strange, creeping silence had been settling over the Glimmerwood. The brook's chuckle had grown faint, the chiming leaves were falling silent, and the very dreams of the woodland creatures were becoming gray and thin. She was growing weak, and she didn't know why. "It is a quiet fading," Silver explained, her golden eyes sorrowful. "There is no great monster, no dark curse. It is more like a forgetfulness. The forest is forgetting how to sing." Leo, whose quiet heart was perfectly tuned to such subtle sorrows, understood immediately. He sat on the soft moss beside her, the warm glow of the heart cup sitting between them like a tiny campfire. "How can I help?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. And so began their gentle mystery. Night after night, Leo would return to the Glimmerwood, the heart cup his passport and his guide. With Silva perched on his shoulder, her wings casting a soft, amber radiance around them, they would explore. They listened to the worries of an old badger whose set felt emptier than it should. They discovered a family of field mice who were too anxious to sleep, their tiny hearts pattering with a fear they couldn't name. They found that the source of the brook, a spring that bubbled up from a bed of quartz crystals, was slowly being choked by a thick, gray, scentless moss that had never grown there before. This was no villain's doing. It was a malaise of the spirit. The forest was lonely. The world beyond was growing louder and brighter, and the quiet, ancient magic of places like the Glimmerwood was being overlooked, its song drowned out. Leo's help did not involve swords or spells. It involved small acts of profound kindness. He brought a soft woolen blanket from home and tucked it around the old badger, whose bones felt the cold of loneliness. He sat with the field mice and told them stories of the brave mouse knight he'd read about in a book, until their fears were soothed and their eyes grew heavy with sleep. And with Silva's guidance, he began the patient, gentle work of clearing the gray moss from the spring, not tearing it, but coaxing it, talking to it, reminding it that it was blocking the water's joyful song. He learned that Silva's magic was not one of command, but of connection. It was the magic of listening, of understanding, of a kind word spoken at the right time. As he worked, he would tell the forest about his own life, about feeling adrift, about the button he never found, about the way the stars looked from his attic window. And as he shared his own small loneliness, he felt the forest's loneliness lessen, as if they were comforting each other. One night, after he had carefully cleared the last of the gray moss from the spring, something wonderful happened. The water, finally free, bubbled up with a sudden, joyful rush. It splashed over the quartz crystals, and as it did, it caught the light of Silva's wings and the heart cup, scattering it into 1,000 tiny rainbows that danced through the clearing. The chiming leaves on the great tree rang out, clear and bright. The brook's chuckle returned, deeper and more musical than before. And Silva began to glow. It started as a soft pulse, much like the heart cup's first light, and then grew into a steady, brilliant radiance that filled the entire Glimmerwood. Her wings shone with the fierce, warm light of a captured sunrise, and the ember feather in Leo's cup blazed in joyful response. The forgetfulness was broken. The forest remembered its song. Leo knew then that his task was complete. He had not conquered anything. He had simply cared. He had been a friend. On his final visit, the Glimmerwood was vibrant and alive. The air hummed with contentment, and the dreams of every sleeping creature were painted in colors of joy and peace. Silva looked at him, her golden eyes full of a love as deep and quiet as the forest itself. "You have a guardian's heart, Leo," she said. "You did not bring noise to our silence, you brought music to it. The forest will remember you, and whenever you feel like that dandelion seed, drifting and alone, remember this." She leaned forward and touched her nose to his forehead. A warmth spread through him, a feeling of profound belonging that settled deep in his bones. She gave him the heart cup to keep. "It will not always glow as it does here," she told him. "But on nights when the moon is silver and the world is quiet, hold it, and you will feel our friendship, steady and true, like embers in the hearth of your heart." Leo returned home as the first hints of dawn tinged the sky. He placed the cup back on his windowsill. The feather inside still glowed, but now it was a soft, constant light, a tiny echo of the great magic he had witnessed. He no longer felt like a drifting seed. He felt rooted, connected to a vast, quiet, beautiful secret. And so, my dear listener, as the fire settles into a bed of warm, glowing coals and the stars outside wink their silent lullabies, remember Leo's story. Remember that the greatest adventures are often the quietest ones, found not in seeking great treasures, but in tending to small sorrows. The most powerful magic is the magic of a kind word, a patient ear, a heart willing to listen to the silence and hear the song within. So close your eyes now. Imagine a tiny cup glowing with ember light on a windowsill. Imagine a forest that sings in its sleep and a friendship that bridges worlds. Let that warmth and peace fill you, from the tips of your toes to the top of your head, guiding you gently into dreams as soft and safe as a glimmerwing's wings. Sleep well. The night is holding its breath just for you. Story 14. The world began to quiet as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of violet and deep blue. It was in this hushed moment that the first sparks rose, tiny, golden embers of light that drifted upward from the forest floor like fireflies born of dreams. They floated past the window of a small, cozy cottage where a young girl named Lyra sat, her breath fogging the cool glass. In her hands she held a single, soft gray feather, a keepsake from a bird that had visited her windowsill one winter morning. It was her reminder that even in the vastness of the world, there were small, gentle connections that tied all things together. That night, as the sparks multiplied, swirling into intricate patterns against the darkening sky, Lyra felt a pull, a whisper on the wind, an invitation. Wrapping a knitted scarf, the color of moss and twilight, around her shoulders, she stepped outside. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant rain. Beneath her feet, pine needles crunched softly, releasing their sharp, clean fragrance into the night. The sparks guided her, weaving a path through the ancient trees, until she stood before a bridge she had never seen before. It was made of crystal, clear as morning dew, and it shimmered with a light that seemed to come from within. As Lyra stepped onto it, the bridge hummed softly, a vibration that traveled up through the soles of her feet and settled warmly in her chest. It led upward through the clouds to a city she had only glimpsed in dreams. Cloudspire, the city above the world, was a place of soft, billowing pathways and towers spun from mist and starlight. Here winged cats with fur as white as fresh snow roamed gracefully, their eyes like polished moonstones. They did not speak in words, but in purrs that rumbled like distant thunder, and in the gentle brush of their wings against Lyra's arm. One, larger than the rest, approached her. His name, she sensed, was Nimbus. He nudged her hand with his velvety nose, and in that touch she understood. The lights of the world were fading, and the balance between day and night was wavering. Without the sparks that lit the way, dreams would grow cold, and the world would lose its magic. Lyra tightened her scarf, the familiar texture of wool a comfort against the strange, beautiful world around her. "How can I help?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Nimbus led her to the edge of the cloud city, where a waterfall of moonlight cascaded into the depths below. Its waters did not crash but sang, a soft, melodic hum that harmonized with the crystal bridge's vibration. To restore the light, the waterfall's song seemed to say, "You must journey to the heart of the world where the first spark was born." And so, Lyra's adventure began. With Nimbus gliding beside her, they descended through the moonlit waterfall, the spray cool and sweet on Lyra's skin, like drinking starlight. They landed in a cavern aglow with soft, pulsing colors, the underground aurora. The walls were embedded with crystals that shimmered with greens, blues, and purples, casting a gentle, shifting light. Here, glowing moles with fur like velvet and noses that twitched with curiosity greeted them. They communicated not with sound, but with light patterns that danced across their backs, swirls and dots that conveyed warmth, welcome, and wisdom. One mole, whom Lyra thought of as Glame, scurried forward. His light pulsed in a slow, rhythmic pattern, and Lyra felt a sense of deep peace wash over her. He showed them a path lined with star-carved stones, each one etched with constellations that told stories of courage and kindness. As Lyra trailed her fingers over the cool, smooth surface of one stone, she felt a tingle, as though the stars themselves were acknowledging her presence. The path led them to a forest where the trees were so tall their tops disappeared into the clouds. Among their branches were tree houses, not built by human hands but grown, woven from living wood and adorned with lanterns that held captured sunlight. Here, luminescent foxes with coats that shifted like liquid silver moved silently through the shadows. They spoke through scent, leaving behind trails of lavender and sage that conveyed messages of guidance and caution. One fox, with eyes like embers, approached Lyra. She nuzzled the girl's hand, and Lyra caught the faint, comforting smell of chamomile and old books. The fox then turned and led them deeper into the woods, toward a library that existed between dimensions. The library was a place of whispers and wonder. Its shelves stretched into infinity, and ladders made of woven light allowed access to the highest reaches. Wise owls with feathers the color of aged parchment stood guard, their large, knowing eyes missing nothing. They did not speak aloud, but their thoughts brushed against Lyra's mind like the turning of pages, gentle, insightful, and filled with ancient knowledge. One owl, larger and grander than the rest, glided down to perch on a stack of books that smelled of vanilla and thyme. "You seek the first spark," the owl's thought echoed in her mind. "It is not a thing to be taken, but a gift to be remembered. The world has forgotten how to listen, to the wind, to the water, to the heartbeat of the earth. You must remind them." Lyra clutched her feather tighter. "How?" "Follow the song of the starlight whales," the owl replied. "They remember the oldest melodies, the ones that taught the stars to shine." Guided by the owl's wisdom, Lyra and her companions journeyed to the shimmering sea, a body of water that reflected not the sky, but the cosmos, each wave a cascade of nebulae and galaxies. Here whales with skin like polished obsidian swam gracefully, their backs adorned with constellations that glowed with soft, steady light. They communicated through song, harmonies that resonated in the air and water alike, vibrations that Lyra felt in her very bones. Their melodies were stories of creation, of loss, of hope, and as they sang, the water around them glittered as though filled with diamond dust. One whale, whom Lyra named Melody, rose before her. Her song was a lament, beautiful and sorrowful. It spoke of a time when the world was new, and every creature understood the language of the stars. But now, with so much noise and haste, the songs were being forgotten. The sparks were the last remnants of that ancient connection, and they were fading because the world had stopped listening. Lyra understood then. This journey was not about finding a thing, but about rediscovering a feeling, a connection to the world and to each other. She thought of her feather, her scarf, the friends she had made. They were all reminders that she was never alone, that every living thing was part of a greater whole. With renewed purpose, she stood at the water's edge and began to hum, a simple, quiet tune her grandmother had taught her. It was a lullaby, one that spoke of safety and love. As she hummed, the whales joined her, their deep, resonant voices blending with hers, amplifying the melody until it filled the air, the water, the very sky. The sparks above them brightened, swirling into brilliant patterns of gold and silver. But the task was not yet complete. The song needed to be carried across the world, to every corner where light was fading. Lyra knew what she must do. With Nimbus, Gleam, the luminous fox, and now Melody the whale, she traveled back the way she had come, sharing the song with every creature they met. The winged cats of Cloudspire purred in harmony, their vibrations strengthening the melody. The glowing moles of the underground aurora pulsed their lights in time, creating a visual symphony of color. The foxes wove their scents into the air, making the song something that could be felt and smelled, a comforting embrace of lavender and sage. The owls added their silent wisdom, ensuring the song was not just heard, but understood. Finally, they returned to the crystal bridge, where it had all begun. Lyra stood at its center, her scarf fluttering gently in the breeze, her feather held tightly in her hand. She closed her eyes and poured all her hope, all her love into the song. And as she did, the first spark ignited within her, not a flame but a warmth, a light that radiated from her heart and spread outward, touching every creature, every stone, every leaf. The world began to remember. The sparks multiplied, brighter and more abundant than ever before, rising into the sky like a cascade of golden fireflies. The balance was restored. Dreams would remain warm, and the magic of connection would endure. As the first light of dawn tinged the horizon with soft pink and gold, Lyra found herself back at the edge of the forest, just beyond her cottage. The crystal bridge had faded, but the warmth in her heart remained. Nimbus brushed against her one last time, his purr a promise that he was never far. The luminous fox left a final trail of chamomile scent on the air, and the song of the starlight whales echoed faintly in the distance. Lyra stepped inside, the familiar scent of wood smoke and baking bread welcoming her home. She placed the feather on her windowsill, next to a small, chipped teacup her grandmother had given her, a reminder of shared stories and warm drinks on cold nights. She knew then that she had not just saved the sparks. She had rediscovered the truth that had always been there, that we are all connected, that kindness and friendship are the truest magic, and that no one is ever truly alone. Wrapping her moss-colored scarf around her shoulders, she smiled. Somewhere in a cloud city above the world, a winged cat was watching over her. Somewhere in a cavern aglow with colors, a mole was pulsing with light. Somewhere in a sea of stars, a whale was singing. And Lyra knew as she drifted into a peaceful sleep that the sparks would always rise, lighting the way for dreamers and explorers, for as long as there were hearts willing to listen. Story 15. Story 16. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The little village of Willowbrook nestled between misty hills and whispering rivers, where chimney smoke curled like gray ribbons against the evening sky. In a cottage with ivy-laced windows lived a quiet boy named Ben. While others rushed through their days, Ben noticed things, the way dew clung to spiderwebs, how sunlight turned dust motes into dancing stars, and the secret patterns in old wooden floorboards. Yet he often felt invisible, like a forgotten bookmark in a well-loved story. One rain-slicked afternoon, while helping his grandmother tidy the attic, Ben discovered a small brass chest beneath a pile of moth-eaten quilts. Inside lay an object that seemed utterly ordinary, a magnifying glass with a handle of worn oak and a lens as thick as a dragonfly's wing. But when Ben lifted it, the attic bloomed with warmth. The lens didn't just enlarge things, it revealed hidden layers. Faded ink on a dusty letter shimmered into glowing words, "Seek where shadows kiss the light, and answer what is kept from sight." Beneath the words, a map unfurled in delicate gold lines across the parchment, showing a path deep into the whispering woods. Ben's heart fluttered like a trapped bird. Here was magic, not the roaring, flashy kind from tales, but quiet and patient, waiting to be noticed. That night, as owls hooted outside, he packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and the magnifying glass. At dawn he slipped into the woods, the map glowing faintly in his mind. The journey began gently. Sunlight filtered through emerald leaves, painting dappled patterns on mossy stones. But soon the path vanished, swallowed by thorny vines as thick as Ben's wrist. He lifted the magnifying glass. Instantly the thorns shimmered, revealing tiny, glowing runes carved into their stems. Before he could decipher them, a soft voice rasped from below. "Patience, child, rushing scratches the story." Beneath a toadstool sat a tortoise with a shell patterned like aged parchment. His name was Thorn, and he moved with the slowness of melting honey. "Those runes," he wheezed, "ask a question. What grows without rain, shines without flame, and heals without touch? Answer wrong, and the thorns tighten." Ben frowned. He traced the runes with the magnifying glass, watching them shift like living ink. Kindness, he guessed. The thorns remained. Starlight. Still no change. Then he remembered his grandmother's voice, humming lullabies when he was ill. "A smile," he whispered. The vines sighed and unraveled like loosened thread. Thorn blinked his milky eyes. "Wisdom blooms in stillness. Walk with me." For days, Thorn guided Ben, teaching him to read the language of lichen and the songs of streams. The woods deepened, shadows stretching long and cool. One evening, as dusk painted the sky lavender, a tiny light zipped past Ben's ear, a firefly named Pip, whose glow pulsed like a cheerful heartbeat. "Lost your way." Pip chimed, her voice a tinkle of bell-like notes. "I know every hidden glade, follow my light." With Pip darting ahead, casting pools of gold in the gathering dark, and Thorn offering slow, steady counsel, Ben felt less alone. The magnifying glass revealed wonders, flowers that hummed melodies only visible as swirling colors in the lens, stones etched with stories of ancient rains, and a brook whose current spelled out riddles in liquid silver. But the map led them to the cavern of echoing stone, where the air grew cold and still. Inside, the challenge wasn't a monster. It was a towering door of obsidian, seamless and silent. Carved into it was a single, enormous rune. When Ben raised the magnifying glass, the rune fractured into 1,000 shimmering fragments, each a different question. Why do stars fall? Where do forgotten dreams go? How do you mend a broken trust? Overwhelmed, Ben sank to the floor. Pip landed on his shoulder, her glow dimming. "So many questions, but no answers fit," she fretted. Thorn nudged Ben's hand with his nose. "The door isn't locked by knowledge alone. Look deeper." Ben closed his eyes, breathing in the scent of damp stone and earth. He thought of Willowbrook, the baker sharing warm rolls with the hungry, his grandmother stitching quilts for newborns, neighbors tending each other's gardens after storms. He lifted the magnifying glass not to the rune, but to his own heart. The lens warmed, projecting a soft, golden light onto the door. It wasn't an answer that flowed out, but a feeling, a tapestry of gratitude, hope, and the quiet courage of small daily kindnesses. The obsidian dissolved like mist, revealing not treasure, but a garden. Moonflowers glowed within her light, their petals etched with constellations. At its center stood a figure made of woven shadows and starlight, the guardian who had slept for centuries, waiting. "You woke me not with force," it murmured, its voice like wind through reeds, "but by showing that wonder lives in gentle hearts. My task is done." The guardian faded, leaving behind a simple clay pot filled with seeds that shimmered like captured twilight. "Plant these where shadows kiss the light," whispered the fading voice. The journey back was a blur of joy. Pip lit their path with exuberant loops, Thorn shared tales of stars, and Ben carried the pot like a promise. In Willowbrook he planted the seeds in the village square, where the old oak's shadow met the setting sun. Overnight a garden sprang forth, flowers that sang soft lullabies at dusk, herbs that healed with a touch, and vines bearing fruit sweeter than honey. Ben wasn't invisible anymore. Villagers sought his quiet wisdom, his knack for seeing what others missed. But the greatest change was inside him, a deep, humming certainty that magic wasn't in distant mountains or flashing spells, but in noticing, in kindness, and in the extraordinary secrets hidden in ordinary things. Now, as fireflies dance outside your window and the moon climbs high, remember Ben's magnifying glass. Hold it in your heart tonight. Look closely at the world around you, the fold of your blanket, the shape of shadows on the wall, the rhythm of your breath. Wonder is waiting, patient and bright, in the quiet spaces between dreams. Sleep softly, little one. Tomorrow's ordinary moments hold their own gentle magic. The fire crackled softly in the great stone hearth, its light dancing across the walls of the small cottage like a troop of golden sprites. Outside the wind whispered through the pine trees, but inside all was warm and still. In this quiet space, let me tell you a story about a boy who learned to listen to the light, and in doing so, found a friend to last a lifetime. Our story begins with a boy named Kalen, who lived with his grandfather in a cottage much like the one we imagine now, nestled at the edge of a vast and ancient wood. Kalen was a quiet child, with a thoughtful heart and eyes the color of the forest moss after a rain. He was a boy who noticed things others overlooked, the way a dewdrop clung to a spider's web, the particular scent of the air just before snow, the secret language of the birds at dusk. But for all his noticing, Kalen often felt a deep and quiet loneliness. His grandfather was a kind man, a woodcarver whose hands could shape blocks of cedar and oak into wondrous creatures, but he was a man of few words, and the cottage was often filled with a silence that, to Kalen, felt heavy as a winter blanket. It was on an evening much like this, with the fire painting shadows on the walls, that Kalen's grandfather handed him a small, cloth-wrapped bundle. "This was your grandmother's," the old man said, his voice a soft rumble. "She always said it had a way of showing you what you needed to see." Kalen carefully unfolded the cloth. Inside lay a smooth, palm-sized river stone. It was a deep slate gray, unremarkable at first glance. But as Kalen held it in his cupped hands, something shifted. A soft, warm light began to pulse from its very heart, a gentle, rhythmic glow like the embers of a banked fire. It wasn't a light you saw with your eyes alone, you felt it, a warmth that seeped into your palms and traveled up your arms, settling comfortably in your chest. "What does it do?" Kalen whispered, mesmerized. His grandfather smiled, the lines around his eyes deepening. "That, my boy, is for you to discover. Your grandmother called it her emberstone." That night, Kalen fell asleep with the stone held tight in his hand. He dreamed not in images but in feelings, a profound sense of searching and a faint, answering call from deep within the woods. The next day, a restlessness filled him. The emberstone, which now rested in his pocket, pulsed with a soft, persistent warmth. It seemed to pull him, gently but insistently, toward the forest door. After helping his grandfather stack firewood, Kalen pulled on his warmest cloak. "I'm going for a walk," he said. His grandfather merely nodded, his carving knife moving steadily over a piece of pine. "Listen to the woods, Kalen. They have more voices than you know." Stepping from the cottage was like entering another world. The air was crisp and carried the rich, earthy scent of decaying leaves and cold, clean water. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy in shifting shafts of gold, but here, beneath the trees, the light was soft and muted. Kalen walked without a clear path, letting the gentle tug of the emberstone guide him. Its glow brightened as he ventured deeper, its warmth a comforting companion in the vast, quiet cathedral of the trees. He walked for what felt like hours, the silence broken only by the crunch of his boots on the frost-kissed ground and the distant call of a jay. The loneliness he often felt in the cottage began to melt away, replaced by a sense of quiet wonder. He was not alone here. The forest was alive. He could feel it. It was when he paused by a small, half-frozen stream to drink that he saw it. A flash of color, vivid as a fallen autumn leaf, darting between the gnarled roots of a great, ancient oak. He froze, hardly daring to breathe. The emberstone in his pocket flared, suddenly hot against his leg. Crouching low, Kalen peered into the tangled darkness beneath the roots. And there he saw them. It was a creature no taller than his forearm, with skin the color of polished birch bark and hair like a cascade of fine, silver moss. Its eyes were large and luminous, the deep green of a forest pool. But what held Kalen's gaze was the creature's wing. One was spread, shimmering and perfect, like a leaf of stained glass crafted from amber and gold. The other was crumpled, torn near the base, and hung at a painful, useless angle. The creature looked at Kalen, its large eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance. It tried to flutter the good wing, a gesture of warning, but winced and stilled, a soft, pained sound escaping its lips. Kalen's heart ached. He didn't move. He simply sat back on his heels, making himself as small and non-threatening as possible. He remembered his grandfather's words, "Listen to the woods." Slowly, carefully, he reached into his pocket and drew out the emberstone. It was glowing brightly now, casting a circle of warm, buttery light on the dark earth between them. The creature flinched at first, then its eyes fixed on the stone, its fear seeming to soften into curiosity. "I won't hurt you," Kalen said, his voice barely a whisper, as if speaking to a shy bird. He placed the stone on the ground and gently pushed it toward the roots. The creature watched him, unmoving. Then, with a hesitant, delicate movement, it reached out a slender hand and touched the stone. A visible shiver ran through its small frame, and its eyes closed for a moment. When they opened, the fear was gone, replaced by a look of profound relief. The warmth of the stone, it seemed, was a language it understood. This was how their friendship began. Not with grand speeches or heroic deeds, but with a shared silence and the gentle glow of a magical stone. Kalen visited every day. He brought scraps of soft cloth from his grandfather's workshop to make a proper nest, and little offerings of honeyed water in an acorn cap and the sweetest wild berries he could find. He learned the creature's name was Phelan, a name that sounded like the wind sighing through pine needles. Phelan was a wood sprite, a guardian of the deep, quiet places, who had been caught in a terrible storm while trying to guide a family of lost badgers to shelter. As the days turned into weeks, Kalen's loneliness vanished completely. His world, once so quiet, was now filled with Phelan's soft, chiming voice and the stories he told, tales of the hidden world that existed just beside our own, of mushroom rings that were doorways to sun-dappled glades, of rivers that sang old songs, and of the ancient, slumbering spirits of the trees. Kalen, in turn, told Phelan about his life in the cottage, about his quiet grandfather, and about the hollow feeling that had lived inside him for so long. They shared their stories sitting by the stream or nestled in the roots of the great oak, the emberstone always glowing between them, a silent, warm-hearted witness to their growing bond. But Phelan's wing was not healing. The tear was deep, and despite the clean bandages Kalen fashioned from spider silk and lily petals, and the soothing poultices of crushed yarrow Phelan taught him to make, the wing remained limp and painful. A deep sadness settled in Phelan's luminous eyes. A wood sprite without flight was like a river without water. It was a fundamental part of their being, severed. "The first hearth," Phelan said one afternoon, his voice thin with despair. They were watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of violet and rose. The stories say its embers hold the first warmth, the first light. That warmth can mend what is truly broken, but its location was lost long ago. Kalen felt the emberstone grow warm in his hand. It was more than its usual pulse. It was a sudden, urgent heat. He looked at the stone, then at his friend's drooping shoulders, and a resolve, steady and true, kindled within him. "We will find it," Kalen said, his voice firm with a certainty he hadn't known he possessed. Phelan looked at him, hope warring with fear in his green eyes. "The journey is perilous. It lies in the heart of the whispering woods, where the paths shift and the light plays tricks on the mind. You are my friend," Kalen said simply, "and I will help you." And so their true journey began. The next morning, with his grandfather's blessing and a pack filled with provisions, Kalen set out with Phelan perched carefully on his shoulder, his good wing occasionally brushing against Kalen's cheek for balance. The emberstone was tied securely around Kalen's neck with a leather cord, its glow their constant guide. The forest changed as they traveled deeper. The familiar oaks and pines gave way to trees Kalen had never seen, silver-barked sentinels with leaves that chimed softly in the breeze, and willows whose trailing branches seemed to write secrets in the air. This was the Whispering Woods. The air itself hummed with a low, melodic energy, and the light was strange and dappled, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to have lives of their own. The path was not a path at all, but a series of intuitive choices guided by the emberstone. It would glow brighter when they chose the correct direction, its warmth flaring like a silent cheer. When they were led astray by a tempting, sunlit clearing or a seemingly easy route downhill, the stone's light would dim and its warmth would fade to a cool warning. They faced challenges that tested their courage and their friendship. They crossed a river of liquid moonlight on a bridge woven from spider silk and starlight, a crossing that required absolute trust. Kalen, who had never been brave in a loud, boastful way, found a deep, quiet courage within himself, placing one foot carefully in front of the other while Phelan whispered encouragement in his ear. They encountered a thicket of thistle sighs, plants that exhaled a sweet, sleepy perfume meant to lull travelers into an endless slumber. As Kalen's eyelids grew heavy and his steps began to falter, it was Phelan who saved them. Weak as he was, he hummed a sharp, clear note, a wood sprite's melody of awakening, that cut through the enchanted fog and cleared Kalen's mind. They helped each other. Kalen's strength and steady presence protected Phelan from the physical dangers of the forest, while Phelan's ancient wisdom and subtle magic guided them through the realm's more mystical perils. Kalen was no longer just a quiet, lonely boy. He was a protector, a guide, a friend. The journey was transforming him, burning away his insecurities and fears, leaving behind a core of strength and compassion as steady as the emberstone's glow. After 3 days of travel, they arrived at a place where the very air seemed to shimmer with heat. Before them was a small, perfectly circular clearing. In its center, nestled within a ring of ancient, smooth-worn stones, was not a roaring fire, but a bed of deep, crimson embers. This was the first hearth. It gave off no smoke, only a profound, gentle warmth that seemed to seep into the soul, and a soft, pulsating light that mirrored the rhythm of the emberstone around Kalen's neck. The stone itself was now blazing, not with a harsh glare, but with a joyful, brilliant light, as if it had finally come home. They approached the ring of stones with reverence. The warmth was immense, but it was not a heat that burned. It was a warmth that soothed, that mended, that made whole. "What do we do?" Kalen whispered, the sacred silence of the place demanding quiet. Phelan, his eyes reflecting the deep red glow of the embers, slid from Kalen's shoulder. "The stories say the warmth must be invited. It cannot be taken." Kalen understood. He untied the emberstone from his neck. He held it in his palm, feeling its joyful, vibrant pulse sync with the rhythm of the hearth. Then he didn't throw it. He simply knelt and with the utmost care placed the glowing stone into the bed of embers. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a single thread of light, brilliant and gold, unspooled from the emberstone and rose into the air. It danced for a moment before flowing, like liquid sunlight, toward Phelan's injured wing. It wrapped around the tear, a gentle, luminous bandage. Phelan gasped, not in pain, but in awe. A look of pure, radiant warmth spread across his face as the light sank into the torn membrane. Kalen watched, his heart pounding, as the crumpled wing began to straighten. The tear knitted itself back together, the delicate, stained-glass patterns reforming whole and perfect. The wing shimmered, now even more beautiful than before, pulsing with the same gentle, ember-like light as the stone in the hearth. Phelan stretched his wings, both of them, and beat them tentatively. A shower of golden motes filled the air. Then with a cry of pure joy, he lifted into the air, hovering before Kalen, his face alight with a gratitude so profound it needed no words. He flew a slow, graceful circle around the clearing, his flight as natural and effortless as breathing. He landed softly back on Kalen's outstretched arm, his small hand resting on Kalen's. "Thank you, my friend," Phelan said, his voice thick with emotion. Kalen simply smiled, the warmth in his chest rivaling that of the first hearth. He reached into the embers and retrieved the emberstone. It was cool to the touch now, its deep gray surface once again unremarkable. The great pulsing light was gone, but Kalen knew the magic wasn't. It had done its work. It had shown him what he needed to see, his own courage, the value of friendship, and the hidden wonders of the world. The journey back was swift and filled with a quiet joy. The whispering woods seemed to recognize the change in them, and the paths unfolded easily before them. When they finally reached the great oak by the stream, the place where their friendship had begun, they did not say a sad goodbye. "This is not an ending," Phelan said, his repaired wing glinting in the afternoon light. "The forest is my home and your cottage is yours, but the space between them is now a bridge. I will always be here." Kalen nodded, his throat tight. He knew it was true. The loneliness was gone forever, replaced by the warm, certain knowledge of this bond. He walked back to the cottage as the stars began to pepper the twilight sky. His grandfather was waiting by the fire, a pot of stew simmering over the hearth. "You found what you were looking for," the old man said, not as a question, but as a statement. His eyes, wise and kind, took in Kalen's peaceful expression and the quiet, unglowing stone in his hand. "I did," Kalen said, sitting on the rug before the fire. He told his grandfather the whole story, of Phelan, the journey, the first hearth, the mended wing. He spoke of the shifting paths and the river of moonlight, of the thistle sighs and the profound warmth that mends what is broken. His grandfather listened, his carving lying forgotten in his lap, a smile playing on his lips. When Kalen finished, the old man simply reached out and placed a hand on his grandson's shoulder. "Your grandmother would be very pleased," he said softly. That night, Kalen fell asleep with the unassuming gray stone on his bedside table. The cottage was just as quiet as it had always been, but the silence was different now. It was no longer heavy or empty. It was a peaceful, comfortable silence, filled with the memory of a chiming voice and the promise of tomorrow's visit to the great oak. He knew that out there under the canopy of stars, his friend was safe and whole, watching over the sleeping forest. And he knew that the magic of the emberstone had not faded. It had simply settled deep inside him, a steady, warm glow of friendship, courage, and the quiet, enduring wonder of the world. It was a glow that would keep him company always, a small, personal hearth to warm his heart on even the coldest of nights. And as the fire in our own story's hearth burns down to a soft, crimson bed of embers, casting its final, flickering shadows, let that same feeling of warmth and peace settle over you. The journey is done, the mystery is solved, and all is well. Let your breathing grow slow and deep, matching the gentle rhythm of the sleeping world. Close your eyes and carry this warmth with you into your dreams, where friendships are forged in starlight and every ending is a gentle, peaceful beginning. Sleep well. The fire crackles softly, my dear listeners, a little pocket of warmth in the vast, star-dusted night. Come, draw a little closer, and let me tell you a tale not of roaring dragons or thundering battles, but of a quieter kind of magic. It is a story about a girl, a fox, and a feather that glowed like a captured ember. Our story begins in a small, quiet house at the edge of a great, whispering wood. In this house lived a girl named Anya, who had a heart as soft as thistledown, and a habit of feeling a little bit lost in the wide, noisy world. While other children's laughter rang out like clear bells, Anya's was a gentle, rustling sound, like leaves brushing against a window pane. She often felt she was on the outside of things, looking in at a party she hadn't been invited to. One evening, as a silver twilight settled over the land, Anya was curled in the window seat of the attic, a place that smelled of cedar and forgotten things. She was tracing patterns in the dust on the glass when she saw it, a flicker of russet movement at the tree line. It was a fox, but unlike any she had ever seen. Its fur was the color of autumn oak leaves, and one of its ears had a distinctive, charming notch, as if it had been nicked by a thorn. But most astonishing of all, held gently in its mouth, was a single long feather that pulsed with a soft, warm, golden light, like the last breath of a sunset or the heart of a friendly fire. The fox didn't run. It stood perfectly still, its dark, intelligent eyes fixed on Anya's in the window. Then with a slow, deliberate blink, it turned and trotted into the deep shadows of the wood, the glowing feather a tiny, bobbing lantern in the gathering dark. A strange and gentle curiosity, warm as a sip of chamomile tea, unfurled within Anya. It wasn't a command, but an invitation. Slipping on her worn leather boots and her thick, woolly cloak, she crept out of the silent house and followed. The forest at night was a different world, a tapestry woven from shadow and silver moonlight. The air was cool and carried the rich, damp scent of earth and decaying leaves. Fallen pine needles muffled her footsteps, creating a hush so deep she could hear the rustle of a moth's wings and the distant, liquid gurgle of a hidden stream. Above, the branches of ancient trees laced together, creating a ceiling through which fragments of the starry sky winked like scattered diamonds. And always just ahead was the fox, a silent guide. The feather in its mouth cast a small, warm pool of light, illuminating twisted roots so she wouldn't trip, and painting the undersides of ferns in shades of gold. It was a quiet, patient journey. The fox would pause sometimes, turning its head to ensure she followed, its eyes holding a deep, ancient knowing. Anya, who was so used to feeling invisible, felt truly seen for the first time. They walked for what felt like both a moment and an eternity, until they came to a place where the trees grew so close together they formed a living wall, tangled with ivy and night-blooming jasmine, whose white flowers looked like fallen stars and filled the air with a heavy, sweet perfume. The fox stopped before this wall and, with a soft nudge of its nose, pushed aside a curtain of ivy that Anya would have never noticed. Behind it was a narrow entrance, just wide enough for a girl and a fox to slip through. On the other side, Anya caught her breath. It was a hidden glen, a secret heart nestled within the forest. A small, perfectly round lake lay in its center, its surface so still it held a perfect reflection of the full moon, a second, silver world resting in the water. All around the lake's edge grew flowers that glowed with their own soft, bioluminescent light, pale blue, gentle violet, and soft green. They weren't bright or garish, but cast a dreamlike radiance that made the entire clearing feel like a place outside of time. And in the center of the lake, on the reflection of the moon itself, sat a small, graceful boat shaped like a curled leaf, seemingly woven from living willow branches. The fox walked to the water's edge and carefully laid the glowing feather at Anya's feet. Then it looked from the feather to the boat and back to her. The message was clear, though not a single word had been spoken. Hesitantly, Anya picked up the feather. It was warm to the touch, and the moment her fingers closed around its shaft, the light within it brightened, pulsing in a slow, steady rhythm that felt like a heartbeat. It felt familiar. It felt like a piece of herself she hadn't known was missing. She stepped into the leaf boat, which rocked gently but held her weight as surely as a mother's arms. The fox leaped in after her, settling at the bow, its tail curled neatly over its paws. No oar touched the water. Instead, the boat began to move of its own accord, gliding silently across the mirrored surface, its passage leaving only the faintest, shimmering ripples that distorted the starry reflection for a moment before settling back into perfect clarity. As they drifted, the mystery of this place began to softly unfold. From the glowing flowers on the bank, tiny, wispy forms emerged. They were not quite fairies, not quite spirits, but something in between, little beings of light and pollen, with wings like dragonflies and faces shaped from petals. They hummed a quiet, harmonious tune that vibrated in the air, a sound that felt like the forest itself breathing. They floated around the boat, their light mingling with the glow of Anya's feather, and she felt no fear, only a profound and peaceful wonder. One of the little light beings, bolder than the rest, alighted on the edge of the boat near her hand. It was trembling slightly. Anya saw that one of its delicate, glowing wings was torn and tattered, and it couldn't fly properly, only hop and flutter sadly. The other light beings hummed around it, their song taking on a note of concern. Anya's heart ached for the little creature. Without a second thought, acting on an instinct as natural as breathing, she reached into the pocket of her cloak and pulled out a small sewing kit she always carried, a habit from quieter afternoons. Using the tiniest needle and a thread as fine as a spider's silk, she began, with painstaking care, to mend the torn wing. Her hands, which she so often thought were clumsy and useless, were now steady and sure. The fox watched, its head tilted, and the feather in her lap glowed a little brighter, warming her knees. When she was done, the little being flexed its mended wing. A joyful, silvery chime rang out from it, and it zipped into the air, dancing and looping with pure delight. The hum of the other beings swelled into a chorus of gratitude. They didn't speak in words, but Anya felt their thanks wash over her like a warm wave. It was a small act, a tiny stitch in the great tapestry of the night, but in that moment she understood that her quiet kindness, the very thing that made her feel different, was a magic all its own. The boat completed its slow journey across the lake, coming to rest on the far shore. Anya stepped out, the fox at her side. Before them stood an ancient, gnarled willow tree, its branches sweeping down to touch the ground like a curtain. As they approached, the branches rustled and parted of their own accord, revealing a hollow within the massive trunk. Inside the hollow, resting on a bed of velvety moss, was a small, intricately carved wooden box. The fox nudged her gently towards it. Anya knelt, the glowing feather still clasped in her hand, and opened the box. It was empty save for a single perfect downy feather, identical to the one she held, though this one was dark and dormant. And in that silent, holy moment, she understood the gentle mystery. The box was not meant to hold a treasure. It was a place of giving. The fox, her unexpected friend, had been a guide, not to a prize for her to take, but to a place where her own inner light was needed. The feather she held was not a gift for her, but a gift from her, a light to be shared. Slowly, reverently, she placed the glowing feather she had carried into the empty box. The moment it touched the mossy interior, its light flowed out, seeping into the wood and the earth, and the dormant feather beside it began to glow with the same soft, golden radiance. The light spread through the roots of the great willow, tracing veins of gold through the bark and out into the glen, making the flowers glow a little brighter and the lake shimmer with a new, inner luminescence. She had not found a magic object. She had been the magic. Her quiet courage in following, her gentle hands in mending, her kind heart that felt another's pain. These were the embers that had brought the light. The journey had transformed her as surely as fire transforms wood, burning away her doubt and leaving behind the strong, steady glow of self-worth. The fox rubbed its head against her hand, its fur impossibly soft, and let out a soft, chuffing sound that was the fox equivalent of a contented sigh. Then it picked up the newly glowing feather from the box, and together they left the hidden glen, the willow branches whispering closed behind them. The journey back through the moonlit forest felt different. Anya was no longer following, she was walking alongside her friend. She noticed things she had missed before, the intricate pattern of frost on a spiderweb, the shy eyes of an owl watching from a high branch, the way the moonlight painted silver pathways on the forest floor. She felt a part of it all, connected and whole. When they reached the edge of the wood, the fox stopped. It placed the glowing feather once more at her feet, but this time Anya knew she was not to keep it. She knelt and stroked the soft fur between its notched ears. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice the softest rustle in the night. The fox blinked its slow, deliberate blink once more, then turned and vanished into the shadows, the feather's light disappearing with it, leaving only the silver moonlight and the distant, comforting crackle of the hearth fire from her home. Anya slipped back into the quiet house and up to the attic window. She looked out at the forest, which now seemed not a place of shadows, but a friend holding its own beautiful secrets. She didn't feel lost anymore. She felt like she had found a missing piece of herself, a quiet, steady light that would always glow within her, a warmth to carry through any lonely day. And so, my dear listeners, as the fire burns down to embers and the stars continue their slow, silent dance outside your window, remember Anya's story. Remember that the smallest acts of courage and kindness are a powerful magic. Remember that the most unexpected friendships can warm the coldest corners of the heart. And know that within you, too, there is a light that glows, steady and true, ready to be shared with the world when it is needed most. Now close your eyes. Let the peace of the hidden glen settle over you. Feel the soft moss beneath you, hear the gentle lap of the water, see the friendly, glowing flowers. You are safe. You are loved. You are enough. Let your breathing become as slow and deep as the sleeping forest, and drift into dreams, curled as safely and contentedly as a fox in its den. The night watches over you. Sleep. The fire crackles softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls, and you settle deeper into your cushions, letting the warmth wrap around you like a familiar blanket. Tonight I shall tell you a story of a quiet boy, a hidden world, and a light that glowed like the very embers we watch now. It is a tale of transformation, not the loud, sudden kind, but the slow, steady kind, like a piece of wood giving itself over to the fire, becoming something new, something warm and bright. Our story begins with a boy named Leo, who felt, more often than not, as though he were a puzzle piece from a different box altogether. He was a quiet child with a heart that noticed things others often missed, the way dew clung to a spider's web like a necklace of diamonds, or the particular sigh the old oak tree made when the wind swept through its branches. His days were spent in a small, cozy cottage on the edge of a great, whispering forest, and his closest companions were the books that lined his shelves, their pages filled with tales of daring and magic. But in the quiet moments between the turning of pages, Leo felt a gentle, persistent ache, a longing for a friend who would understand the language of his quiet heart. One evening, as a soft, violet dusk settled over the land and the first stars pricked the sky, Leo was tidying the hearth. The fire was low, a bed of glowing coals pulsing with a deep, orange light. As he reached for a stray piece of kindling, his fingers brushed against something smooth and warm, nestled within the ashes. It was not a piece of wood or coal. It was a stone about the size of his palm, perfectly oval and cool to the touch, yet it held a captured warmth, as if it had been resting by the fire for 100 years. But the most remarkable thing was its heart. Deep within its milky, quartz-like surface, a soft, golden light pulsed. It was not a fierce, blazing light, but a gentle, rhythmic glow, like the slow, steady breathing of a sleeping creature, or the last, loving embers in a dying fire. He wiped the ash from its surface, and the light within seemed to brighten in response, casting a soft, buttery radiance onto his hands. A sense of profound peace settled over him. He knew with a certainty that came from a place deeper than thought that this was no ordinary stone. He cradled it carefully and took it to his room by the window, placing it on his bedside table. That night, for the first time in a long time, Leo did not feel alone. The stone's gentle pulse was a companionable presence in the dark, a silent heartbeat keeping watch over his dreams. The next day and the day after that, Leo carried the stone with him in his pocket. He found that its glow would sometimes quicken, pulsing a little brighter and faster, when he walked along a certain, overgrown path at the edge of the forest, a path most people never noticed. It was as if the stone were a compass, and its needle was pointing him toward something. Curiosity, a small, flickering flame of it, began to grow within him. So on the third day, with the stone a warm, reassuring weight in his pocket, Leo decided to follow the path. The forest welcomed him not with a roar, but with a sigh. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in shifting, dappled patterns, and the air smelled of damp earth, pine needles, and something else, something sweet and ancient. He walked for what felt like a long time, the only sounds the crunch of his footsteps on the leaf-strewn path and the distant call of a wood thrush. The stone in his pocket glowed steadily, a little beacon of warmth against his leg. Just as he began to wonder if he had imagined the whole thing, the path ended abruptly at a wall of thick, tangled ivy that cascaded down a great, mossy boulder. He was about to turn back, a prickle of disappointment in his chest, when the stone in his pocket flared with a sudden, warm intensity. He pulled it out. Its light was no longer a soft pulse, but a bright, inviting gleam illuminating the ivy-covered rock. Acting on an impulse, Leo reached out and pushed aside the heavy curtain of vines. There was no great, crashing revelation. Instead, there was a narrow, hidden opening, just wide enough for him to slip through. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. He found himself in a place that took his breath away. It was a hidden glen, a secret world nestled within the heart of the forest. The air here was even sweeter, humming with a quiet, magical energy. Giant, luminous mushrooms dotted the forest floor, casting a soft, blue-green light that mingled with the golden sunbeams piercing the thick canopy. A small, crystal-clear stream chuckled to itself as it wound its way between smooth, gray stones. The very leaves on the trees seemed to shimmer with a light of their own. It was a place of profound peace and breathtaking beauty. And it was not empty. Sitting on a flat stone by the stream, staring into the water with a posture of deep sadness, was a fox. But this was like no fox Leo had ever seen. Its fur was the color of burnt autumn leaves, with a silvery sheen along its back that caught the light, and its eyes were not the sharp, clever eyes of a wild creature, but large, intelligent, and filled with a melancholy that mirrored the quiet ache Leo so often felt in his own heart. The fox looked up as Leo approached, its ears twitching, but it did not run. It simply watched him, its gaze curious and unafraid. "Hello," Leo said softly, his voice barely a whisper in the tranquil air. The fox tilted its head. To Leo's astonishment, it replied. Its voice was not a human voice, but a rustling, musical sound that seemed to form directly in his mind. "Hello, child of the outside world, you carry a piece of the hearthstone. I have not felt its warmth in many seasons." Leo looked down at the glowing stone in his hand. The hearthstone. "The heart of this glen," the fox explained, its rustling voice filled with a weary sorrow. "It is the source of our light, our warmth, our magic. There were once many, scattered throughout this place, keeping their eternal twilight aglow, but they have been dimming, one by one. Mine was the last to fade just a moon ago, and with it, the music of this place has grown quiet. Leo looked around. Now that the fox mentioned it, he could sense a silence beneath the beauty. It was the silence of a song that had been forgotten, a story left untold. The glowing mushroom seemed a little less bright, the stream's chuckle a little more subdued. "My name is Leo," he said, sitting on the ground a respectful distance from the fox. "And you are?" "I am Kale," the fox replied, "the last guardian of the sun-dappled glen." An unexpected friendship began to blossom there by the chuckling stream. It was not forged in grand adventure or shared danger, but in the quiet sharing of solitude. Leo told Kale of his life in the cottage, of his books, of the quiet loneliness that followed him like a shadow. And Kale spoke of the glen in its brighter days, when the air was filled with the soft chimes of wind blossoms, and the hearthstones pulsed in a harmonious rhythm that made the very trees sway in a slow, graceful dance. "The magic is fading," Kale said, his rustling voice heavy. "And with it, the memory of how to rekindle it. The great hearthstone, the one that anchored all others, was lost long ago. It is said to be hidden deep within the whispering caves, but the path is forgotten, and the caves themselves have fallen silent." Leo looked at the stone in his hand, its warm, ember-like glow a stark contrast to the fading light of the glen. He felt a connection to this place, to this lonely fox. He understood the ache of fading light, both in the glen and in his own heart. "Maybe," Leo said, his voice firmer now, filled with a resolve that surprised him, "maybe we can find it together." Kale looked at him, his large, melancholic eyes reflecting the soft glow of Leo's stone. A spark of something, hope perhaps long dormant, flickered within them. "It is a perilous journey for one so small," he cautioned. "I have a good heart for listening," Leo replied. "And you know the old ways, and we have this." He held up the hearthstone. Its light seemed to pulse in agreement. And so their journey began. It was not a march, but a meandering exploration, a gentle mystery unfolding step by step. They left the sun-dappled glen behind, venturing into the deeper, older parts of the forest. Leo's hearthstone became their guide. In places where the path forked, or where the way was unclear, Leo would hold the stone aloft and wait. One path would make it glow a little brighter, its warmth spreading through his fingers, while the other would cause it to dim. It was a conversation, a gentle guidance. Their journey was one of quiet transformation for Leo. With every step, he was learning to trust not just the stone, but himself. He learned to read the subtle signs of the forest, the way certain mosses grew thicker on the north side of trees, the particular whisper of the wind through the pines that indicated a clearing ahead. Kale, in turn, began to shed his cloak of sorrow. The simple act of having a companion, of sharing a purpose, warmed his old heart. He would point out hidden wonders to Leo, a flower that bloomed only in starlight, a family of tree frogs that sang in perfect harmony. Their friendship was a quiet, steady flame, burning away the loneliness that had clung to them both. After a day of travel, they found the entrance to the Whispering Caves. It was a dark, gaping maw in the side of a mountain, shrouded in mist and silence. The name seemed a cruel joke, for no whisper came from within, only a deep, profound stillness that felt heavy and cold. Leo's hearthstone flickered as they approached, its light seeming to struggle against the oppressive darkness. "The silence is a wall," Kale said, his rustling voice hushed. "It guards the way." Leo stood at the entrance, feeling the cold breath of the cave wash over him. He was afraid. The darkness was vast and unknown. But then he felt the warm, steady weight of the stone in his hand, and he looked at Kale, who stood beside him, trusting and steadfast. He thought of the fading glen, of the forgotten music, of the loneliness that he now understood could be overcome. He closed his eyes and did what he did best. He listened. At first there was only the silence, thick and smothering. But he pushed past his fear, focusing on the small, warm pulse of the hearthstone against his palm. He listened to his own heartbeat, to the soft rustle of Kale's breathing. And then he heard it. Faint, so very faint, like a memory of a sound. It was not a whisper, but a hum. A low, deep, resonant hum that seemed to come from the very stone of the mountain. "It's not silent," Leo whispered, his eyes still closed. "It's waiting." He took a step forward into the darkness, holding his stone out before him. The hum grew slightly stronger. He took another step and another, Kale padding softly beside him. They moved slowly, the light from Leo's stone pushing back the shadows just enough to reveal a path that wound deep into the heart of the mountain. The cave was a labyrinth of glittering stone and echoing chambers, but Leo did not navigate with his eyes. He navigated with his ears, following the faint, resonant hum that called to the hearthstone in his hand. The deeper they went, the stronger the hum became, until it was a tangible vibration in the air, a song the mountain had been singing to itself for centuries, waiting for someone to hear it. The path led them to a vast, cavernous chamber. In the center of the chamber, on a natural pedestal of rock, sat a stone. It was larger than Leo's, about the size of a loaf of bread, and it was dark and dormant, covered in a fine layer of dust. But from its core, the deep, resonant hum was emanating. This was the great hearthstone. But it was not glowing. It was cold and gray. Leo approached it, his own stone pulsing rapidly now, as if calling out to its elder. He reached out a hand and gently brushed the dust from its surface. Nothing happened. The hum continued, but the stone remained dark. "It has been asleep for too long," Kale said, his voice filled with a fresh wave of despair. "A single hearthstone is not enough to wake it." Leo's heart sank. They had come so far. He looked at the dark stone, then at the warm, glowing one in his own hand. He thought of all the stories he had ever read, tales of magic and light. They always spoke of sacrifice, of giving something of yourself. He thought of the fire in his hearth at home, how a single ember could not start a new fire, but if you placed it gently amidst the kindling with care and patience, a new flame could be born. He wasn't a great wizard. He didn't know any powerful spells. He was just a quiet boy with a good heart for listening. So he did the only thing that felt right. He placed his own, smaller hearthstone gently against the great, dormant one. He closed his eyes and he poured all of his hope, all of his newfound courage, all of the warmth of his friendship with Kale into that simple touch. He thought of the sun-dappled glen not as it was, but as it could be, full of light and music and joy. He gave his stone not as a command, but as a gift. A spark. For a long moment, nothing happened. The only sound was the deep, lonely hum of the great stone. And then a flicker. A tiny, golden spark appeared deep within the heart of the great hearthstone. It pulsed once weakly, then again stronger. Leo's own stone glowed in tandem, its light flowing into the larger stone like a river joining the sea. The spark grew, spreading through the dormant stone like liquid sunlight, chasing away the gray, until the entire great hearthstone was ablaze with a warm, brilliant, golden light. The hum transformed, rising in pitch and joy, becoming a clear, beautiful chime that filled the cavern and echoed out through the tunnels. The light from the great hearthstone did not stay contained. It pulsed outwards in a wave of pure, warm energy. As it passed through Leo, he felt not exhausted, but filled with a profound sense of peace and belonging. The ache of loneliness was gone, replaced by a steady, warm glow of connection. He had been transformed as surely as a log in the fire. His quiet solitude burned away to reveal the brave, kind heart that had always been there. When they emerged from the whispering caves, the world was different. The forest seemed to be singing, the very leaves shimmering with renewed vitality. They made their way back to the sun-dappled glen, and when Leo pushed aside the ivy curtain, he gasped. The glen was awake. The luminous mushrooms glowed with a fierce, joyful light, painting the clearing in vibrant colors. The stream chuckled and gurgled with newfound energy. And everywhere from within hollows in the trees, from beneath fern fronds, from the banks of the stream, other hearthstones were glowing, their lights pulsing in a harmonious, rhythmic dance. The air was filled with the soft, sweet sound of wind blossoms chiming, a music that had been silent for generations. Kale stood beside Leo, his fur seeming to shimmer with its own inner light. The melancholy was gone from his eyes, replaced by a deep, contented joy. "You have done it, Leo," he said, his rustling voice now filled with music. "You did not just bring back the light, you brought back the song." Leo knew his time in the glen was drawing to a close. The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, mirroring the fire he knew would be waiting in his own hearth. He felt a pang of sadness at the thought of leaving, but it was a gentle sadness, like the end of a beautiful day. "Will you be all right?" Leo asked Kale. The fox nuzzled his hand gently. "The glen is whole again, and I am no longer its last guardian. I am its keeper and its friend, just as you are. And you," Kale said, his intelligent eyes soft, "you will always carry its warmth with you. You do not need a stone for that anymore." Leo looked down at his hand. The small hearthstone he had found was no longer glowing with its own light. It was just a beautiful, smooth, milky stone, warm to the touch. Its work was done. Its light had been given, and in the giving, it had become a part of something greater. He tucked it safely into his pocket, a treasured keepsake. With a final, fond look at the glowing, singing glen and a wave to his friend Kale, Leo slipped back through the ivy and began the walk home. The forest path seemed familiar and friendly now, the shadows no longer lonely, but simply a part of the evening's gentle embrace. He arrived home as the last light faded from the sky. The cottage was quiet, but the hearth was still warm. He knelt before it, watching the embers pulse and glow in the dark, just as the hearthstones pulsed in the hidden glen. He took the now dormant stone from his pocket and placed it gently on the mantelpiece, where it caught the firelight and seemed to hold it with a quiet satisfaction. Leo climbed into his bed, pulling the blankets up to his chin. He was no longer the boy who felt like a puzzle piece from the wrong box. He had journeyed, he had made a true friend, and he had helped rekindle a light that had almost gone out. He had discovered that his quiet heart, his ability to listen, was not a weakness, but a rare and wonderful kind of magic. The warmth he had carried back from the glen was not just in his memory. It was inside him, a steady, comforting glow that would never truly fade. And as he drifted off to sleep, the fire in the hearth crackled its own soft lullaby, and he imagined he could still hear, faint and far away, the beautiful, chiming music of the sun-dappled glen, a song of friendship and rekindled light to guide him into the most peaceful of dreams. Sleep well, little one. May your own heart always be a hearthstone, glowing steady and true. In the sleepy valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into plum-colored sunsets and cobblestone paths glistened with morning dew, a peculiar mystery began to unfold. It started with old Mrs. Thimblewick's prize-winning roses. Overnight, their vibrant petals turned as clear as raindrops, though they still smelled sweeter than honeycake. Then came the floating teacups in Mr. Bramble's bakery, drifting lazily above the scone trays without spilling a drop of chamomile brew. Finally, the village children discovered their knitted mittens humming soft lullabies whenever worn. Whispers fluttered through the maple groves like autumn leaves. What magic is this? Young Clara, with eyes like moss agates and a curiosity as deep as the wishing well, decided to unravel the riddle. She tucked her notebook into her apron pocket, filled her pockets with sugar-dusted biscuits, and set out beneath a sky streaked with dove-gray clouds. Her first clue came near the brook, where she found dewdrops hovering midair like tiny crystal bells. "Something's dancing where it shouldn't," she murmured, sketching the phenomenon with a charcoal pencil. Seeking wisdom, Clara climbed the hill to the cottage of Elder Rowan, whose beard held more stories than the village library. His home smelled of dried lavender and slow-brewed wisdom tea. "Ah," he chuckled, strorting his silver beard as Clara described the floating dewdrops. "Nature's shyest children are stirring, but mischief without malice needs gentle eyes to see it." He gifted her a spyglass carved from moonstone, a lens that revealed invisible footprints glittering like crushed starlight on the mossy banks. Following the trail, Clara wandered into the whisperwood, where ancient trees murmured secrets to the wind. There she met Flicker, a squirrel with fur like spun copper and a tail that shimmered when excited. "Troubles brewing by the Glimmer Pond," he chattered, nibbling Clara's offered biscuit. "The pond sprites are restless, their queen's crown has gone missing." Flicker led her through fern-choked paths to the pond, where water lilies glowed like submerged lanterns. Sure enough, tiny, translucent sprites darted frantically beneath the surface, their usual joyful bubbles replaced by worried sighs. Clara observed quietly. The sprite's magic, usually confined to polishing pebbles and guiding tadpoles, was spilling into Willowbrook, unintended ripples of their distress. Using Elder Rowan's spyglass, she spotted faint scorch marks near a hawthorn bush. "Fireflies don't burn leaves," she mused. Flicker scampered up the tree, returning with a clue, a single thread of iridescent silk, finer than spider web. "Moon moth silk," he declared. "Only night gardeners weave it." Under a buttermilk moon, Clara and Flicker crept to the night garden, a hidden meadow where lunar moths tended blossoms that bloomed only in starlight. There, perched on a foxglove trumpet, sat Seraphina, a moth woman with wings like stained glass. Her antennae drooped guiltily. "I borrowed the crown," she confessed, voice like rustling petals. "The queen's crown holds starlight to help our midnight blooms, but when I returned it, it vanished from the pond's edge." Her wings fluttered anxiously, scattering prism dust. Clara pieced it together. The scorch marks were from Seraphina's hurried flight, the silk thread a snag from the crown. But who took it? Back at Glimmer Pond, Clara studied the muddy shore. Among the sprite footprints, she spotted larger, webbed impressions. "Frogs don't wear crowns," giggled Flicker. Then, a glint beneath a willow root. There lay the crown, tangled in fishing line beside a dented tin pail. Old Finn, the nearsighted fisherman, often mended nets here at dawn. At daybreak, Clara found Finn by his boat. "I," he admitted, scratching his head, "thought it were a fancy bobber. Took it home for me tackle box." Finn's cottage overflowed with useful finds. Bottle cap medals, button brooches, and there, gleaming among fish hooks, the Sprite Queen's crown, a delicate circle of water reeds and captive starlight. The resolution bloomed like dawn. Clara returned the crown to the tearful queen, who rewarded Willowbrook with a promise. Henceforth, sprites would borrow magic openly. Each morning they'd weave dewdrop chimes in misses, Thimblewick's garden, float teacups as Bramble's bakery alarms, and stitch humming tunes into mittens to warm small fingers. Seraphina gifted Finn firefly lanterns for night fishing, while Elder Rowan displayed the moonstone spyglass in the village hall, a reminder that mysteries unravel sweetest with kindness and watchful eyes. That evening, as Clara curled by her hearth, the mittens on her hands hummed a soft, contented melody. Outside, the clear roses caught the moonlight like living stained glass, and the air shimmered with the gentle magic of secrets understood. In Willowbrook, even the quietest puzzles nestled into place, cradled by friendship and the soft, sure rhythm of a world where every mystery ended with a lullaby. In a quiet corner of a little house nestled between whispering pines, there lived a boy named Leo. His home was a place of soft edges and gentle sounds, where the floorboards creaked like sleepy crickets, and the curtains sighed with every breath of wind. On evenings when the sky turned the color of bruised plums, Leo would often find himself drawn to the attic, a realm of dust motes dancing in slanted sunlight and secrets waiting to be found. One such evening, as rain tapped a lullaby on the roof, Leo climbed the narrow stairs to the attic. The air smelled of cedar and forgotten stories. In the far corner, behind a trunk draped with a quilt stitched by his great-grandmother, he discovered a small wooden box. It was no larger than his hand, carved with patterns of twisting vines and sleeping birds. When he lifted the lid, a soft melody began to play, tinkling like ice crystals in a winter sun. This was no ordinary music box. As the notes spilled into the air, they seemed to weave shapes, faint, shimmering images of a path through a forest Leo had never seen. Hesitant but curious, Leo reached out a finger to trace the glowing notes. At his touch, the attic seemed to melt away, and he found himself standing at the edge of a twilight wood. The music box rested in his palm, still playing its gentle tune. This was not a journey of miles, but one of heartbeats and bravery, a quest to unlock the box's final secret, which could only be revealed by facing his own fear of the unknown. The path before him was carpeted with moss that muffled his steps, and the trees arched overhead like protective arms. Fireflies blinked in the deepening blue, and somewhere in the distance, a bell chimed softly, as if calling him forward. Leo's courage felt as fragile as a cobweb, but he took a step, then another, guided by the music. Before long, he encountered his first helper, a badger named Barnaby, who was busily organizing a collection of acorns by size and shine. Barnaby had a voice like gravel being gently shifted, and he spoke in precise, measured sentences. "Ah," he said without looking up. "You've come for the whispering key, I presume. It's been misplaced for an age. Terribly inconvenient." Barnaby explained that the music box held a song of healing, but it could not be completed without the key, which had been lost to fear. Leo's challenge was not to find the key in some far-off land, but to learn the patience to listen for its whisper. As they walked, Barnaby pointed out clues, a leaf that trembled in a particular way, a stone that hummed when the music box played a certain note. But Leo, eager to finish, rushed ahead, missing the subtle signs. It was then they met Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of autumn oak leaves. Pip's voice was a cheerful twitter, and she had a habit of finishing others' sentences. "Oh, you're going too fast," she chirped. "The key isn't in a hurry, no siree. It's in the quiet moments, like when you watch a spider spin her web, patiently, patiently." With Pip flitting beside him, Leo tried to slow down. He noticed how the air tasted of damp earth, and how the distant bell grew clearer when he breathed deeply. Yet, frustration nibbled at him. The path seemed to loop back on itself, and the shadows lengthened. Just as doubt began to cloud his heart, a soft purr rumbled from a hollow log. Out stepped a cat with fur as silver as moonlight. Her name was Seraphina, and her eyes held the wisdom of countless starry nights. Her voice was a low, soothing hum. "Courage, little one," she said, "is not the absence of fear, but the kindness we show ourselves when we are afraid. Sit with me a while." Seraphina led Leo to a cozy clearing where mushrooms glowed with a soft light, and the ground was cushioned with pine needles. Here the sound of the forest wrapped around them like a warm blanket, the rustle of leaves, the purr of the cat, the steady rhythm of Leo's own breathing. Seraphina taught him that the whispering key responded to gentleness, not force. "When you are still," she murmured, "you will hear what the world is trying to tell you." Leo closed his eyes, letting the music box's melody blend with the forest's whispers. He thought of the attic, of rainy evenings, and the love stitched into that old quilt. He remembered times he had been patient, waiting for a seedling to sprout or for his grandmother's stories to unfold. In that moment of quiet kindness to himself, A faint tinkling sound emerged from under a nearby fern, not from the box, but from the air itself. It was the whispering key, shimmering into being, a tiny, crystalline thing that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. With the key in hand, Leo returned to the music box. As he turned it, the melody swelled into a complete song, and the shimmering path solidified into a bridge of light leading back to the attic. The forest faded, but its peace remained. Leo found himself once more surrounded by trunks and treasures, the music box now silent but warm in his grasp. He realized the journey had been within him all along, a map of his own courage, drawn with patience and kindness. That night, as Leo drifted to sleep, the attic felt more like a sanctuary than ever. The rain had softened to a drizzle, and the fireflies outside his window seemed to wink in approval. He knew that ordinary places held extraordinary magic for those brave enough to listen, and that the gentlest adventures often leave the deepest marks. And in the quiet of the night, the distant bell chimed once more, a sweet promise that courage, like a cozy room, is always there to welcome you home. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore beards of moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived Fern, a young rabbit with fur the color of twilight shadows. This forest wasn't just trees and earth, it was alive with quiet magic, a place where the boundaries between creature and spirit, reality and dream, shimmered like heat haze on a summer's day. Fern knew the hidden pathways, the taste of dew-kissed clover at dawn, and the comforting scent of damp earth after a gentle rain. He knew, too, the secret lives that pulsed beneath the surface. The whispering woods thrived on a delicate, ancient harmony. The Badger clan, deep in their set, carefully turned the soil, ensuring seeds slept well. The Squirrel Council, high in the canopy, managed the dispersal of nuts and berries, their bushy tails flicking with purpose. Glimmerflies, tiny creatures woven from starlight and pollen, tended the night-blooming flowers, their soft hum a lullaby for the woods. And old grandfather Mossback, a turtle whose shell was etched with centuries of growth rings, was the keeper of the tides, sensing the subtle shifts in the forest's deep magic tied to the seasons and the weather itself. Fern's favorite time was the amber season, when autumn painted the leaves in fiery hues. The air grew crisp, carrying the scent of wood smoke from unseen hearths and the sweet decay of fallen apples. One evening, as the setting sun stained the sky lavender and peach, Fern noticed something amiss. The gentle giggle of Crystal Brook, usually a constant companion near his burrow, had faded to a troubled gurgle. The glimmerflies, usually flitting like scattered embers near the water's edge, hovered anxiously, their light dimmer than usual. Even the leaves seemed to whisper with a note of worry, rustling secrets Fern couldn't quite grasp. Seeking wisdom, Fern hopped along the familiar, root-ribboned path to the mossy stone, where Grandfather Mossback basked in the last warm rays. The ancient turtle's eyes, deep pools of moss-green wisdom, opened slowly as Fern approached. Grandfather Mossback, Fern began, his nose twitching with concern. Crystal Brook sounds sick, the glimmerflies are sad, the air feels heavy, like before a storm that never comes. Mossback took a slow, deliberate breath, the scent of damp earth and ancient stone clinging to him. He extended his neck, tasting the air. Ah, young Fern, your senses are keen, the balance shifts, the amber season's magic is waning, but this is different, a blockage, a knot in the forest's flow. He tapped his claw thoughtfully on the stone. The rains were heavy last moon. Perhaps the great roots of the sentinel oak shifted, or stones tumbled where they shouldn't. Crystal Brook cannot sing if her throat is choked. Fern's heart fluttered. What can we do? The forest feels wrong. Patience, little one, Mossback rumbled, his voice like stones grinding softly together. Harmony isn't a stillness, but a constant dance. The forest remembers its steps. We must find the source gently, wisely. Go to Willow at the bend where the ferns grow thick. She listens to the water's song like no other. Following the troubled brook upstream, Fern felt the unease deepen. The usual comforting scent of wet stone and watercress was tinged with stagnation. The playful sparkle on the water's surface was dulled. He found Willow, a water vole with fur like polished river pebbles, her small paws resting on a smooth stone, her eyes closed as she listened intently to the troubled water. "Willow," Fern whispered, not wanting to startle her. Her eyes opened, large and dark with worry. "Fern," the song it's choked, "a great sadness sits upstream near the sentinel's roots. Stones and mud have fallen, trapping the water. It cannot flow freely to nourish the lower pools or carry the moon's reflection to the sleeping fish." Just then a flurry of wings announced Pip, a sparrow as quick and bright as a sunbeam. "I saw it from above," he chirped, landing on a swaying reed. A whole tumble of rocks and earth, it's huge. The waters backed up, making a muddy pool where the forget-me-nots bloomed. Fern felt a pang of sorrow for the drowned flowers. "Grandfather Mossback said we need to help, but how? It looks too big." Willow patted the water gently. "Strength comes not from size alone, Fern, but from working together, like the roots beneath our feet." She looked at Pip. "Can you summon the Badger clan? Their strong paws are needed for moving the largest stones." Pip bobbed his head. "On my way." He shot into the air, a brown dart against the deepening twilight. "And Fern," Willow continued, "find the Squirrel Council. Their clever paws and strong teeth can weave roots and vines to hold the bank steady once the blockage is cleared." Fern raced through the gathering dusk, the scent of pine needles sharp in the cooling air. He found the Squirrel Council holding a hushed conference in the hollow of a venerable beech tree. Their leader, a gray squirrel named Acorn with a tail like a silvery plume, listened intently. "A blockage at the sentinel, that explains the restless whispers in the roots," Acorn mused, tapping a claw. "The waters feed the deep magic. If it stagnates, the amber season's gentle release into frost's embrace will falter. The glimmerfly's light dims already. We will come. Our young ones are swift. They will gather the strongest vines." By the time Fern returned to the blocked stream, guided by the worried hum of the gathered glimmerflies casting a soft, ethereal light, the Badger clan had arrived. Bracken, the largest, with powerful shoulders and claws like polished ebony, was already testing the largest boulder. His low grunts mingled with the gurgle of trapped water. Smaller badgers worked alongside, shifting smaller rocks and clumps of earth. "Careful now," rumbled Bracken, his voice thick with effort. "Don't let the mudslide downstream. Steady." The Squirrel Council arrived in a rustle of leaves and chattering instructions. Young squirrels scampered, their teeth working swiftly on tough, flexible vines. They wove them into strong nets and mats, directed by Acorn's sharp commands. "Anchor it there, yes, against that root. We must shore up the bank before the water rushes free." Fern felt small amidst the bustling activity. He saw a cluster of smooth, fist-sized stones near the water's edge, part of the blockage but accessible. He began to push them, one by one, rolling them away with his nose and paws. The mud was cool and slick between his toes, smelling deeply of the forest's hidden depths. Nearby, Willow used her strong teeth to gnaw through a stubborn tangle of water roots trapping smaller debris. The glimmerflies hovered close, their soft light illuminating the work, their gentle hum a constant, encouraging presence. The night deepened, painting the sky indigo and scattering diamond-bright stars. The air grew colder, carrying the promise of frost, but the work warmed them. Grandfather Mossback arrived, moving with slow, deliberate purpose. He settled near the growing pile of cleared debris, his presence radiating calm strength. He didn't lift stones, but his deep, resonant voice offered guidance. "Ease that one to the left, Bracken. Let the water find its own path, don't force it. Willow, clear that channel for the flow. Good, the forest breathes easier already." Hours passed, measured by the slow wheel of stars above and the steady rhythm of working creatures. Muscles ached, paws were muddy, fur was damp, but a shared sense of purpose warmed them. Finally, with a concerted heave from Bracken and two other badgers, the last large boulder shifted, groaning as it rolled aside. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then, a trickle of water found the new gap. It grew, bubbling over the cleared stones, giggling with newfound freedom. It rushed past the carefully woven vine mats holding the banks firm, carrying away the murky pool. Crystal Brook sang again, clear and bright, reflecting the myriad lights of the hovering glimmerflies like liquid stars. A collective sigh, warm and relieved, rose from the gathered creatures. Bracken sank back on his haunches, wiping mud from his snout. Acorn chattered happily, her tail twitching with satisfaction. The young squirrels bounced with glee. Willow dipped her paws into the flowing water, a smile spreading across her face. She sings true again. Grandfather Mossback nodded slowly, his ancient eyes reflecting the joyful light. Well done, children of the Whispering Woods, you have mended a tear in the great tapestry. Remember this night, the harmony we cherish is not a gift, but a responsibility shared by all who dwell here, great and small. When one part suffers, all feel the strain. When many work together with wisdom and kindness, the balance is restored. As if in response, a gentle breeze sighed through the trees, carrying the clean scent of flowing water and the sweet perfume of night-blooming flowers revived by the glimmerflies. The oppressive heaviness lifted, replaced by the forest's deep, peaceful hum. The leaves rustled a soft, contented melody. The creatures gathered on the banks, tired but content. Bracken produced a small clay jar of rich, dark earth honey. Acorn shared crisp autumn nuts. Willow offered tender waterroot stalks. Fern nibbled on a sweet clover leaf, the taste pure and clean. The glimmerflies danced above them, their light weaving patterns of gold and silver on the water and the faces of the friends. Grandfather Mossback spoke softly as they shared the simple feast under the watchful stars. See how the brook carries the fallen leaves. They are not lost, but become part of the earth downstream, nourishing new life. So it is with our actions. Tonight's work feeds the forest's future. The magic tied to the seasons flows strongest when the waters run free. The frost's embrace will come now, not with harshness, but as a gentle blanket, because the balance is kept. Fern snuggled into the soft moss beside Willow, watching the moonlight dance on the water. He felt the deep, steady thrum of the forest beneath him, the cool night air on his fur, the comforting warmth of friends nearby, and the sweet taste of honey on his tongue. The gentle wisdom of the ancient turtle, the strength of the badgers, the cleverness of the squirrels, the quiet dedication of the vole, the guiding light of the glimmerflies, it all wove together like the roots beneath the soil, holding the Whispering Woods in its timeless, harmonious embrace. The subtle magic of the place, the interconnected lives, the respect for the seasons and the elements, it wasn't a grand spectacle, but a quiet, enduring truth whispered on the wind and flowing in the water. As sleep began to pull at his eyelids, Fern understood, caring for their shared home, listening to its needs, and acting together with kindness wasn't just a task. It was the very song the forest sang, a lullaby of belonging that would echo through generations, as enduring as the ancient oaks and as comforting as the moon's gentle light on a peaceful night. The forest breathed softly around him, whole and well, and Fern drifted into dreams cradled by its deep, harmonious peace. The attic always smelled of cinnamon and old paper, a scent that seemed to linger no matter the season. On this particular afternoon, with rain tapping gentle fingers against the roof, a young girl named Clara had been sent to find her grandmother's old sewing box. The air was still and thick with memories, and the only light came from a single dusty window pane, through which the gray afternoon spilled like weak tea. Creak went the floorboards beneath her feet, a familiar song she'd known since childhood. She moved past towers of hat boxes, a dress form draped in a ghostly sheet, and a wicker trunk full of mothball-scented woolens. In the farthest corner, tucked behind a fractured mirror and a stack of National Geographic magazines, was an old sea chest she'd never noticed before. It was made of dark wood, banded with tarnished brass, and on its lid was a carving of a compass rose, though the directions were marked not with letters, but with tiny, intricate symbols. A teapot, a book, a key, and a feather. Her curiosity, a much stronger force than her mission, took over. With a soft thump, she sat before it. The latch was stubborn, but after a moment's struggle, it gave way with a satisfying clunk. The lid opened on groaning hinges, releasing a puff of air that smelled of cedar and distant, rain-washed streets. Inside, nestled in a bed of faded velvet, was not a treasure of gold or jewels, but a simple, beautifully crafted compass. Its case was made of warm, honey-colored wood, and its face was of creamy porcelain. The needle, a sliver of shimmering mother-of-pearl, did not point north. Instead, it quivered and spun, finally settling not on a direction, but on the little carved teapot on the lid of the chest. Clara picked it up. It was warm to the touch. As her fingers closed around it, a soft, silvery chime echoed through the attic, seeming to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. The needle glowed with a faint, milky light. "Well now," said a voice, dry and rustling like autumn leaves. "It's been an age." Clara nearly dropped the compass. Peering from behind a stack of books was a ginger cat of impressive size and dignified bearing. He had one eye of gold and one of green, and his tail twitched with an air of mild impatience. You can talk," Clara whispered, her heart thrumming like a hummingbird's wings. "Everyone can talk," the cat replied, meticulously washing a paw. "Most simply choose to say very dull things. I am Alistair, and you have awakened the Hearthstone compass. It doesn't do that for just anyone, you know. It requires a certain quality of quiet." "What does it do?" Clara asked, her voice full of wonder. "It doesn't point to where you are," Alistair explained, leaping gracefully onto the sea chest with a soft thud. "It points to where you need to be, a much more complicated business. Currently, it seems you are in dire need of a cup of tea." The needle, indeed, was steadfastly aimed at the teapot symbol. "But how do I follow it?" Clara asked. "You hold the intention in your heart, take a step, and listen," said a new voice, small and quick as a mouse's heartbeat. From a hole in the wainscoting, a tiny mouse with spectacles perched on the end of her nose emerged. She clutched a minute, leather-bound notebook. "The compass measures journeys of the spirit, not the stride. I am Pip, the cartographer of inner realms, delighted to make your acquaintance." And so, with the Hearthstone compass glowing in her hand, Clara took a step forward in the dusty attic. The world did not blur or spin, but shifted. The rain-tapped window seemed to stretch, the shadows deepened, and the air grew stiller. With another step, the towers of boxes and trunks rearranged themselves into a corridor of towering, cloth-bound cliffs. The familiar attic had become an unknown landscape. "The first challenge is always the veil of whispers," Pip chirped from Clara's shoulder, making notes in her book. "Don't listen too closely." A wind Clara couldn't feel began to rustle the papers stacked high on either side of her. At first, it was just a sound, like the pages of 1,000 books being turned all at once. Then, the rustling formed words. "You'll never find your way back," one whisper hissed. "The sewing box is all that matters. Why are you wandering?" Sighed another. "This is just a silly dream," a third chuckled, dry and brittle. Clara felt a knot of anxiety tighten in her chest. The needle on the compass wavered. Alistair, walking regally at her side, purred, a sound like a tiny, contented motor. "Ar-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra." "The whispers have no power," he rumbled, "unless you lend them your fear. They are just old stories no one bothered to finish. Pay them no mind." Clara took a deep breath, focusing on the warm, steady purr and the gentle glow of the compass. She held the intention of kindness in her heart, kindness for her own curiosity, for this strange adventure. She took another step, and then another. The whispers faded, becoming once more just the innocent rustling of forgotten papers. The corridor opened into a vast, circular space. In the center stood a grand, cobweb-choked clock, its hands frozen at a minute to midnight. All around its base was a tangled, glistening web, and in the center of the web sat a large, sorrowful-looking spider, dabbing at her many eyes with a tiny lace handkerchief. Sniffle. Sob. The keeper of lost time, Pip whispered. She's always so upset. She can't get the clock to chime, and until it does, this part of the journey remains stuck. The spider looked up, her eyes gleaming like dewdrops. Oh, hello, she wept. Don't mind me, it's been so long since it made a sound. A proper clock should sing, but the mechanism is jammed with regrets and if-onlys, and my legs are too clumsy to fix it. The compass needle now pointed directly at the spider. This, then, was where Clara needed to be. Perhaps I can help, Clara said softly, kneeling at the edge of the web. What seems to be the trouble? The spider, whose name was Arabella, gestured with a delicate leg to the clock's interior, visible through a glass panel. Inside, among the gears and cogs, were tangled gossamer threads that shimmered with sad, gray light. They're all the little sorrows that get caught in the works, she explained. Every I wish I had, and I'm sorry I didn't, they've gummed up everything. Clara didn't have tools or magic, but she remembered the lesson of the veil. She had kindness and she had patience. Would you like to tell me about them? Clara asked. Sometimes giving a sorrow a voice is the first step to untangling it. So Arabella did. She spoke of lonely evenings and unfinished webs, of missed connections and conversations that never happened. As she spoke, Clara listened, her presence a quiet, steady comfort. And as each small sorrow was acknowledged, one of the gray, glistening threads inside the clock would loosen, then unravel into a soft, silver dust that drifted away. Alistair sat nearby, his purr a constant, soothing rhythm. Pip made encouraging notes. Tick-tock went the clock as a gear, suddenly freed, shifted a fraction of an inch. Finally, the last gray thread dissolved. There was a deep, resonant click from within the clock's heart. The frozen hands shuddered, then began to move. They swept up to the 12, and the attic was filled with the most beautiful, melodic chime Clara had ever heard. It wasn't a loud, jarring sound, but a soft, profound note that vibrated in the chest and seemed to set everything right. Bong. Arabella the spider wept again, but this time they were tears of joy. Thank you, she whispered, her web now gleaming with happy, diamond-like dewdrops. You've fixed more than the clock. The way ahead was now clear, leading to a cozy nook under the eaves that Clara was sure hadn't been there before. A small round table was set for tea, with a steaming pot and 2 china cups. The compass needle glowed brightly, pointing at the teapot. The journey was complete. Sitting in the chair was a kind-faced woman who looked familiar, her image faded like an old photograph. It was Clara's grandmother as a young woman. She smiled. You found your way, she said, her voice like the chiming of the clock. The compass always leads you where you need to go. Sometimes it's to a place of help, like dear Arabella. Sometimes it's to a quiet moment of understanding. And sometimes, she said, pouring a cup of chamomile tea that smelled of honey and sunlight, it's simply to a nice cup of tea. They sat for a while in comfortable silence, the only sounds the gentle clink of china and the soft, rhythmic purring of Alistair, who had curled up at their feet. Pip was contentedly sketching the scene in her tiny book. The greatest adventures, her grandmother said finally, are the ones that teach us how to be brave in our own hearts, to be kind when we are afraid and patient when we are lost. You measured your journey well today, my dear. The image of her grandmother began to fade, along with the cozy nook. The world shifted back, the shadows retreating, the towers of clutter returning to their familiar, dusty places. Clara found herself sitting once more before the old sea chest, the warm hearthstone compass still in her hand, though its light was now gentle and dormant. She wasn't in the strange, expanded attic anymore, but she felt different inside. Larger, somehow. Braver. The rain had stopped, and a sliver of golden evening light pierced the dusty window. She carefully placed the compass back in its velvet nest and closed the lid of the chest with a soft, final thump. She knew it would be there if she ever needed it again. Then she stood, brushed the dust from her knees, and walked to the other side of the attic, where she found her grandmother's sewing box right where it was supposed to be. As she carried it downstairs, the ordinary sounds of the house, the hum of the refrigerator, the distant chatter of the television, felt like a warm blanket. She had traveled far without ever leaving the attic. She had faced whispers with courage and untangled sorrows with kindness. And she knew with a certainty that settled deep in her bones that no matter how ordinary a place might seem, it could always hold the most extraordinary secrets, waiting for a quiet heart to discover them. Deep within the heart of the world, cradled between the shoulders of sleeping mountains, lay the ancient forest of Elmshadow. It was a place where time moved not in hours, but in breaths, where the very air tasted of damp earth, pine resin, and secrets older than the first stars. The moonlight that filtered through the canopy was not merely light. It was a liquid silver that pooled in the hollows, dripped from the needles of the fir trees, and painted the world in shades of mystery and dreams. It was in this forest that a young squirrel, his coat the color of twilight ash, found himself awake long past his usual bedtime. His name was Pip, and a restless curiosity, like a tiny tapping acorn against his heart, had driven him from his warm nest of leaves and moss. The day world was familiar, all bustling activity and bright sunbeams. But the night was a different story entirely, a whispered promise he felt compelled to understand. He ventured cautiously, his small paws making no sound on the carpet of fallen leaves, softened by centuries of decay. The forest was alive with a symphony of gentle sounds. A soft, steady pitter-patter began as a light rain found its way through the dense canopy, each drop landing on a broad leaf with a soft plink before rolling off to join the chorus below. The wind, a patient and ancient musician, played the pine needles like 1,000 tiny harps, a whispering, sighing melody that spoke of far-off places and long-forgotten lullabies. Pip's journey led him to a babbling brook, its water so clear it seemed to be made of melted moonlight. He crouched by its edge, watching as it chuckled and gurgled over smooth, moss-covered stones. He had always thought the stream merely made noise, but as he listened, truly listened, he began to hear the words within the water. "Flow with grace, little one," it seemed to murmur as it swirled around a rock. "The obstacles are not to stop you, but to shape your path. Be patient, be persistent." A great ancient willow tree, its branches trailing like silver hair in the water, sighed in agreement. Its leaves rustled with a sound like pages turning in a sacred book. "We trees remember," the willow's whisper joined the stream's song. "We remember the sapling's struggle and the strength of deep roots. We remember every story the wind has ever told us. Listen, and you will learn." Pip felt a profound sense of peace wash over him, deeper and more calming than any sleep. He was not just hearing sounds, he was understanding a language he never knew existed. He followed the stream until it widened into a small, starlit clearing. And here he stopped, his breath catching in his tiny chest. The clearing was a hidden cathedral of light. All around him, fungi growing on fallen logs pulsed with a soft, greenish-blue luminescence, their light ebbing and flowing like the breath of the forest itself. Fireflies, living embers, drifted in slow, deliberate patterns, weaving constellations just above the grass. The very moss on the stones seemed to drink the starlight and glow with a faint, internal radiance. It was a magic knot of flash and drama, but of quiet, breathtaking beauty. In the center of this bioluminescent wonder stood the oldest inhabitant of Elmshadow, an owl named Orin. His feathers were the color of weathered bark, and his eyes were two deep, golden pools that held the wisdom of countless cycles of the moon. He did not startle at Pip's approach. He simply blinked slowly, a gesture of profound peace. "You are far from your nest, little Pip." Orin's voice was not a hoot, but a low, resonant rumble, like stones shifting deep underground. It was a sound that promised safety and understanding. I couldn't sleep," Pip admitted, his own voice a small squeak in the vast, gentle noise of the night. "The day world is ending, the air is growing cold. The other squirrels are gathering and storing and preparing to sleep for a long, long time. It feels like everything is closing." A shiver, not entirely from the chill, ran through him. "I'm afraid of the quiet. I'm afraid of the dark and the emptiness." Orin shifted on his perch, a gnarled branch of an oak so old its rings could count the ages. "You see an ending," he said, his gaze soft. "But the forest sees a transformation. Watch." The owl gestured with a tilt of his head towards a cluster of luminous mushrooms at the base of the oak. As Pip watched, he saw that their gentle glow was not constant. It pulsed, growing brighter, then softer, in a slow, steady rhythm. Thump, 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 thump. It was the very heartbeat of the forest itself, a sound felt more than heard, a vibration that traveled up through the soles of his paws and into his soul. "The quiet you fear is not emptiness," Orin explained. "It is the forest drawing a deep, restorative breath. The trees are not sleeping, they are dreaming, sending their roots deeper into the dreaming earth, sharing stories with the stones. The stream you heard does not freeze in winter. It merely flows slower, singing its wisdom in a lower, more patient key." As if on cue, a gentle gust of wind swept through the clearing, rustling the leaves of the great oak. The sound was a soft, shushing whisper, a natural ASMR that seemed to smooth the very edges of Pip's anxiety. "Rest is not idleness," the tree seemed to whisper. "It is the work of gathering strength for the new sun." Orin continued, his voice blending with the sounds of the night. "The dark is not an absence of light, Pip. It is the canvas upon which the most subtle magic is painted. You would never see the glow of these mushrooms in the bright sun. You would never hear the individual voice of the stream over the chatter of the day. The season of cold is not a punishment. It is a necessary blanket of quiet, allowing the seeds beneath the soil to gather their courage to sprout, allowing the earth to remember its own strength." He then told Pip a story, not as a lecture, but as a gift. He spoke of the great winter sleep of ages past, when a blanket of snow, silent and deep, had covered Elm Shadow. The forest had seemed dead to any who did not understand its language. But beneath the snow, the mycelium threads, the hidden, connecting network of the forest, had glowed with a secret blue light, sharing nourishment and comfort between the sleeping trees. The stones had hummed a low, warm song to keep the roots from freezing. It was a time of profound community and shared rest, a secret renewal that made the explosion of spring all the more magnificent. Pip listened, and as he did, his fear began to melt away, replaced by a dawning wonder. He looked around the clearing with new eyes. The darkness was not a void, it was a velvet cloak. The silence was not empty, it was full of the forest's soft, sleeping breath. The coming cold was not an end, but a cocoon. "How do I learn to hear it all?" Pip asked, his voice filled with a new reverence. "The language of the stones and the dreams of the trees." Orin swiveled his head almost completely around, a gesture that was somehow comforting in its strangeness. "You have already begun," he said. "You stepped into the quiet and you listened. That is the only requirement. Come, sit by the glowing stones, close your eyes. Do not just hear the rain, listen to what it is washing clean. Do not just feel the wind, listen to the story it carries from the high peaks." Pip did as he was told. He found a flat stone, warmed by the day's sun, and now cradling that warmth like a secret, and sat upon it. He closed his eyes. He let the symphony of the night wash over him. The drip, drip, drip of rain from a maple leaf onto a pool of water created tiny, concentric rings of sound. The crinkle rustle of a leaf tumbling across the clearing was a tiny dance of farewell. The distant hush of the wind through the pines was a constant, soothing exhale. And then he heard it, not with his ears, but with his heart. A deep, resonant hum came from the very stone he sat upon. It was a wordless song of stability, of ages endured and wisdom earned. Be still, it hummed. Be still and know. He felt the gentle, dreaming pulse of the oak tree's roots beneath the soil, a slow, steady energy waiting for its moment. He understood that the bioluminescent fungi were not just glowing. They were communicating, their pulsing light, a silent, beautiful conversation across the forest floor. He had been afraid of the season of rest, but now he saw it for what it was, a sacred, magical time. It was the forest's way of turning inward, of gathering its magic and its strength for the great, joyful outburst of spring. His own need for sleep was not a weakness, but his small, personal part in this great, cosmic cycle. When Pip finally opened his eyes, the first hint of dawn was a soft, pearly gray line on the horizon. The bioluminescent fungi had dimmed their glow, and the fireflies had settled into the grass. Orin was still there, a silent, benevolent guardian. "Thank you," Pip whispered, his heart full to bursting with a new, quiet joy. Orin simply blinked his golden eyes once more. "The wisdom is always here, little one, in the whispers and the glow and the quiet. You need only be brave enough to listen." Pip made his way back to his nest, but he was a different squirrel. The path was no longer strange and frightening. Every rustle was a friend speaking, every stone was a wise elder, every drop of dew was a jewel holding a tiny piece of the moon. He curled up in his nest of moss and leaves, the gentle sound of the waking birds now joining the fading whispers of the night. He was not afraid of the coming quiet. He welcomed it, for he knew now that the forest never truly sleeps. It only dreams, and in its dreams it grows even more alive. And as the first true rays of the sun touched the highest branches of the ancient forest of Elm Shadow, Pip drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, lulled by the memory of glowing stones and whispering streams, knowing he was cradled in the endless, gentle, and renewing magic of the world. In a valley cupped between sleeping mountains, there lived a young woman named Anya. Her life was as quiet and orderly as the neat rows of vegetables in her garden, yet within her chest beat a heart that often felt like a trapped bird, fluttering against ribs that seemed too narrow a cage. She did not know what she longed for, only that a deep, resonant ache accompanied the setting of each sun. Her changes began subtly, as the most important ones often do. One morning after a night of troubled dreams, she awoke to find a single, silken thread the color of moonlight caught in her hair. She brushed it away, thinking it a stray bit of cobweb. The next day there were 2, then 3. They were soft and strong, and when she held them to the light, they shimmered with a hidden rainbow, like oil on water. She started collecting them in a small wooden box, a secret she kept from the world. Around this time, the small, walled garden behind her cottage began to behave strangely. The plants had always been healthy, but now they responded to her moods with an impossible vibrancy. On a day when she felt a rare surge of courage after standing up for herself at the village market, the climbing roses burst into blossoms of such a deep, valiant crimson they seemed to drink the sunlight. When she spent an afternoon in quiet contentment, listening to the bees hum, the chamomile patch released a perfume so soothing it lulled the sparrows to sleep on the fence. It was in this garden that she first met the old woman. Anya had been kneeling in the soil, feeling particularly tangled and confused. The silken threads were becoming more persistent, and she had woken to find a small, delicate web spun between her bedpost and the windowsill. "A fine thing, a garden that listens," a voice said, gentle as the rustle of leaves. Anya looked up to see a woman with hair as white as thistledown and eyes the color of a twilight sky. She wore a cloak that seemed woven from moss and shadows, and she smelled of damp earth and wild mint. She introduced herself as Maeve. "It's peculiar," Anya admitted, her voice barely a whisper. "It is honest," Maeve corrected, her smile crinkling the corners of her eyes. "It shows you what you often cannot see in yourself. This," she said, gesturing to the brilliant red roses, "is your strength, and this," she touched a velvety petal of a purple iris that had bloomed overnight, "is your growing wisdom. The garden is merely translating the music of your soul into color and scent." Maeve did not visit every day, but she always appeared when Anya needed her most. She became a quiet mentor, a steady presence who spoke in metaphors of seeds and seasons. She never gave direct answers, only gentle observations that settled in Anya's mind like seeds in fertile soil, waiting for the right conditions to sprout. "A seed does not know it is to become a sunflower," Maeve said one evening as they sat on a stone bench, watching fireflies blink in the lavender dusk. "It only knows the dark, the damp, and the persistent push from within. It trusts the process, even when the process is one of dissolution. It must break itself open to become what it is meant to be." Anya looked down at her hands. The silken threads were no longer just in her hair. They occasionally drifted from her fingertips, especially when she felt a strong emotion. "But what am I becoming?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Something true," Maeve replied. "That is all we can ever hope for." The small victories began to accumulate, each one a stepping stone across the river of her fear. There was the day she decided to paint her front door a cheerful, buttery yellow instead of the practical gray it had always been. As she brushed on the first stroke, a cascade of golden marigolds erupted along the garden path, their faces turned to the sun as if in approval. Another day she found the courage to sing aloud while she worked, a folk song her mother had taught her, long forgotten. Her voice was shaky at first, but as the melody grew stronger, the silken threads that drifted from her lips began to weave themselves into a faint, shimmering harmony in the air, a visible echo of her sound. It was beautiful, and it did not frighten her. The threads became more abundant, weaving around her as she moved through her days. They formed a soft, hazy cocoon around her chair as she read, a gentle enclosure that felt not like a prison, but like a sanctuary. She began to spend more time within this self-spun haven, a quiet, semi-transparent tent of moonlight and rainbows. Inside, the world outside was muted, and the only sound was the rhythm of her own breath and the quiet, patient beating of her heart. Maeve would sit outside the cocoon and speak to her through the silken walls. "The caterpillar does not fret in its chrysalis," she murmured. "It does not struggle to be the butterfly before its time. It rests, it dissolves, it allows its own magnificent ruin, trusting that its deepest blueprint knows the way." Inside her soft enclosure, Anya let herself dissolve. She let go of the old stories she had told herself, that she was too quiet, too strange, too much, and yet not enough. She released the fear of what the villagers might think, the anxiety of not having a clear path. She sat in the quiet dark and simply was. And in that being she began to remember things, the feeling of flying in her dreams, the weightlessness of joy, the intricate patterns of starlight that felt like a native language. One morning, after a soft rain had pattered on her cocoon all night, she felt a profound sense of readiness. It was not a frantic need to escape, but a gentle, firm knowledge that it was time. She took a deep, slow breath, mirroring the rhythm of the natural world outside, and pressed a hand against the silken wall. It gave way without resistance, parting like a curtain of mist. She stepped out into her garden. The change was not a shocking, sudden thing. It was a completion. The silken threads were gone, but in their place was a soft, luminous quality to her skin, as if she had learned to carry her own inner moonlight with her. From her shoulders, delicate wings had unfolded, not the wings of a bird or a common butterfly, but something entirely her own. They were the color of a dawn sky, etched with patterns that resembled the veins of leaves and the constellations of faraway stars. They were not for frantic flight, but for gentle, drifting journeys on the warm breath of the world. Her garden had erupted into a celebration. Flowers of every imaginable hue and shape nodded in the breeze, and the air was thick with the scent of jasmine, honeysuckle, and rich, dark earth. The colors shifted as she walked among them, reflecting her newfound understanding: deep blues of profound peace, vibrant greens of vibrant growth, and soft pinks of a gentle, unconditional affection for herself. Maeve was there, of course, standing by the gate with a look of deep satisfaction. She did not say, "I told you so." She simply opened her arms, and Anya walked into her embrace. "You see," Maeve whispered. "The ache was not a flaw, it was the seed of your becoming." Anya looked at her mentor, her friend, her eyes clear and calm. "What happens now?" Maeve's smile was as warm as the sun on the stone path. Now you begin." The cocoon was not the end of the story. It was the quiet chapter that made the rest of the tale possible. You have learned the language of your own soul. Now you get to speak it to the world. Anya turned her face to the sky. She took another of those slow, deep breaths in and out, feeling the gentle weight of her wings on her back. They rustled softly, a sound like pages turning in a beloved book. She did not leap into the air. There was no rush. Instead, she took a step forward, then another, walking through her garden gate and onto the path that led toward the waking world. It was not an ending. It was the most beautiful beginning. The first step of a journey taken not by a woman who was afraid of her changes, but by one who had learned to wear her transformation like a cloak of starlight, ready to see what wonders her new wings would help her discover, one gentle, breathing moment at a time. In the quiet corner of a spiraling galaxy, where stardust settled like sugar upon the velvet darkness, there lived two beings who were as different as night and day, and yet they found in one another the kind of friendship that makes the universe feel a little less vast. The first was a creature from the world of Lumina, a place where thoughts bloomed into gentle light. His name was Kalen, and he expressed himself not with words, but with soft, shifting colors that danced across his smooth, pearl-like skin. When he was happy, he glowed with warm golds and sunny yellows, when curious, delicate swirls of lavender and silver would ripple across his form. He did not speak, but he felt deeply and wholly, and his emotions were a silent symphony of hues. The second was from the planet of Harmonia, a world where sound was life itself. Her name was Lyra, and her body was fashioned of delicate, crystalline structures that hummed and resonated with every movement. She communicated through soft, melodic tones that wove together into something like music, a language of harmonies that conveyed meaning through pitch and rhythm. When she was content, her song was a lullaby. When excited, it became a bright, chiming dance. They met by chance near the edge of the glimmering nebula, a place where solar winds whispered secrets and comets trailed light like ribbons. Kalen had been drawn there by the soft pulse of far-off stars, and Lyra had followed the faint, beckoning song of solar flares. When their eyes met, Kalen's like pools of liquid light, Lyra's like faceted gemstones, neither knew what to make of the other. At first, they circled one another cautiously. Kalen glowed a nervous, flickering blue. Lyra answered with a questioning, wavering note. They had no common language, no shared customs, no way to explain who they were or where they came from. But there was something in the way Kalen's light softened when Lyra's music trembled, and something in the way Lyra's song gentled when Kalen's colors dimmed, that told them both, here was a friend waiting to be found. Slowly, tentatively, they began to explore ways to bridge the silence between them. Kalen would pulse a soft rose pink, and Lyra would answer with a chime like raindrops. Lyra would hum a low, comforting tone, and Kalen would respond with a warm, buttery yellow. They learned to read the subtleties of one another's presence, the way Kalen's light shimmered when he was amused, the way Lyra's notes lifted when she was curious. One day, as they drifted together through the star-dusted void, they came upon a small, abandoned observatory, a place built long ago by stargazers now forgotten. It was a dome of crystalline panels that caught and fractured the light of distant suns, and at its heart was a garden where strange, luminous plants reached softly toward the heavens. It was overgrown and silent, but beautiful in its solitude. With a shared glance, Kalen glowing a hopeful green, Lyra singing a note of agreement, they decided to make it their own. They spent cycles tidying and tending to the space. Kalen, with his gentle light, encouraged the shy star blossoms to open wider, and they responded by glowing in harmony with his colors. Lyra, with her resonant tones, caused the crystalline walls to hum in sympathetic vibration, filling the observatory with a soft, ever-present music. Together they created a sanctuary, a place where light and sound wove together into something new and wonderful. But not everything was smooth in their shared home. There were misunderstandings, born of the vast differences between their natures. Once Kalen noticed that Lyra seemed quieter than usual, her music subdued. Thinking to cheer her, he gathered the brightest, most joyful light he could muster, and shone it full upon her. To him, it was an offering of happiness. But to Lyra, whose people communicated vulnerability through softer, quieter songs, such a brilliant display felt overwhelming, even intrusive. She recoiled, her notes sharp with surprise. Kalen dimmed immediately, his light fading to a confused and worried gray. Lyra, seeing his dismay, realized the mistake. She chimed softly, a melody of apology and explanation, and slowly Kalen understood. He pulsed a gentle blue, forgiveness and regret, and Lyra answered with a ripple of grateful harmony. Another time, Lyra tried to share a traditional harmonian greeting, a complex, cascading sequence of notes that signified deep respect and affection. But to Kalen, who was used to simpler, more gradual shifts in color, the rapid-fire melody was bewildering. He stood utterly still, his light flickering in confusion. Lyra paused, then tried again, slower this time, letting each note linger like a question. Kalen responded with a soft pulse of understanding, and then, daringly, attempted to mimic the melody with shifts in his hue. It wasn't perfect, his notes were visual, not auditory, but Lyra understood the effort, and her answering song was full of warmth and delight. They laughed, in their own ways, at these misunderstandings. Kalen's light would dance in merry spirals, and Lyra's music would bubble like a stream over smooth stones. Each mistake became a lesson, each confusion a chance to learn more about one another. Their favorite moments were the quiet ones, when they sat together in their crystalline garden, watching the stars bloom and fade in the great dark beyond the dome. Kalen would glow with the soft silver of starlight, and Lyra would hum a melody that mirrored the gentle pulse of distant suns. In those hours there were no barriers between them, no need for translation or interpretation. They simply were together, two friends sharing the wonder of the cosmos. One evening, as a particularly brilliant meteor shower painted the sky with fleeting fire, Lyra noticed that Kalen seemed quieter than usual. His light was pale, almost wistful. She chimed softly, a question in a single note. Kalen responded by casting a soft, sad blue across the observatory floor. He was thinking of his home, of the way his people gathered during meteor showers to weave stories out of light. He missed the shared silence, the communal glow. Lyra listened, her own form still. Then slowly she began to sing, not a harmonian song, but something new, something woven from the moments they had shared. It was a melody of friendship, of light and sound blending into one. And as she sang, Kalen began to glow, his colors shifting to match the rhythm of her music. Together they created something beautiful, a story told in light and song, a tale of two friends from different worlds who had found a home in each other's company. And as the last meteor traced its path across the sky, they both understood without a single shared word that kindness was a language all its own, one that needed no translation, only an open heart. And so, in their little observatory at the edge of the glimmering nebula, Kaelin and Lyra continued to watch the stars, to tend their garden, and to learn from one another. They knew that there would always be differences between them, worlds of differences, in fact, but they also knew that those differences were what made their friendship so special. For in learning to understand one another, they had each grown, and in growing, they had built a bond that stretched across the silence of space, bright and enduring as the eternal stars. In a quiet valley nestled between whispering hills, there lived a young person named Rowan, whose skin held the peculiar quality of changing with the seasons of their heart. When Rowan felt particularly small or uncertain, pale silver patterns would appear across their arms like frost on a window pane. When joy bubbled up unexpectedly, golden freckles would emerge like scattered pollen. Rowan lived in a small cottage with windows that faced east, where the first light of dawn would touch the garden each morning, a garden that seemed to respond to Rowan's unspoken feelings in the most mysterious ways. The cottage stood at the edge of a wood where the trees grew thick and friendly, their branches often bending low as if to listen. Rowan spent their days tending the garden, though they weren't entirely certain what they were growing. The soil itself seemed to know what was needed, pushing up shoots and leaves in response to Rowan's presence. When Rowan felt lonely, deep blue flowers with velvety petals would unfurl overnight. When patience was learned through watching a caterpillar inch its way along a fence post, vines would twist into intricate patterns along the garden walls. One morning, Rowan noticed something new emerging from the earth, a plant with tightly closed buds that shimmered with a light that seemed to come from within. No matter how gently Rowan touched them or how much sunlight they received, the buds remained stubbornly closed. That same day, Rowan discovered that their fingertips had taken on a faint pearlescent sheen, and no amount of washing would remove it. This troubled Rowan, who preferred things to remain familiar and known. It was then that an elderly woman appeared at the garden gate, her presence as natural as the arrival of evening. She carried a basket woven from willow branches, and her eyes held the same shimmer as the closed buds in the garden. "Good morning," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I've come to see your remarkable garden." Rowan hesitated before opening the gate. "It's not really my garden," they confessed. "It grows what it wishes." "Perhaps it grows what you need," the woman replied, stepping inside. She introduced herself as Hazel, though Rowan had the distinct impression this wasn't her true name, but rather the name the moment required. Hazel moved through the garden with a quiet reverence, occasionally stopping to touch a leaf or smell a flower. When she reached the closed buds, she simply smiled. "Ah," she said softly. "The understanding flowers, they won't open until you do." Rowan looked at their shimmering fingertips. "Everything seems to be changing," they murmured. "Even me." Hazel took Rowan's hand gently. "Change is the garden's way of teaching us what we're becoming," she said. "These marks aren't something to wash away. They are the beginning of a story written on your skin." Over the following days, Hazel returned each morning. She never offered direct advice, but rather asked questions that settled in Rowan's mind like seeds in fertile soil. "What does the garden need today?" she might ask, or "What color would you paint the sky if you could choose?" Under her gentle guidance, Rowan began to notice small wonders. The silver patterns on their arms faded slightly when they remembered to breathe deeply while watering the plants. The golden freckles lasted longer on days when they took time to watch the bees moving from flower to flower. One afternoon, while carefully transplanting a seedling that had sprouted in a crowded patch of earth, Rowan noticed that one of the understanding flowers had cracked open ever so slightly, revealing a glimpse of violet light within. "That's the first small victory," Hazel remarked from where she sat knitting with yarn the color of moss. Understanding begins with making space for something new to grow. As the moon cycled through its phases, Rowan's changes became more pronounced. When they helped a lost bird find its way back to its nest, their hair began to show streaks that shifted between the soft gray of dawn and the deep blue of twilight. When they patiently taught themselves to play a melody on the old flute they found in the cottage, musical notes appeared along their collarbone, visible only when sunlight struck them at just the right angle. The garden responded in kind. Flowers began to bloom in colors Rowan had never seen before, a particular shade of green that seemed to contain entire forests, a blue that held the memory of oceans, a yellow that warmed the air around it. The understanding flowers slowly continued their opening, each bud revealing itself only after Rowan had experienced some new insight or overcome a small fear. One evening, as fireflies danced in the lavender twilight, Hazel and Rowan sat together on the stone bench near the cottage. "I feel like I'm becoming someone else," Rowan confessed, watching the light patterns move across their skin. "Sometimes it's frightening." Hazel nodded slowly. "Have you ever watched a caterpillar become a butterfly?" she asked. Rowan shook their head. "The caterpillar doesn't know it's going to become a butterfly," Hazel explained. "It only knows it must build a home around itself, a cocoon, and wait in the darkness. It doesn't understand what's happening as its body changes, as it becomes something entirely new, but the transformation was always there, waiting inside." She pointed to a chrysalis hanging from a nearby branch, glimmering in the fading light. "You're in your cocoon time, Rowan. The changes you see aren't making you someone else. They're helping you become more truly yourself." That night, Rowan dreamed of seeds sleeping in the earth, of cocoons holding miracles, of eggs containing entire worlds. In the dream, they themselves were a seed, comfortable in the dark soil, feeling the potential within, waiting for the right moment to sprout. The next morning, Rowan woke to find that their skin had taken on the appearance of stained glass, with patterns of light and color moving just beneath the surface. For the first time, instead of fear, Rowan felt curiosity. They spent the day observing how different emotions affected the patterns, how contentment created swirls of forest green, how wonder brought forth specks of starlight, how gratitude painted edges of gold around everything. The understanding flowers had opened fully while Rowan slept, revealing blossoms that changed color depending on how the light touched them. Their fragrance was unlike anything else in the garden. It smelled of rain-soaked earth, of old books, of freshly baked bread, of all the comforting things that ever were. Hazel arrived carrying a small, wrapped package. "Today is a day for celebrating transformations," she announced. She led Rowan to the center of the garden where the oldest tree stood, its branches spread wide like welcoming arms. From her basket, she produced a blanket woven from fabrics of every color, which she spread upon the ground. Then she handed Rowan the package. Inside was a mirror with a frame carved to look like twisting vines. "Look," Hazel said gently. Rowan hesitated before raising the mirror. The person looking back was both familiar and new. Their eyes held galaxies of understanding that hadn't been there before. Their skin told stories in color and light. Their very presence seemed to radiate a soft glow. "I don't look like I used to," Rowan whispered. "You don't," Hazel agreed. "But doesn't the seed look different from the flower? Doesn't the caterpillar look different from the butterfly? Different isn't less, it's more." As Rowan watched in the mirror, a remarkable thing happened. A pattern of wings began to emerge across their shoulders, not physical wings, but something made of light and color, visible only as a shimmer in the air around them. "The garden has been teaching you all along," Hazel said softly. "Teaching you that change isn't something to fear, but something to grow with. That becoming who we are is a gentle metamorphosis that happens in its own time, in its own way." Rowan looked around at the garden, which now bloomed with flowers that hadn't existed a season before, with colors that couldn't be named, with scents that told stories without words. The understanding flowers nodded in the breeze, their petals shifting through every color of the rainbow. "Will the changes stop?" Rowan asked. Hazel smiled. "Does the garden ever stop growing? Does the river ever stop flowing? Your changes will continue because you continue. Each new understanding will paint itself upon you. Each new kindness will bloom in your garden. Each fear overcome will add another note to the music you carry." She stood and brushed off her skirts. "My work here is done," she said. "You've learned to listen to the changes instead of fearing them. You've learned that transformation is just another word for growing." Rowan looked at Hazel properly for the first time, really looked, and noticed that the old woman seemed to be made of the same shifting light that now characterized the garden. Her form seemed to be blending with the sunlight filtering through the leaves. "Will I see you again?" Rowan asked. Hazel's smile was like the first warm day of spring. "I was never really here," she said gently. "I'm the part of you that knew how to grow. I'm the voice that remembers that change is beautiful. I'm the understanding that was waiting to bloom." And with those words, Hazel dissolved into a shower of light that settled over the garden like dew. Rowan stood alone in the garden, but didn't feel lonely. The understanding flowers glowed softly, their light pulsing in time with Rowan's heartbeat. The patterns on Rowan's skin shifted and danced, telling the story of a person learning to embrace transformation. That evening, Rowan sat on the cottage steps as stars began to pepper the sky. A moth landed on their knee, its wings patterned with eyes that seemed to watch the world with gentle curiosity. Rowan smiled, recognizing a kindred spirit. The garden had grown quiet in the twilight, but Rowan could feel it breathing, could feel themselves breathing with it. The changes no longer felt strange or frightening. They felt like belonging, like coming home to a self that had been waiting to be discovered. As the moon rose, casting silver light across the valley, Rowan noticed new shoots pushing through the soil near the cottage foundation, the beginning of whatever would grow next. The understanding flowers had produced seeds that glowed with soft light, ready to be planted wherever new understanding was needed. Rowan knew this wasn't an ending. It was a different kind of beginning, the beginning of living in harmony with change, of welcoming each new manifestation as a chapter in an ongoing story. The cocoon time was over, but the becoming would continue, as natural as sunrise, as inevitable as spring, as comforting as the knowledge that we all contain multitudes waiting to be discovered. And in the quiet of the night, with the garden dreaming around them and the stars keeping watch above, Rowan understood that the most beautiful transformations are the ones that never truly end, but simply unfold into new possibilities, like petals opening to welcome the light. The fire crackled softly in the great stone hearth, its light dancing across the faces of those gathered close. The scent of pine smoke and beeswax candles filled the air, and the worn velvet cushions of the armchairs seemed to sigh with contentment. Outside, the first true snow of winter was beginning to fall, each flake a tiny, silent promise against the window panes. It was on such a night, when the world holds its breath, that stories feel most alive. So let me tell you a story about a boy named Rowan, who lived in a village nestled in a valley where the river sang, and the mountains stood like silent, watchful guardians. Rowan was a quiet child, thoughtful and observant, with eyes the color of the forest floor after rain. He often felt a little out of place, like a single ember that had rolled away from the main fire. While the other children played boisterous games of chase, Rowan preferred to walk the winding paths that threaded through the ancient woods behind his home, his hands in his pockets, his ears tuned to the whispers of the trees. His most treasured possession was a small, smooth stone he had found years before, half buried in the moss by the river bank. It was an unremarkable thing to most, a river stone of deep, smoky gray. But when Rowan held it in his palm and concentrated, when he felt a particular kind of quiet happiness, the sort that comes from seeing the first crocus of spring or the perfect geometry of a spider's web beaded with dew, the stone would glow. Not with a brilliant, blinding light, but with a soft, pulsing warmth, like the last embers of a campfire, holding the memory of the flame. He called it his ember stone, and its gentle light was his secret. One afternoon, deep in the amber-tinted heart of autumn, Rowan was following a badger trail he'd never noticed before. The air was crisp, carrying the rich, decaying scent of fallen leaves. He paused to watch a red squirrel scold him from a branch, its tiny body a vibration of indignant energy. As he stood there, a strange sound reached his ears. It wasn't the chatter of the squirrel or the rustle of the wind. It was a sound of distress, a soft, frantic, scraping sound, punctuated by little whimpers. Pushing through a curtain of weeping willow branches, Rowan found the source. A young fox kit, its fur the color of burnt copper, was trapped. Its back leg was caught fast between two fallen logs that had collapsed together like a clumsy trap. The little creature was exhausted, its sides heaving, its bright eyes wide with fear. It stopped struggling as Rowan approached, watching him with a mixture of terror and desperate hope. "SHHH," Rowan murmured, his voice as soft as thistledown. "It's all right, I won't hurt you." He knelt, his knees sinking into the cool, damp earth. He could see the problem immediately. The logs were too heavy for him to lift alone. He tried to gently pull the fox's leg free, but the wood held it fast. The kit yelped, a sharp, pained sound that made Rowan's heart clench. Okay, he soothed. "I'll find another way." He looked around, his mind racing. He needed a lever, something strong enough to pry the logs apart. As he searched, the afternoon light began to fade, and a chill crept into the air. The fox started to shiver. Without thinking, Rowan pulled the ember stone from his pocket. He held it close to the frightened animal, focusing not on his own fear, but on a feeling of deep, determined kindness. He pictured the fox running free, its brush held high. The stone responded, glowing with a steady, buttery light that pooled around the trapped leg, radiating a gentle, comforting warmth. The fox stopped shivering. It looked from the glowing stone to Rowan's face, its intelligent eyes seeming to understand. It let out a soft, trusting sigh. Just then, a flicker of movement in the gathering dusk caught Rowan's eye. A tall, slender figure stepped from behind the broad trunk of an oak tree. It was a woman, though unlike any Rowan had ever seen. Her hair was the color of silver-birch bark, and her clothes seemed woven from shadows and moss. Her eyes were ancient and kind, the color of a twilight sky. "You have a kind heart, child of the valley," she said, her voice like the sound of wind through pine needles. "And a rare gift." Rowan, startled, closed his hand over the ember stone, but its light seeped through his fingers. "I was only trying to help," he said. "And so you shall," the woman replied. She moved forward, her steps making no sound on the forest floor. She didn't touch the logs. Instead, she placed a long-fingered hand on the fox's head and hummed a low, resonant note. The wood itself seemed to sigh and relax. The smaller log shifted just enough for Rowan to gently pull the fox's leg free. The kit scrambled up, limping for a moment before shaking itself. It gave Rowan one last, unreadable look, then darted into the undergrowth and was gone. The woman turned her serene gaze to Rowan. "The forest is grateful, but the balance is delicate. The heart of the wood, the great ember that gives life to this hidden world, is fading. Its light grows dim, and with it, the magic that holds everything in harmony." A hidden world. Rowan whispered, his own small stone feeling suddenly very heavy in his hand. "All around you," she said, gesturing to the trees that now seemed to watch and listen. "It exists in the spaces between the shadows, in the quiet moments before dawn. It is the world of the Emberborn, those touched by the heart's light. I am Anya, a guardian, and the heart needs a keeper. One who understands that true warmth comes not from a blazing fire, but from a steady, enduring glow. She looked pointedly at Rowan's closed fist. Your stone is a piece of the heart, long lost. It called to you, and you answered. Now the whole calls to its part. Will you help us, Rowan? Will you journey to the heart of the wood and lend it your light? A journey into a hidden world. Fear prickled down Rowan's spine like ice. He was just a boy. He got nervous speaking in front of his class. How could he possibly save a magical forest? But then he thought of the fox's trusting eyes. He thought of the quiet joy he felt in these woods, the way their emberstone glowed when he was at peace. This was his home, seen and unseen. He couldn't let its heart go dark. He took a deep, shaky breath and opened his hand. The emberstone pulsed, as if in encouragement. I'll try, he said. Anya's smile was like the first glimpse of the moon on a cloudy night. Then follow me. She led him to a great ancient yew tree, its trunk gnarled and split with age. She pressed her palm against the bark and whispered words Rowan couldn't understand. The air began to shimmer like heat haze on a summer road. The solid wood of the tree trunk rippled, and a doorway appeared, outlined in a soft, greenish light. Step through, Anya said. The path will find you. Swallowing his fear, Rowan stepped forward. There was a sensation of being turned inside out, a dizzying moment of silence and swirling color, and then his feet were on solid ground again. But it was not the ground he knew. He stood in a forest, but it was a forest spun from dreams. The trees were vast, their canopies so high they seemed to brush a sky that was perpetually tinged with the colors of sunset, rose, lavender, and deep gold. Giant luminous mushrooms clustered at their roots, glowing with a soft, blue light. The air was warm and smelled of honey, damp earth, and something else, something wild and sweet he couldn't name. Fireflies, or what looked like fireflies, drifted lazily, their lights twinkling like tiny stars. This was the hidden world. Anya was beside him. We must make for the Glimmerwood where the heart resides. The way is not long, but the path is particular. It responds to the traveler. Your feelings will shape it. Fear may make it treacherous. Courage will make it clear. Kindness will make it safe. And so their journey began. The path was not a dirt trail, but a ribbon of moss that seemed to unroll before them, glowing faintly. At first, Rowan was too awestruck to feel anything but wonder, and the path was smooth and easy. They passed a stream where the water flowed like liquid crystal, and fish with scales of opal and moonstone leaped in graceful arcs. But soon, doubts began to creep in. What if he failed? What if his little light wasn't enough? As these thoughts clouded his mind, the path ahead grew thorny. Gnarled black brambles twisted up from the ground, and the friendly-looking mushrooms now seemed to watch him with malevolent intent. The warm air grew cold. Steady, Rowan, Anya said, her voice calm. The woods mirror your heart. Remember why you are here. Rowan closed his eyes and thought of the emberstone in his pocket. He thought of the fox running free. He focused on the feeling of the warm light, the simple, steadfast desire to help. When he opened his eyes, the thorns had receded, and the path was clear once more. They walked for what felt like hours, yet the strange twilight sky never darkened. They encountered other creatures of the hidden world. A family of badgers, much larger and wiser-looking than any in Rowan's world, nodded to them solemnly as they passed. A great owl with feathers like polished jet swooped down to greet Anya, its voice a soft, deep hoot that seemed to ask a question. Rowan listened to their exchange, understanding only that the news was not good. The fading of the heart was causing ripples of unease throughout the Glimmerwood. It was then that they heard the crying. It was a small, miserable sound, coming from a hollow at the base of a giant willow tree whose leaves wept silver tears. Cautiously, Rowan peered inside. There, huddled and shivering, was a small, furry creature about the size of a rabbit, but with the long, sensitive ears of a bat and a coat of the softest, plushest gray. Its large, dark eyes were swimming with tears. "What's wrong?" Rowan asked, kneeling down. The creature flinched, then looked up, its nose twitching. "I'm lost," it warbled in a tiny, squeaky voice. "The paths, they changed. The light is all wrong. I can't find my way back to my warren. My name is Pip." Rowan's immediate instinct was to hurry. The heart was fading. They didn't have time for this. But as he looked at Pip's terrified, tear-streaked face, he knew he couldn't leave him. Anya watched, her expression unreadable. "We'll help you find your way," Rowan said, his voice firm. He held out his ember stone. "Show us where you last remember your home being." Pip, emboldened by the warm light, crept out of the hollow. He pointed a trembling claw towards a dense part of the forest where the trees grew so close together their branches were intertwined. "Through there, but it's dark now. The friendly lights are gone." It was a detour. The path Anya had been following led in a different direction. But Rowan looked at Anya, and she gave a slow, approving nod. "The path is made by the steps we take, not just the destination we seek," she said softly. So they turned towards the dark thicket. As they walked, with Pip clinging to Rowan's shoulder, the boy told the little creature about his own world, about the village and the river and the first snow. Pip in turn told him about the Glimmerwood, about the lumen blossoms that bloomed with starlight and the crystal falls that sang when the wind blew through them. He spoke of how, lately, the songs had become sad and the blossoms had begun to close. An unexpected friendship bloomed in that dark wood, warming Rowan's heart more surely than any fire. He realized that his journey was not just about reaching the heart, it was about the connections he made along the way. His empathy, his willingness to stop for a lost creature, was part of the light he carried. Eventually, guided by Pip's increasingly confident directions, they found the warren, a series of cozy burrows beneath the roots of a great, benevolent-looking tree. Dozens of other creatures like Pip came tumbling out, chittering with relief and joy. Pip turned to Rowan, his eyes now bright with happiness. "Thank you," he squeaked. "You saved me." He reached into his own tiny burrow and brought out a small, smooth acorn. "This is a sun seed. It doesn't look like much, but it holds the memory of a perfect summer day. Maybe it will help you on your journey." He pressed it into Rowan's hand. As they said their goodbyes and turned back towards the main path, Rowan felt different. Lighter, somehow, and more certain. The friendship had fortified him. The forest began to change. The vibrant colors leached away, leaving everything in muted shades of gray and brown. The luminous mushrooms were dim, their light guttering like dying candles. The very air felt thin and tired. They had reached the Glimmerwood, and it was fading before their eyes. In the center of a wide clearing stood the heart of the wood. It was not a fiery, blazing thing, as Rowan had half imagined. It was a great crystalline structure, like a geode cracked open, but instead of sharp facets, it was formed of smooth, rounded layers, like the inside of a seashell. At its core, a light should have been pulsing, strong and steady. But now it was only a faint, flickering glow, no brighter than a single candle flame fighting a strong draft. Tendrils of a creeping gray moss, the same color as the fading forest, clung to its base, leaching away its vitality. "This is the blight," Anya said, her voice heavy with sorrow. "It feeds on doubt, on loneliness, on the belief that one small light cannot make a difference. It has been growing for a long time." Rowan approached the heart. He could feel its weakness, a profound tiredness that echoed his own deepest fears of being insignificant. The gray moss seemed to pulse, feeding on that very feeling. He thought of all the reasons he couldn't do this. He was just one boy. His light was small. But then he thought of Pip's grateful face. He thought of the trust in the fox's eyes. He thought of the warm, steady glow of his stone when he felt connected to the world around him. He wasn't just one boy. He was a boy who had helped a fox. He was a friend to a lost creature. He was a part of something larger. He took the emberstone from his pocket. It glowed, but its light seemed too small against the vast, fading heart. He remembered Pip's gift. He took the sun seed from his other pocket and held it in the same hand as the emberstone. He closed his eyes and didn't just think of his own light. He thought of the fox's courage. He thought of Pip's hope. He thought of Anya's steadfast guardianship. He thought of the badger's solemn wisdom and the owl's watchful care. He gathered all these small, kind, brave lights together in his heart. The emberstone flared. It was no longer the light of a single ember, but the warm, golden, unwavering light of a hearth fire on a cold night. The beam shot from his hand and touched the fading core of the heart. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a single resonant chime echoed through the clearing, so pure and clear it seemed to wash the gray from the air. The faint light in the heart flickered, then grew stronger. It pulsed once, twice, and then settled into a steady, rhythmic glow, like a gentle, sleeping breath. The gray moss clinging to its base withered, turning to dust and blowing away on a suddenly warm breeze. All around them, the forest began to heal. Color flooded back into the trees, richer and more vibrant than before. The mushrooms blazed with renewed blue light, and high above, the fireflies danced in joyous, swirling patterns. From deep within the woods, the sound of the crystal falls began again, not a sad song, but a triumphant, joyful melody. Rowan stood breathless, the emberstone in his hand, now cool and dormant once more. He had not reignited the heart with a roaring blaze, but by lending his own small, steady light, he had reminded it how to burn on its own. Anya placed a hand on his shoulder. "You see," she said, her eyes shining. "It was never about a great, heroic fire. It was about a single, enduring ember of kindness. You have shown the heart that such embers still exist in the world. That is the warmth that sustains all magic." The journey back was swift and filled with light. The path was wide and welcoming, and creatures of the Glimmerwood came to the edges to watch them pass, their eyes filled with gratitude. When they reached the great yew tree, Rowan knew it was time to go home. "Will I ever come back?" he asked Anya. "The path is always here for you, Rowan," she said. "For all who carry a light in their heart, remember what you have learned. Your journey has transformed you, as fire transforms wood, leaving behind what is essential and true." He stepped through the shimmering doorway and found himself back in his own familiar woods. The sun was just setting, casting long, peaceful shadows. The air was cold, and a dusting of snow coated the ground. It felt as if no time had passed at all. He walked home, his feet crunching softly on the snow. The village lights twinkled in the distance, each window a small, warm promise. He didn't feel like an ember that had rolled away anymore. He felt connected, a part of the great, quiet tapestry of the world, both seen and unseen. That night, as he lay in his bed, listening to the soft hiss of the snow against his window, he held the now ordinary river stone in his hand. It didn't glow, but he could feel a residual warmth in it, a memory of the journey. He had faced his fears, forged an unexpected friendship, and learned that the smallest light, when born of kindness and connection, could hold back the greatest darkness. He closed his eyes, and his dreams were not of roaring fires, but of a gentle, steady glow in the heart of a magical wood, of silver willow leaves and the grateful eyes of a small, lost creature. And in that peaceful resolution, surrounded by the quiet of the winter night and the memory of warmth, Rowan drifted into a deep and restful sleep, his own heart glowing steady and true. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the moon poured its silver milk upon the earth, there existed an ancient forest that knew no true darkness. As the sun retreated, another kind of light would awaken. Soft, green foxfire fungi glowed at the bases of grand, slumbering trees, and colonies of tiny glowworms lit the underbrush like scattered constellations. This was the domain of the night, a realm of gentle magic and quiet understanding, where the very air hummed with the secret languages of the world. On this particular night, a young badger named Pip was feeling a deep, gnawing unease. He was a creature of routine, his heart beating in time with the steady, reliable turn of the seasons. But lately, a strange stillness had fallen over his corner of the forest. The blackberry bushes he relied upon had withered earlier than expected, and the stream where he drank seemed to murmur with a more sorrowful tune. A feeling of loss, vague but persistent, had settled in his bones, keeping him from his winter rest. Driven by this disquiet, Pip ventured from his warm, earthy set and into the luminous embrace of the night. The path was paved with moss so deep and velvety it swallowed his footfalls, leaving only a soft, sighing sound. Moonbeams, thin and sharp as silver needles, pierced the canopy, illuminating drifting motes of pollen that glittered like dusted gold. He could hear the secret language of the trees, a low, resonant hum that was not heard with ears but felt in the soul. It was a language of slow growth, of deep roots drinking from hidden aquifers, of memories stored in concentric rings. He followed the sound of water, a babbling brook that chuckled over smooth, time-worn stones. Each stone, if one listened closely, held a story of epochs past, of glaciers and floods, told in a low, grinding whisper. Pip paused, placing his paw on a large, moss-covered stone. A sense of immense patience washed over him, a feeling of having witnessed countless cycles of birth and decay. The stone's silent wisdom was a comfort, but it did not answer the question trembling in his heart. It was then that a soft rustle, like pages of a vast, living book being turned, came from above. Pip looked up into the gnarled branches of an ancient oak, the oldest being in the forest. There, perched on a limb woven with silvery moonlight, was Corvus, the elder owl. His feathers were the color of weathered bark and scattered starlight, and his eyes were not merely eyes, but deep, luminous pools holding the calm of 10,000 nights. "The stream speaks of your restlessness, little digger," Corvus said, his voice a soft, resonant hoot that vibrated in the air like the lowest string of a cello. "Your footsteps ask a question the wind has carried to me." Pip shuffled his paws. "Everything is changing, Master Corvus. The berries are gone, the air grows cold, and a silence is falling. It feels like an ending, and it makes my heart feel heavy." Corvus blinked slowly. "Come," he said, his voice a gentle command. "Walk with me. The forest has more than one tongue, and you have been listening to only one of its seasons." Together, they moved deeper into the woods. Corvus did not fly, but walked solemnly beside the young badger, his presence a calming anchor. They entered a starlit clearing where the grass was sprinkled with dewdrops that caught the starlight, making the earth itself seem to mirror the heavens. In the center of the clearing stood a remarkable tree, its bark shimmering with a soft, blue bioluminescence. This was the glimmerwood, a tree that pulsed with the very heartbeat of the nocturnal world. "Place your ear against it," Corvus instructed softly. Pip did as he was told. He pressed his small, furry head against the cool, glowing bark. At first, there was only silence. Then a low, rhythmic thrum began to resonate through him. Lub-dub, lub-dub. It was the pulse of the forest, steady and sure. And within that pulse he could feel whispers, not of words, but of feelings. The contentment of a moth drinking moonbeams, the quiet joy of an earthworm aerating the soil, the peaceful slumber of 1,000 seeds tucked safely underground. "It is not an ending you feel," Corvus murmured, his words harmonizing with the sound of a gentle wind sweeping through the pine needles, creating a soothing shh-hing chorus. It is a turning of the page. The forest is not speaking the language of summer anymore. It is beginning to speak the language of autumn, which is a prelude to the great poem of winter. As if on cue, a soft rain began to fall. It was not a storm, but a gentle shower, each drop a tiny percussion note on the broad leaves above, a natural lullaby. The rain collected on the leaves and dripped down, plink, 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 into small pools below. The sound was hypnotic, washing away Pip's anxiety note by note. But the silence, the emptiness, Pip whispered, not wanting to break the rain's melody. Corvus led him to the edge of the clearing, where a carpet of luminous mushrooms grew in a perfect spiral. "Watch," the owl said. As Pip watched, a family of field mice, their fur beaded with rain, scurried into the spiral. They did not eat the mushrooms, but simply sat within the pattern, their tiny eyes closed. They were not foraging or fearing. They were simply being. A fat, sleepy toad hopped into the center of the spiral and settled there, its throat pulsing contentedly. "This is not emptiness," Corvus explained. "This is the forest drawing its breath. In the summer, the language is one of action, of growth, of hunt, of bloom. Now the language is changing to one of rest, of reflection, of storing strength. The trees are whispering their sugars down into their roots. The stream is murmuring its waters slower, preparing to dream under a blanket of ice. The stones are sharing their memories of warmth with the earth to keep it safe through the cold. You are hearing a different kind of magic." Pip, a quieter, deeper magic. He turned his great, wise head towards Pip. "You feel a loss because you are clinging to the old song. You must learn to listen for the new one. The magic of the frost, the beauty of the bare branch against the gray sky, the profound peace of a landscape asleep, these are wonders too. The greatest strength is knowing when to be still, when to turn inward, and when to trust that the wheel will turn again." A sense of profound understanding began to dawn within Pip. The heavy feeling in his chest wasn't grief, it was resistance. He was fighting the natural, gentle descent into rest. He looked around the clearing again, listening with new ears. The rainfall was a blessing, not a dirge. The silence was a blanket, not a void. The bioluminescent glow was a promise that light persists, even in the deepest dark. "How do I learn this new language?" Pip asked, his voice filled with a newfound hope. "By being still," Corvus said, his voice blending with the rustle of the rain-soaked leaves. "Sit, listen, do not seek to understand with your mind, but feel with your heart. Let the forest tell you its winter story." Pip found a dry spot beneath the shelter of the Glimmerwood's vast branches. He curled up, his back against the soothing, pulsing bark, and did exactly as Corvus advised. He closed his eyes and simply listened. He heard the delicate patter-patter of the rain slowing to a drizzle. He heard the wind, a soft sigh, weaving through the pine needles. He felt the deep, resonant hum of the ancient oak nearby, a vibration of immense age and stability. He sensed the slow, deliberate dreams of the seeds sleeping in the earth below him. He felt the gentle, glowing life of the fungi and the worms, all working in quiet harmony. There was no great drama here, no epic quest. There was only the peaceful, inexorable turning of the wheel. The tension in his small body melted away, replaced by a warm, heavy contentment. The forest was not dying, it was dreaming. And its dreams were just as vital, just as magical as its waking hours. When Pip opened his eyes, the first hints of dawn were painting the eastern sky with watercolor hues of lavender and rose. Corvus was gone, but a single, soft brown feather lay beside him, a token of the elder's guidance. The bioluminescent lights of the fungi and the glimmerwood were fading, their job done for the night, yielding to the soft gray light of morning. Pip rose, stretched, and took a deep breath of the crisp, clean air. The world was quiet, but the silence was no longer frightening. It was rich and full and deeply peaceful. He knew his way home now, not just to his set, but back to a place of harmony within the great cycle. As he trundled back through the awakening woods, he passed the same mossy stone. He paused and placed his paw upon it once more. This time he didn't seek an answer. Instead, he simply shared a moment of quiet companionship with the ancient stone, listening to its slow, grinding whisper of time and patience. He understood now. The endings were just gentle pauses, the silences were filled with invisible life, and every season, even the one of rest and seeming loss, held its own unique and beautiful magic, waiting only for a heart quiet enough to hear its song.